following is a presentation of Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One.
Watson under center from his own Cleveland 20. Gets the snap, four-man rush, second down, 9 from behind. Ball knocked away, Highsmith. It's picked up by Watt from the 15 to the 10 to the 5. Touchdown! Pittsburgh touchdown! T.J. Watt!
Mahomes looking, right side, throws, end zone, touchdown! Travis Kelce! Patrick Mahomes with a strike, and he delivers. 14-yard score, and the Chiefs add to their lead.
Shotgun snap, Brock Purdy airing it out, deep for Debo in the end zone, makes the catch on the right side of the end zone for the touchdown. 27 yards to Debo Samuel, and San Francisco may have just put it away.
Tagovailoa low on the gun, takes the snap, back to pass, looking, going deep down the right side for Hill, makes the catch, loses the defense, and he is gone down the right sideline. Touchdown Miami. Second big play tonight for Hill.
Long pass that lands at the 20. No one is there. Zeros on the clock. It's over. The Chiefs have won. The Chiefs have won Super Bowl 57.
Every primetime game.
Whatever it takes.
All season long.
The only thing matters is a win. That's it.
The road to Super Bowl 58 is on Westwood One.
Let's go, man.
Now it's time for Thursday Night Football. Here's your host, Scott Graham.
We welcome you to the start of week number 7 in the National Football League as the AFC South leading Jacksonville Jaguars at 4-2 battle the 3-3 New Orleans Saints on Thursday Night Football. Tonight's broadcast of the National Football League on Westwood One is sponsored by AutoZone, by Crest Toothpaste, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Hulu Plus Live TV, by Navy Federal Credit Union, and by NFL.com. Hi, everybody. I'm Scott Graham. We welcome you to Thursday Night Football here on Westwood One. Tonight, the Jaguars and the Saints from Caesars Superdome in New Orleans. Now, this is unfamiliar territory in a lot of ways for the Jacksonville Jaguars and their organization. They are trying to become back-to-back division champions, and right now they've got control of that division. At 4-2, not a lot of things have gone perfectly thus far, but still the winning record. For the New Orleans Saints, there are questions about their offense being able to keep up with their defense early in the season and how they'll be able to move forward on that tonight. So for more, we head out to New Orleans and welcome in the two guys who are calling tonight's action, two guys you want to listen to, two guys you'd love to hang with, Kevin Kugler and Mike Mayock. Guys?
You threw me off there for a minute, Scott. I was looking around to see who else was coming into the booth, and Mike and I were going to go get some dinner somewhere. I had no idea. Oh, we're the guys you want to listen to. Well, you talk about the Saints offense trying to keep up with the defense. One of the big questions for both of these teams coming into this is not can one side keep up with the other, is can one side field a full roster. There's been some real big health questions coming into this short week for these two teams.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue for New Orleans all season long has been the play of the offensive line. Part of it because they just haven't played well. For instance, Trevor Penning, their first-round pick from a year ago, got benched after week 5 for poor play. Hurst gets hurt in the first half last week. He has to come in and plays even worse. They're not going to start him tonight. 3 of their 9 offensive linemen are inactive tonight. So they had to promote 2 guys from the practice squad. They're going to start 2 tackles tonight. Andres Pete at left tackle, Cam Irving at right tackle, neither of whom has played outside as a tackle in several years. So that's a huge test against Josh Allen and Trayvon Walker. And then on the flip side, you know, the story all week has been what's the status on Trevor Lawrence, the quarterback of the Jaguars. Got hurt last week, hurt the knee. I was told he didn't practice 1 snap all week long. He's going to start tonight. I was down on the field watching him work out. He looked pretty good. He's got a brace on the left knee. I think what will be interesting is to see whether or not the offense changes because of the injury. Are they going to let him roll out? A lot of their offense is moving launch points, and whether or not they'll allow that to happen with the leg tonight will be interesting.
What's going to be interesting then is how much do they lean on their running backs. Jamal Williams is back for the Saints. He has been out of the lineup for the last 4 games on IR with a hamstring injury. Alvin Kamara is back. It's the first time Jamal Williams and Alvin Kamara are in the same backfield. And meanwhile, Travis Etienne has done a tremendous job for the Jaguars. It's a league, Mike, that doesn't necessarily value running backs, but maybe this is a running back game tonight.
I think it really is. At the end of the day, Kamara's going to get 20 to 25 touches. Etienne is going to get 20 to 25 touches. If the Saints can move the ball on the ground, it'll give them a leg up to protect their car, which they haven't. And conversely, let me tell you, Etienne's going to get the ball both in the air and on the ground, and it's a running back game tonight, no doubt.
Well, it should be a fun one to see if these two running backs in the backfield for the Saints can work as well together as Saints brass hoped for when they brought Jamal Williams in on the contract after his career year last year of over 1,000 yards for Detroit.
Yeah, it'll be fun to watch them in tandem and how they're used.
All right, so the Saints and the Jaguars getting set to go as Week 7 gets underway in New Orleans. But right now, let's send it back to Scott Graham in our Westwood One studio. Scott?
All right, thank you very much, guys. We got a lot more to come as we approach kickoff between the Jags and the Saints, including how this game is going to impact your fantasy weekend. But when we return, he's had a lot of success as a head coach, and he's doing it again in Jacksonville. We'll talk with the Jaguars' Doug Peterson. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Nobody covers the National Football League
They give Mahomes time for the end zone. He throws it. It's caught. Touchdown!
like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. Our team of former players, coaches, and front office executives like Charlie Weiss, Pat Kerwin, Jim Miller, Rich Gannon, Alex Smith, and Hall of Famer Bill Polian brings you closer to the game. If it's happening, we are there. Live from the Scouting Combine in March to the draft in April. And in the summer, SiriusXM NFL Radio takes you to all 32 training camps. We connect you with the history of the game on stage for Hall of Fame weekend. Hear all the primetime play-by-play action from opening night through the Super Bowl.
Spectacular in every way. Confetti flying in the air.
Your 24/7 home for the NFL all year long. SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
The Busted Open podcast is now available on YouTube. This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show on the planet. You can now watch and listen to the award-winning Busted Open podcast every single day on YouTube. Our best interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and some of our best content from the past. All available right now when you go to youtube.com/@BustedOpenPodcast. Subscribe right now.
Nobody brings you the excitement of Formula One racing like SiriusXM. Let's go, come on! Hear every thrilling lap of a worldwide championship chase.
Verstappen takes the lead of the Grand Prix, and Hamilton couldn't hold him off.
Comprehensive pre- and post-race coverage.
That was the best race I've ever seen.
And a weekly insider look at the F1 circuit every Wednesday on SXM Wheel to Wheel.
There's been plenty going on both on and off track.
The 2023 Formula One season on SiriusXM Channel 81 and the SXM app.
Welcome back to the Thursday Night Football pregame show, getting you ready for the Jacksonville Jaguars and New Orleans Saints. New Orleans is 3-3 coming into this home game, and a lot of the questions, as Kevin and Mike were telling you about at the top, have to do with how the offense is running. This is a team that is averaging 312 yards per game, but more importantly, just 18 points per game. Derek Carr is coming off a season-high 353 yards in Week 6. He's heard all the criticism, a lot of it pointed at the offensive coordinator, Pete Carmichael, and he says, wait a minute.
I never have blamed a coach. I never will blame a coach because they're not the ones standing on the field. You know, I've always, whether it's right, whether it's wrong, I've always been like, I don't care what play you call. We should be able to execute something, you know. And obviously we know things happen, right? But, you know, they have a good call or whatever. But I've always felt like, man, like I don't like that mentality of pointing a finger.
Saints defense has been stellar, giving up just 16 points per game, and they're going up against the Jacksonville offense that has been spotty so far this year. There have been some good things, there have been some rough things. Trevor Lawrence dealing with a knee injury. There was a lot of question about whether or not he would start tonight's game. He is active for this evening's game, and that was one of the many things on the plate of Doug Peterson, who came into town last year, brought his team to the division title. Last time Jacksonville won back-to-back division titles, it was in the 1990s. When I talked with Doug yesterday, right before the team got on the flight to go across to New Orleans, I asked him about the change in mentality after having success last year coming into this year, understanding that the system apparently does work?
You know, it's interesting, you know, because I knew coming in here, I knew what winning obviously looked like. Won championship in Philadelphia, so I had a vision of what that looked like. I had a vision, obviously, as a player, what that looked like. This team was coming off a year that was not so good. You know, there's a lot of turmoil surrounding this football team, and quite honestly, just, you know, trying to teach these young players really how to win, and that comes through, you know, just your preparation, your hard work. It comes through the practice that we do, the way I schedule and set up the off-season program, to training camp, all the way down to the minutes of how we travel, you know, in season. And these are all things that this team just needed to learn. And once they figured that out, the football side, I knew in my mind, I knew we were a talented football team. I knew we were, you know, we have the quarterback, you know, which we all have been, you know, raving about here. And we just felt like we needed to put some pieces around him to help him. And just continue the process and just trust our process. And that's what these players and this organization has done, you know, in the year and a half that we've been here. But there was a lot of confidence. And, you know, hats off to the guys in the locker room for, believing in themselves that they could get it done.
It's clear that Trevor is your franchise quarterback, and he has a dinged-up knee. Now, you've got a short week playing on a Thursday, and I want to know, when you take those two things into consideration, who he is and how short a time it is to get ready, how much does that affect your decision, his decision, about whether he plays tonight?
You know, the number one thing is obviously his health. And we want to make sure that we're not going to put him in harm's way where things could get worse for Trevor. You know, that's where it has to start, right? And we got to make sure that the player understands that. In this case, Trevor understands that, and he's got confidence. Confidence in the docs, confidence in the trainers, and really confidence in the coaches that really myself that we're not going to put him in harm's way. And he's had a real good week this week. He didn't take a ton of reps, which there really wasn't any full speed or live reps on a short week like this. And, you know, he prepared himself in the film room and stayed, he basically lived in the training room and got himself and getting himself ready to fully participate in this football game. So just in a really good spot mentally. But at the same time, I'm still going to be mindful of that and really keep a close eye on him during the course of this game.
We've talked about Travis Etienne before, and he kind of splashed onto the scene last year. He has multiple touchdowns in back-to-back games. Watching what he's done, proven himself as a guy who can be on the field for all three downs, what does he bring to what you're trying to do offensively?
You know, he definitely brings some explosiveness. There's stability in the run game. He's going to do the right thing, you know, with the football. He's really worked himself in the off season and training camp to become a multi-purpose type running back and really detailing himself and his job and in hitting the hole where the hole is and where it could be potentially, you know, and he's a tough running back. He'll run between the tackles. He'll burst off tackle to the outside. He's smart, and it just adds an element, you know, of another weapon on offense, right? And the running back position, you know, I think too many times it gets kind of watered down just a little bit. But when you got a guy like Travis Etienne who you can line up as a receiver and throw him the ball, and these last few weeks he's really shown, you know, his versatility.
The Saints have been a strong team defensively. They've struggled a little bit more offensively. When you take a look at them on film, what are the things that you're focusing on to try to win this game?
Well, I think, again, starting with the defensive side of the ball, you know, you got to try to eliminate the run game. And you know, Alvin Kamara is a dangerous man with the football in his hand, and they find a lot of ways to get him the ball. You know, they're missing in the passing game. I think they're just off just a little bit, but they're extremely close. They're putting up some yards, you know, in the passing game. Derek Carr is obviously a veteran quarterback. He's played a lot of games, and you know, he's putting up a lot of yards right now, but they're just not scoring in the red zone. It's kind of much like us in a way. You know, we're just not scoring the touchdowns you want in the red zone. So, and that just comes with being around the guys. This is their first year around Coach Carmichael, the offensive coordinator, and you know, Derek's new, and some of their Michael Thomas is back. I mean, they've got some pieces there, but again, it takes time to click, and so, you know, being able to sort of make it a one-dimensional if possible, and then getting after, you know, Derek if we can in the passing game, obviously affect him.
After last year, you're obviously not sneaking up on anybody anymore, and you're in a position now as we get to the latter part of the season where you might very well be the hunted inside your own division and with teams trying to make the playoffs. Is that a different mentality for a young team that never really has been the hunted before?
It's definitely a different mindset and a different attitude. This organization, you look at Shad Khan and he's owned the team now 11 years. I think he's had 2 winning seasons. One of them was last year. And, so this team has been accustomed to losing. We haven't been 4-2 or 2 games above 500, I think, since 2017 or 18. So there's a lot of firsts that are going on down here, in Jacksonville. But that's a credit to the players and the players are buying in obviously to me and my leadership here. And they're coming together as a football team and they understand that, hey, the better we are as a football team, we're going to get everybody's best each week. But I want to flip that. I want to make sure that we're giving our opponents our best every week. And so we're not always the hunted, but we're on the other side of that. We're being the hunter.
Doug, thanks so much for the time. Always enjoy talking to you. Good luck the rest of the way.
Great. Hey, thank you, Scott. Appreciate it.
One of the things you'll hear about Doug Peterson around the National Football League is that he has a very steady, kind of an even hand in the way he handles a locker room. And for a young team like this Jacksonville Jaguars team that had success last year, has had a couple of hurdles this year, that's probably exactly the right hand to be guiding. This is a team that's got a lot of pieces in place, and realize that when we talk about Travis Etienne, he's trying for his 5th game in a row on the road with more than 100 scrimmage yards, and his 4th in a row on the road with a rushing touchdown. He is really coming into his own right now. If Trevor Lawrence is healthy tonight, Jacksonville's offense, like any other week, could be very difficult for the New Orleans defense to stop. We're working our way toward kickoff of Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1 between the Jags and the Saints. Back with more of the pregame show in a moment, but first time for our weekly Thursday Night Buzzcast from Sports Business Journal.
I'm Ben Fisher, and here's the latest in the business of pro football. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell will stay on the job until at least 2027 under a new contract approved by league owners this week. We don't know the details of this new deal, but previous reports said Goodell makes about $64 million a year. The league will decide soon whether venues in either Spain or Brazil are ready to host a regular season game in 2024. If the NFL goes ahead with these plans, it would be the 4th foreign market for the NFL after the United Kingdom, Mexico, and Germany. The Jacksonville Jaguars now say they'll only have to relocate to a temporary facility for 1 year under revised renovation plans for Everbank Stadium. Initially, plans had them leaving downtown Jacksonville for the full 26 and 27 seasons. That's your Thursday Night Buzzcast presented by Sports Business Journal, and I'm Ben Fisher. To start your day with the biggest stories in sports business, subscribe to Sports Business Journal's Morning Buzzcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your small business is always top of mind. Well, top of your mind. To get it to the top of other people's minds, you need to get your name out front, which is where Staples Print and Marketing Services can put it. A yard sign over there, brochures right here, a banner up there. In fact, your business's message could appear anywhere. And right now at Staples, get $100 off your print purchase of $250 or more. Make a splash with your small business print and marketing materials at Staples. Ends 11/4. Visit staples.com/print for detail. $100 off your print purchase of $250 or more. Make a splash with your small business print and marketing materials at Staples. Ends 11/4. Visit staples.com/print for details.
The NFL is committed to sticking to your game plan and always betting responsibly. If you bet, remember to set your limits, never chase your losses, and only bet what you can afford to lose. To learn more about responsible betting and discover resources to help build your game plan, visit the National Council of Problem Gambling at responsibleplay.org. If you or someone you know may have a gambling problem, please call or text the following 24-hour confidential helpline, 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back to our Westwood One studios. I'm Scott Graham. You're listening to Thursday Night Football. Tonight, it's the Jaguars and the Saints. Time for our weekly fantasy football preview with Sports Illustrated senior fantasy analyst Michael Fabiano. Michael, how are you this week?
I am doing well. I have prepared myself for Bye-Mageddon, which, if you're not familiar with the term, 6 teams on a bye, and with all these injuries going around the National Football League, this is going to be a difficult slate for fantasy managers.
All right, so let's start with tonight's game. Who would you start? Who would you sit?
Well, the must-starts in this game are Travis Etienne, I think Calvin Ridley, Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram. Trevor Lawrence is active, but the matchup's not great. The Saints have allowed the 7th fewest fantasy points to quarterbacks and QBs that are visiting New Orleans since last year, averaging 12 points per game. With that being said, again, by Mageddon. So keep that in mind. On the Saints side, really only Alvin Kamara and Chris Olave are must-starts to me. If you're desperate, you could go with Derek Carr. The problem is the Saints have a lot of offensive linemen who are inactive in this game, so that's going to be a problem for him. Michael Thomas is worth a flex because we have so many teams off. I think the Jaguars' defense is a good play, and to be honest with you, I think the Saints' defense is a pretty good play, too. This is probably going to be a low-scoring game.
How about the fact that the Jaguars right now are a road favorite? That hasn't happened a whole lot in recent years.
Yeah, that's right, and the Saints have not lost to the Jaguars since December of 2003. That's a 5-game span. One quick note here, if you're going to be wagering on the contest, this is a scenario here where the Saints, in their last 9 Thursday night games, have seen the total go under. For the Jags, in their last 7 Thursday night games, the under has come up 5 times. And right now that over-under is about 41. And again, I think we all expect somewhat of a low-scoring game.
So, yeah, you're telling me don't get ready for a whole bunch of highlights when this one is done. So,
yeah, that's true, yes.
Before we get to our starts and sits, this is the time of year where you need to pick people up, maybe even late in the week in terms of your waiver wire. Let's assume, I'm going to give you a theoretical for a second, okay?
Yeah.
Let's assume that you were a player who had, Devon Achane, and he ended up going on IR. And you had to make a pick last week between a couple of running backs to try to fill that spot. And you chose between Deontay Foreman and Chuba Hubbard, and you chose Foreman, and you lost. This is all theoretical, by the way, Mike. It's all theoretical.
Yeah, but this isn't you. Okay.
Right. So this is the type of decision you have to make at this point. How much of this is just throwing darts?
Yeah, Hubbard was a player that was getting a lot of volume last week because Miles Sanders was out. Unfortunately, you can't use him this week because the Panthers are on a bye. But the problem is, and I think this is what you're alluding to, in the past, say when Dalvin Cook was a Viking, we knew if he got hurt, it was Alexander Mattison. This year, we're not sure who the handcuffs are. Right? I mean, if Christian McCaffrey doesn't play on Monday night, is it Jordan Mason? Is it Elijah Mitchell? We don't have Kyron Williams this week. His backup, Ronnie Rivers, is hurt. Who is the starter? Is it Zach Evans? They signed Darrell Henderson. I mean, they signed everybody but Leonard Fournette off the street. So, yes, absolutely. I think Zach Evans is worth a look off the waiver wire this week. Keontae Ingram's worth a look off the waiver wire this week. And to be quite honest with you, Rashawn Johnson is still not practicing, so Foreman against the Raiders is also worth a look. Again, by Mageddon, injuries. This is going to be a bad week. Keep in mind, if your running back situation looks bleak, don't worry, because everyone's running back situation is probably looking pretty bleak.
All right, so before we finish, who are we starting, who are we sitting?
And we'll go through this quick. I'm starting Brock Purdy, Sam Howell at quarterback, Isaiah Pacheco, Brian Robinson at running back. Love Brandon Ayuk on Monday night, Tyler Lockett as well. Start Pat Fryermuth and also Kyle Pitts, who, by the way, he's had 2 good games in a row. My sit-ems, Kirk Cousins, no JJ, and Jared Goff. Najee Harris and Zach Moss is a risk-reward flex. Michael Pittman Jr., George Pickens, both risk-reward flexes or wide receiver 2s. My tight ends to sit, Zach Ertz and Tyler Higbee.
Thank you very much. And remember, that whole Foreman-Hubbard thing, that was purely theoretical, right? Just purely theoretical.
Exactly. Like you were asking for a friend.
Exactly. Right? Exactly. Mike, We'll talk to you again next week.
All right. Good luck this week.
Thank you much. And just ahead, we're going to get you one step closer to kickoff time. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
SiriusXM NBA Radio is your home all year long for 24/7 coverage of the National Basketball Association.
Out to the range, open 3, gone! OKD!
We're bringing you exclusive access to the biggest basketball stars in the world.
Joined now by the 2-time MVP, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
To win a championship moving forward, it never becomes easier. It always becomes harder.
Enjoy interactive live NBA commentary all day long.
No matter how much talent you have, if you don't play as a team, you can't win.
Let those guys in the front office run the team, dude.
And, of course, all the nightly, rim-rocking, heart-pounding, buzzer-beating, play-by-play action your ears can handle.
Handoff, Curry takes another 3. It's up and good!
Basketball is our life. On NBA Radio, Channel 86. And listen whenever you want with the SXM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans.
On SiriusXM, the NFL experience goes far beyond game day. And your SiriusXM subscription gives you all the access you need to the NFL content you crave every game. With your hometown announcers on the SiriusXM app.
He caught it for a touchdown!
Hear live talk shows discussing all the different angles.
He's been injured, but he knows how to win.
Passionate debates on Mad Dog Sports Radio. Interviews with coaches and players on NFL Radio. And advice on your fantasy lineups on Fantasy Sports Radio. All the NFL content you need, all on the SiriusXM app.
Everything you need to follow ACC football this season is on ACC Today. Breakdowns.
Drake May is a generational talent.
Big guests.
Jordan Travis, man, it's good to catch up with you.
Analysts that played in the league like Ronnie Jones.
5 days of ACC football.
EJ Manuel.
He is a perfect fit.
Eric McLean.
It has the potential to really be fun.
And more. It's all happening on ACC Today. Weekdays from 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern. ACC Radio, Channel 371. And streaming anytime on the SiriusXM app.
One step closer to kickoff time for Thursday Night Football tonight between the Jags and the Saints. We got a big weekend of football here on Westwood 1 and possibly the game of the week, which is Sunday Night Football with the Miami Dolphins taking on the Philadelphia Eagles. Two of the remaining 5-1 teams in the league getting together under the bright lights in the city of brotherly love. The Dolphins bring in an offense that has been incredible. 2,992 total yards of offense, the second most ever by a team in their first 6 games of the season. And Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni realizes that his counterpart is doing a great job in orchestrating this.
I got a lot of respect for Coach McDaniel and the things that he's doing. I think you're seeing a trend in the NFL of the motions that he's running, that everyone's getting, like, ooh, I like that, right? We've done it. Like there was some plays that plays we've done, and there was plays we did late at last year that we took from the Dolphins. And so I think anytime you're influencing the rest of the NFL to copy some of the things you're doing, that's pretty cool.
Tua Tagovailoa, Jalen Hurts were teammates. Remember that Jalen got pulled for Tagovailoa in the national championship game. There is all kinds of drama in this one, and a tremendous Sunday night game at Lincoln Financial Field. Our coverage begins at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday. I'll be back at halftime. We're going to talk with Mike Golick a little bit more about that game, but when we return, we are going to head back to Caesars Superdome and rejoin Kevin Kugler and Mike Mayock. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football.
This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game? Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years or older to wager. U.S. promotional offers not available in D.C., Mississippi, New York, or Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER in Colorado, Washington, D.C., Illinois, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, New Jersey, Nevada, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia, Wyoming. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY in New York. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP in Arizona. Call 1-800-327-5050 in Massachusetts. Call 1-800-BETS-OFF in Iowa and 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help in Michigan. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Pro football player Travis Kelce is pressed for time during the football season, so he does 2 things at once. Whether it's grilling while mowing,
2 things at once,
or getting this season's updated COVID-19 shot at the same visit as his flu shot.
2 things at once.
You can be like Travis and ask your pharmacist about getting this season's COVID-19 shot at the same visit as your flu shot, if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Learn more and schedule at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart Plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood 1, your home for Thursday Night Football.
We're bringing the pop and sizzle with me, Adam Shine, on Channel Sports every weekday from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Thursday Night Football is on Westwood 1.
Throws over the middle, caught, touchdown, untouched, into the end zone, one beyond the hat trick. He's got 4.
Tonight, it's the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Single back as Etienne gets the handoff running over the left side, finds a hole at the 30. He's free at the 20. Left numbers to the 10. Breaks a tackle and he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Jaguars. A 35-yard run for Travis Etienne Jr.
And the New Orleans Saints.
Pumps it across the middle. Kamara's got it. 25, 20, 15, 10. Near side, and he will scoot into the end zone. Alvin Kamara does it again. 3 for 3. 3 TDs for AK.
Kickoff is less than 15 minutes away. Let's head to the stadium and join Kevin Kugler and Mike Mayock.
The 3-3 New Orleans Saints and the 4-2 Jacksonville Jaguars on Thursday Night Football as we get closer to kickoff between these teams, and a critical game for both. The Jaguars have been playing well, and as you might imagine, the Saints with a 3-3 record have been up and down over the course of the year, coming off a 20-13 loss last weekend to the suddenly red-hot Houston Texans. Meanwhile, for the Jacksonville Jaguars at 4-2, they've won 3 straight, beating Atlanta, the Bills, and last week, the Indianapolis Colts. It's the first time that the Jags have had a winning record through 6 games since 2007. But Mike Mayock, all thoughts this week around Jacksonville centered on the left knee of their quarterback, Trevor Lawrence. He hurt it on Sunday with 3 minutes to go in that Colts game. What'd you see from Trevor Lawrence tonight?
Yeah, I was down on the field. I watched him warm up. They put a brace on his left knee. They ran him through a series of both exercises and then football-related movements. I thought he looked very comfortable. Did he pop in and out like he does when he's 100%? No, but I thought he looked really good. I was told he didn't take a snap all week in practice, so it'll be interesting to see whether they alter the game plan or not, whether they move the pocket, whether they do the things they normally do, or try and run the ball and get out of here with a W.
Well, and trying to run the ball means a big night perhaps for Travis Etienne, who's had a tremendous start to the season. 6th in the NF in rushing yards with 451 on the year, and he's had a pair of rushing touchdowns in each of the last 2 games for this Jaguars offense.
Etienne is a really talented young player, and what I like about the way they use him, it's both in the run game but also the pass game. They check it down, he runs some routes, he runs some choice routes on linebackers, screen game. He'll get 20 to 25 touches today, and I guarantee you he'll be effective.
For the Saints, the offensive conversation has centered around not the center. That's one of the more stable parts on the offensive line, but the rest of the O-line. James Hurst out with an ankle injury. Landon Young out with a hip injury. Ryan Ramczyk out with a concussion. Those are 3 regulars, 2 starters in those 5 on the offensive line, and it's prompted head coach Dennis Allen to have to make a lot of moves and changes.
Yeah, and you don't like multiple moves with your offensive line, right? So Trevor Penning was a guy they drafted in the first round a year ago in the 2022 draft. Hasn't played anywhere near the level they expected. So they benched him after the Buffalo game. Wanted to give him a chance to take a look at it from a different angle and kind of reset. What happens? Hurst gets hurt in the second quarter. He has to come in. Holding penalty, tripping penalty, didn't play well. They decided not to start him tonight, even though Hurst can't go. So they've got a new left tackle, Andrew Speed, who's usually their left guard. They've got a new right tackle, Cam Irving, who hasn't played right tackle since 2016. So it's going to be really interesting to see how well they can hold up in the pass game.
And in fact, since 2016 when he played right tackle, he's played a total of 6 snaps outside of the guards, 6 snaps at left tackle in 2019 for the former first-round pick of the Browns, or the Browns coming up in 2015. They brought him up from the practice squad, and they're throwing him in against an amazing pass rusher in Josh Allen.
Josh Allen has 7 sacks, former first-round pick. I think his game has gotten to a level where you can start to call him elite. He's got more moves than he had when he came out. He can go up and under. He's got a spin move, and he's got a really nice power move. And on the other side, you've got Trayvon Walker, who can push the pocket with power and length. So it's going to be a tall task for New Orleans to be able to protect Derek Carr tonight.
Saints are 3-3. The Jaguars 4-2. We're working our way toward kickoff between the Jags and the Saints. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
This is NASCAR champion Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott,
Kyle Larson,
Joey Logano,
Kevin Harvick, Martin Truex Jr.,
Brad Keselowski. What is SiriusXM NASCAR Radio?
It's a place to talk about your favorite sport.
You know, I renew my subscription. It never comes off this channel.
The whole day is awesome. It's a place to hear from the biggest names in NASCAR.
Joey Logano, what are you doing?
I got the SiriusXM set up at my house so I can jump on more often.
Joey, I want to first thank you for doing this. This is awesome for the fans.
It's a trusted source for breaking news.
Major stories today, my friends. Let's get down to business.
I'm in the hauler with the breaking news story.
It's every NASCAR race heard live, including in-car radios.
Logano gets into the back. He shoves him up the racetrack.
Stay out. Trust me.
Custer's going to go for the lead here. They get door to door with each other.
Yeah!
And it's classic races that honor the history of the sport.
Dale Earnhardt is going to win the Daytona 500.
So what is SiriusXM NASCAR Radio? It's your 24/7 home for all things NASCAR.
The way you guys cover these races is unbelievable.
Channel 90, streaming right now on the SXM app.
This is Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum and host of the SiriusXM original podcast, Black Diamonds. Hear stories about the legends of the Negro Leagues and conversations with the all-time greats they've influenced, like two-time Super Bowl MVP Patrick Mahomes.
When it comes to having fun and enjoying myself on the field, I'm going to do that. It comes from the history. I learned it from my dad, who learned it from guys in the Negro League.
Hear over 70 episodes of the award-winning Black Diamonds podcast, available now on the SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
NBA Radio is your home for hoops as we get you ready for the new season.
We've got Kevin Durant that he's sitting down with us.
I always feel like we should be winning every game, and like championship is always the goal, but we'll see what happens. Obviously, if we don't win a title, we'll get pounced on, but individually as players, we look to get better and do our jobs the best we can do.
Listen to NBA Radio season preview shows every night. And if you miss any of our interviews or team shows, check them out on the SiriusXM app. Just search NBA Radio.
Alongside Mike Mayock, I'm Kevin Kugler. Welcome back to New Orleans. The lights are down in the arena. The teams being introduced right now. The offense of the Saints getting the introductions and a warm welcome here in the Superdome. It's time for Mike Mayock's keys to tonight's game. And since the Saints are being introduced right before our very eyes, let's start with the Saints. What do you see as key tonight?
I think the obvious storyline is their offensive line. And if they can't play at a higher level than they have, they're not going to win this football game. And to complicate matters, they're starting left tackle tonight, Andres Pete. He hasn't started a game at offensive tackle since 2017. They're starting right tackle, 31-year-old Cam Irving, was signed to the practice squad on October 4th, and his start tonight at right tackle will be the first time since 2016. Secondly, there have been far too many missed assignments on offense. If they don't clean up the pass protection issues and their wide receiver quarterback disconnects, they have no shot tonight, despite how well their defense is playing.
What about the Jaguars? Doug Peterson loves Thursday Night Football. As a head coach, he's 7-0 on Thursdays. How does he get to 8-0?
Yeah, I love Doug because he's so consistent, and he doesn't really care what the outside world is saying about his team. On defense, look, we talked about the offensive line with the Saints. Josh Allen and Trayvon Walker got to take advantage of that situation. Get Derek Carr in predictable pass situations and get after him. On offense, if Jacksonville wants to be a legitimate AFC contender, they must improve on third down and red zone. New Orleans defense is stout, and they make you work for every point. Travis Etienne will get 20 to 25 touches. Christian Kirk, Calvin Ridley, and Evan Ingram, they got to make plays in key situations.
Well, one of the big keys for Jacksonville all season long has been taking the football away. 15 takeaways, the most in the NFL. They're pacing for 43, which would shatter the record that Dallas set last year with 33 takeaways.
And that's been the number defensively that separated them because they're number 31 in the league in pass yards allowed. So it's really the extra possessions they're giving their offense that allows their offense to be the number 10 high-scoring offense in the league.
The opening kickoff between the Saints and the Jaguars is coming up. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. And great shaves start with Barbasol Shaving Cream.
For whatever your day brings, start it off right with the American original, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Barbasol. Thanks for the coffee. No problem. With my cash rewards card from Navy Federal Credit Union, I get up to 1.75% cash back. Isn't it 1.5%? Now it's up to 1.75%. That's bigger and better. I bought these scones with my cash back. I love scones. Me too. Scones for everyone.
When you sign up for direct deposit, you can earn up to 1.75% cash back with the Cash Rewards Card. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
When Shopify says you can sell anywhere, oh, they mean it. Woo, hold up. Just got a new sale. Whoa, Shopify doesn't mind if you're at sea level or on top of the world.
Whether you're selling carabiners or crop tops, start selling with Shopify today and join the platform simplifying commerce for millions of businesses worldwide. This is Possibility, powered by Shopify. Sign up for a free trial at shopify.com/football. Shopify.com/football.
At CDW, we get you can't lock up your devices. Your workforce needs the freedom to roam.
Final boarding call, flight 555 to New York.
And wherever they go, productivity is key. But with Microsoft Surface devices pre-configured and deployed by CDW experts, you'll get multi-layered security and seamless experiences to help productivity really take off. IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/surface.
Hey, you. The one on the couch who just told your friend you can't go out because you're busy? Ready to get real about your psoriasis? When your current treatments don't do enough to help control the inflammation beneath the skin, causing plaques and pain, stressing and scratching, it's time to stop hiding and get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Every Monday, Rich Eisen and Chris Brockman react to what's happening in the world of football on Overreaction Monday.
Dolphins, Final Four AFC team.
Oh, that is not an overreaction at all. I'm with you.
You're in.
I am in. The other three Final Four teams, if you were asking me to call my shot, this is the Overreaction Monday podcast.
Call your shot.
Entertainment purposes only, unless I'm right.
Yeah.
Chiefs, Dolphins, Bills, Ravens. Final Four.
Overreaction Monday, the podcast, wherever you listen.
Try Barbasol 1919 Classic Shaving Cream. Paying homage to the original invented over 100 years ago. This non-aerosol formula features enhanced ingredients, an exceptional glide, and crisp fragrance for a winning shave experience. Learn more at Barbasol.com.
Welcome back to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1. It's time for another memorable moment in football history. Sponsored by Kohl's.
Two wideouts to the left, one to the right. From the shotgun, Brooks pumps, throws down the near sideline to Stallworth, and Stallworth tries to get away from some people and does to the 38-yard line. He needs a block. He needs a couple. Then they're going to lateral the ball to Michael Lewis. Michael Lewis tries to stay alive. He'll lateral it to Deuce. Deuce needing help. He laterals across the field, and the Saints are going to take it in with Payton. If this is legal, they've done it. Jerome Payton diving into the end zone.
I mean, you can't tell me that I just witnessed what I just saw take place.
Jim Henderson and Hokie Gajan, courtesy of WWL, the flagship of the Saints radio network. It was 20 years ago that the Jaguars-Saints game had one of the craziest endings in NFL history. New Orleans used 3 laterals and went 75 yards on the game's final play, with the last one going to Jerome Payton, who scored the touchdown to put his team within an extra point of tying it up and forcing overtime. But then the unthinkable happened. Longtime reliable kicker John Carney failed to convert the extra point, and the Jags escaped with a 20-19 victory. It was the first PAT that Carney had missed in 4 seasons and one of only 10 misses in his 23-year career. Later nicknamed the River City Relay because the play happened on the banks of Jacksonville's St. John's River. That's tonight's memorable moment in football history, sponsored by Kohl's. Everyday style is easy with favorite looks for fall. Whether you're layering up or snuggling in, Kohl's has priced right picks for any occasion. Shop Kohl's and Kohl's.com today. Snuggle on in for this one as we are set for Thursday Night Football in Week 7 to get underway. New Orleans wins the toss. They elect to defer. So, Mike Mayock, we're going to see the knee of Trevor Lawrence right away as the Jaguars will have the football.
Yeah, this first series will give us a little bit of an indication of what they are or aren't willing to do. Again, remember, he didn't take a snap all week in practice. Came out tonight in warm-ups and I thought looked really sharp.
Saints will move from our right to our left. The Jaguars from left to right. Saints in the black uniforms, tops and bottoms, gold numerals on the front and back with the gold helmets. For the Jaguars, white tops, black pants, black numerals on the front and back for Jacksonville. It's time for the opening kickoff, sponsored by Northern Tool and Equipment. Get the tools you need from the brands you trust. Start solving your projects today at northerntool.com. We're made for this. Jamal Agnew is made to return this kickoff. In fact, he leads the NFL with 7 return touchdowns since 2017. 4 of those punt returns, a couple kick return touchdowns. He stands on the end of Saints, about 3 yards deep in the end zone to our left.
He's an explosive kid. He's been a defensive back. He's been a slot wide receiver. He's a punt returner. He's a kick returner. He's got some value. And Trent Baalke added him a couple years ago, and he's had really good return on the investment.
He stands to our left as we are ready to get this ball game underway. And Thursday Night Football starts off Week 7. The kickoff will go through the end zone for the touchback. And out comes Trevor Lawrence, a braced left knee after the injury late in the Colts game last Sunday. He leads out at quarterback. Travis Etienne at running back. Calvin Ridley and Christian Kirk, the wide receivers. Zay Jones is out. Expect to see more Jamal Agnew at the wide receiver spot tonight. Luke Farrell, the tight end. Left to right on the line. Cam Robinson at left tackle. Tyler Shatley in for the injured Walker Little at left guard. Luke Fortner, the center. Brandon Sheriff, the right guard. And Anton Harrison is the right tackle. From the shotgun on first down. Etienne to the right of Trevor Lawrence. Agnew in motion from right to left, and the give out of the gun is to Etienne. Picks his way over the left and is stopped at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Demario Davis, who was questionable tonight with a knee injury, but Demario Davis doesn't miss time. You knew he'd be out there if he could, and here he is making the first tackle.
Yeah, Kev, he's been one of the best off-the-ball linebackers in the NFL for the last 5 or 6 years. What I find interesting is even as his physical skills begin to diminish, he's so good mentally, he's in the right place every snap.
Second down and 10 at the 25, just underway in New Orleans. Shotgun snap to Lawrence, facing a 4-man rush, throws left sideline, catch is made at the 35, stumbling across the 40 and down at the 46-yard line is Evan Ingram, the tight end. His 37th catch of the year, picks up 21, and a Jaguar first down at the 46.
Yeah, they've gone out of their way to find opportunities to get the football to tight end Evan Ingram. He lines up everywhere. 3 of the last 4 games, Kev, he's had 7 catches. He lines up in the backfield, conventional tight end, wing, slot, out wide. They're looking for a mismatch.
First down and 10 at the Jaguar 46-yard line. Single receivers left and right, motion across from left to right from Calvin Ridley. Play action, Lawrence to set up the screen. It's Etienne with blockers in front to midfield. Up the right sideline to the 45. Stumbles over the blocker's feet at the 40 and goes down at the 39. Anton Harrison was that blocker who tripped up Etienne, covered up by Demario Davis after a 15-yard gain.
22nd catch of the year for Etienne. Dangerous out of the backfield, just a conventional running back screen. Brandon Sheriff got out in front, made the key block. Was an easy cut for Etienne.
From Jennings, Louisiana, just a few hours west of here. Back in his home state, and at 1st and 10 from the 39. Etienne the carry from the 39 to the 35. Pounced on by Malcolm Roach there after the 4-yard pickup. And let's set the defense for the Saints. Cameron Jordan and Carl Granderson on the ends. Colin Saunders and Nathan Shepard in the middle. Pete Warner, Demario Davis, Zach Vaughn, the 3 linebackers tonight. Paulson, Adebo, and Marshawn Lattimore, the corners. Tyron Matthew and Marcus May are the safeties. 2nd and 6. Opening drive. Jags on the move at the 35-yard line. 3 receivers left, 2 wide to the right, an empty backfield. Lawrence lines up on the right hash. Leaning in on his right foot, gets the shotgun snap, let her hot. Steps up in the pocket. He's going to run, and an opening across the 30, and he'll slide down at the 26-yard line. The leg looked pretty good there on that scamper for a first down as he picks up 8.
That might give you an idea of whether or not he's going to be aggressive tonight. Had a gap between the center and the guard, dropping back to pass. He took it right away, looked very fluid. Big gain, and I think Alante Taylor is still down on the field for the Saints.
It is Alante Taylor, the second-year corner out of Tennessee, who's had 27 tackles this year, and Taylor stays down at the 28-yard line, now standing up with hands on his legs, and the athletic training staff is going to usher him to the near sideline, the Saints sideline.
Yeah, he's their nickel, and he's been playing better and better, and I think we'll bring in Ugo Amadi, who plays nickel and inside and outside, but better inside player.
Neither team has allowed an opening drive touchdown entering tonight, and the Jaguars are on the march trying to change that with a 1st and 10 at the Saints' 26-yard line.
Yeah, I like the balance so far for Jacksonville. ETN with several touches, pass to Ingram on 3rd down on the previous one. I mean, really good balance and getting the ball moved around to different players.
Tank Bigsby, the rookie from Auburn, in the backfield to the left of Trevor Lawrence. From the 26 on 1st down, 2 receivers to the left, single wide to the right is Christian Kirk. Shotgun snap off the play fake. Lawrence throws, and a little bit of pressure through, maybe a beat earlier than he wanted with Ingram crossing from right to left. Pass is incomplete, and it's 2nd down.
The guy they're looking to get the ball to, in addition to Ingram, is Calvin Ridley. Last year they traded for him. He was suspended by Atlanta for the whole season because of gambling. They made a trade in the middle of last season, right before the trading deadline. He's paying some dividends. He's a very talented guy, and they're trying to force feed him a little bit. I'd be surprised if we don't see him get a look real soon.
2nd down and 10, tight end screen. Ingram on the edge, and Ingram bouncing off contact. It was Marshawn Lattimore who came off the block on the edge and made first contact, dropping him after a 3-yard gain to the 23.
Yeah, the guy I was just booching up, Ridley, missed the block.
Well, they didn't bring him in to block.
Well, he better block. You're going to run bubble screen.
Yeah.
You got to block.
So a 3rd and 7, 11:20 remaining in this scoreless first quarter. First possession of the ball game, and the Jaguars with their first big 3rd down. 3rd and 7 at the 23 of New Orleans. 2 receivers in the slot left, 2 receivers in the slot right now. Motion across from Kirk, sending 3 receivers to the right of the line. On 3rd and 7, Lawrence to throw. Quick strike over to the right side, and it's caught by Kirk, who backs his way down inside the 16 and gets a Jaguar 1st down. Marcus May and Ugo Amadi combine on the stop, and Christian Kirk, who's been dominant in the slot over the last year plus in this league, makes another catch and a 1st down.
And Kev, you called it correctly. They had 3 receivers to the right. They were also in a tight bunch, and it was against the zone. And I'll tell you, when you talk about a slot receiver that understands how to work zone, Christian Kirk, as good as it is in this game, he just got enough for the 1st down.
From the 15-yard line, Kirk in motion again after his 34th catch of the year. Shotgun snap and a little flip to the crossing. Agnew sweeps the right side to the 10, tripped up inside the 5, and is down short of the goal line near the 2 where it'll be 1st and goal. They had a lot of motion in the backfield, Mike, and he came from left to right, a little toss to him, and he picks up 14.
Yeah, it was a cool misdirection play. They faked a toss to their left, and then an underhand flip to Agnew coming underneath Lawrence. Had he been able to run through the arm tackle of Adebo, he could have scored.
1st and goal at the 2. ETN stands to the right of Lawrence in the gun. 3 receivers left of the line. Tight end to the right side of the line. Shotgun snap. The give is to ETN, plowing up the middle and pushing the pile into the end zone for the touchdown. His 6th rushing touchdown of the year. And for the first time this season, the Saints have allowed an opening drive touchdown. It's 6-0 Jacksonville.
Really impressive drive by Jacksonville. Touchdown culminated over the left side of their line. Luke Fortner, Tyler Shatley, who's just a backup guy, starting at left guard now for Walker Litter. They got a really good push on the left-hand side of the line.
On for the extra point is Brandon McManus, and the kick by McManus is good to make it 7-0 Jacksonville. What a start for the Jaguars with 9:44 to go in the first. They lead it 7-0. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Nobody covers the National Football League.
They give Mahomes time for the end zone. He throws and it's caught. Touchdown!
Like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. Our team of former players, coaches, and front office executives like Charlie Weiss, Pat Kerwin, Jim Miller, Rich Gannon, Alex Smith, and Hall of Famer Bill Polian brings you closer to the game. If it's happening, we are there. Live from the Scouting Combine in March to the draft in April. And in the summer, SiriusXM NFL Radio takes you to all 32 training camps. We connect you with the history of the game on stage for Hall of Fame weekend. Hear all the primetime play-by-play action from opening night through the Super Bowl.
Spectacular in every way. Confetti flying in the air.
Your 24/7 home for the NFL all year long. SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
I'm Bruce Murray.
And I'm Rich Gannon.
Join us Friday, noon Eastern Time on the SiriusXM Blitz. We recap Thursday Night Football between the Jacksonville Jaguars and the New Orleans Saints.
And we will preview the Week 7 schedule, starting with Lions-Ravens, Chargers-Chiefs, and a huge Sunday Night Football matchup between the Dolphins and Eagles in Philly.
So don't miss the SiriusXM Blitz with me and Rich Gannon. Friday, noon Eastern Time on SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88, and on the SiriusXM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans.
Don't miss the all-new Rise and Shine, a SiriusXM podcast.
This is Adam Shine. Every Wednesday morning, we're going to make you remember why you love sports. The crack of the bat, the smell of the grass, the thrill of a buzzer beater, the heroes, the underdogs, the moments you remember forever. Join me, Bob Stu, and the most interesting guests in sports for the all-new Rise and Shine.
Download Rise and Shine right now on the SXM app. Available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. That's SCHEIN.
With Mike Mayock, I'm Kevin Kugler. Welcome back to New Orleans. A 7-0 lead for the visitors from Jacksonville. And let's check the Jaguars drive summary. Sponsored by Scott's Turf Builder Winter Guard. Fall is the best time of year to feed your lawn with Scott's Turf Builder Winter Guard. Put it down now to strengthen the roots for winter and give your lawn a deeper green next spring. What a statement. 10 plays, 75 yards, 5:16 off the clock. Trevor Lawrence, 5 of 6 for 60 yards. We talked about in the pregame, you were going to see something perhaps from Trevor Lawrence in that opening drive. What did it tell you?
I think there were two things. He goes 5 for 6. It looks like he's driving the ball naturally. Now, almost everything was short or intermediate. It'll be interesting to see if he can drive deep. But the most impressive thing was the 9-yard scramble. No hesitation. He took off. He looked good.
Kickoff will go into the end zone for the touchback. Here comes this New Orleans Saints offense. All eyes on this offensive line, which is where we'll start with the starters. I know Derek Carr's the quarterback, and that's where you usually start, but we'll start with the line. Andrews Pete at left tackle, Mike Garcia the left guard, Eric McCoy the center, Cesar Ruiz the right guard, and Cam Irving making his first appearance at right tackle in an NFL game since 2016. Alvin Kamara gets the start at running back, but Jamal Williams is back and ready to go. Taysom Hill in motion from right to left, and Carr on first down looks to the right, throws over the middle, and it's dropped by Kamara at the 29-yard line. He had an opening, and he didn't take the ball with him as he tried to go upfield, and it's second down.
Yeah, that's been a staple of their offense, the check down to the running back. Kamara's got 23 catches already on the season. The ball could have been placed a little higher. He had to go down low around his knees, but still, that ball should have been complete.
Second down and 10 at the 25. Motion across from right to left from Rashid Shaheed. On second down, Kamara the carry out of single back, and he plows forward to the 31-yard line. Tackle made by Rayshon Jenkins, and let's give you the rest of the starters for Jacksonville. Roy Robertson-Harris, Fularusu Fatakasi, and Adam Gotsis along that defensive line. Josh Allen, Devin Lloyd, Trayvon Walker, and Foye Aluakun. Your linebackers, Darius Williams, Monteric, Buster Brown, the corners, along with the nickel, Trey Herndon, Rayshon Jenkins, and Andre Sisco, the safeties. Third down and 4 from the shotgun. Carr to throw, steps up in the pocket, checks it short to Kamara, who is hit and twisted down right at the line to gain. It'll be a first down. He ran right into the arms of Trey Herndon, but was able to muscle past the corner just enough to get the first down.
And again, I was with Derek for 3 years with the Raiders, and Derek understands where all the checkdowns are, where all the answers are to pressure, and he'll get rid of the ball quickly to a running back, especially a talented one like Kamara.
Here's Jamal Williams making his first appearance since week 2, out the last 4 games with a hamstring. Stands to the left of Carr. And Carr off the Taysom Hill. Hill at quarterback, and Hill over to the left side on a little bit of a zone read play. Darts out of bounds near the 42-yard line. Rayshon Jenkins chasing him out on the near sideline.
Hill's been effective, and I'll tell you, you might see a little more of him in the red zone tonight than we have, because they've had significant red zone issues this entire season. They're 27th in the league in red zone. I wouldn't be surprised to see Taysom Hill take some quarterback snaps when they get there.
Just 37% touchdown percentage. Hill in motion now, lines up in the slot left. Second down and 4. Carr under center, turns, drops to throw. Steps to the right, flush, now pumps, and he's going to try to run. Gets to the edge of the 45. Carr a little hesitation at midfield and shoved out by Angelo Blackson in Jacksonville territory at the 49. Well, Taysom Hill scrambled for 7, so Carr says, no, I can run, I'll get 9.
You know, uncharacteristically for Derek Carr, he's effective when he steps up into the pocket. When he goes left, or in this case right, typically he's looking to throw, not run. He's not wired as a runner. I like that. We tried to get him more aggressive. We talked to him about it. John Gruden did all the time with the Raiders. Just give us an extra first down or 2 or 3 during the course of the game.
There's an extra first down with his legs here, and it's first down and 10 at the 48-yard line of Jacksonville. The toss play to Kamara, who tried to cut it back. He started right, and as he tried to cut it back left, his feet slipped. You could see the turf pebbles, the little ground-up tire in the field turf, kick up as he slips to the turf at the 49, a loss of 1.
The good news, if you're a New Orleans Saints fan, is so far, the offensive line, there's been no disconnects, there's been no busted assignments, and they've been solid.
Jamal Williams in the backfield now on 2nd and 11 at the Jacksonville 49. From the shotgun, 2 receivers left of the line. Carr looks that direction. The swing to Chris Olave at the 45. A stiff arm at the 40. And Olave just tripped up at the 35-yard line. It was an ankle tackle by Monteric Brown. And Mike, if he doesn't get that ankle on the left sideline instead of a 14-yard gain, it's a touchdown.
Correct. He's a gifted player. On offense, I think Kamara, Rashid Shaheed, and Chris Olave are the 3 explosive players, and they've got to maximize touches for those 3 guys.
From the 35-yard line of Jacksonville, first down and 10. Kamara the carry over the right side, and he'll pick up a couple into a mass of humanity. Roy Robertson Harris leading the charge and brings him down after a 3-yard pickup. Don't miss all the NFL excitement on CBS Sunday when the LA Chargers meet the Kansas City Chiefs. Check your local listings for more details. Catch the NFL on CBS.
You know, Kev, you mentioned Buster Brown, and he's the guy that came in last week when Tyson Campbell went down. He got picked on a little bit last week, and I wouldn't be surprised if New Orleans, especially with a guy like Olave, doesn't come after him tonight.
2nd down and 7 at the 32. 7-0 Jacksonville. Saints on the move. Carr in the pocket, floats it over the middle, and it's incomplete. He was trying to drop it into a crossing Olave from left to right. In there to bust that play up with one hand in there was Oluokun, and he just got a hand on it to bat it away.
Yeah, Oluokun is one of them. And by the way, the ball was underthrown. It was on the back hip instead of the front hip, and it gave Oluokun a chance. I think Oluokun is one of the best football players in the NFL that nobody talks about.
6th-year man out of Yale, certainly has some brains. 3rd and 7 at the 32. We're good, you hear Derek Carr say. Awaiting the shotgun snap. Jaguars bring pressure. Carr hit as he throws. A wobbler to the sideline, and the pass is incomplete. Carr got blasted by DeJuan Smoot from the backside as he tried to throw right. That ball fluttered to the turf harmlessly, and it's 4th down.
Yeah, that's the first time protection cost them. They turned the protection to the right side, and off the opposite side came Trey Herndon and Smoot and the rest of them. Herndon was untouched coming from the backside.
So that'll bring on Blake Grupe, who won the job over Will Lutz in camp as the kicker. He'll line up for a 51-yard field goal. Missed twice last week, was just 2 for 4. His long this year is 54. This from 51. Good snap. The hold is down. The kick by Grupe starts right and stays right. No good. Wide to the right, and the Saints come up empty on their opening drive. Some production, but protection ends the drive with a missed field goal. And at the end of that first possession for each, it's 7-0 Jacksonville, 5:16 to play in quarter number 1. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
It's time for the Fall Haul at Northern Tool and Equipment. Get your hands on tough tools at prices that are tough to ignore. Got plans? Cancel them. Trucks in the shop? Borrow someone else's. Don't like saving money? Right. So head to the Fall Haul at Northern Tool. Stock up at the season's biggest event and get huge savings on brands like Milwaukee, Honda, and Ingersoll Rand. Shop at northerntool.com. We're made for this.
Chris Brockman here from The Rich Eisen Show. And do you want even more excitement on game day? Yeah, you do. It's time to get on Prize Picks, the best way to win big on fantasy sports. Here's how it works. You pick 2 to 6 players. You choose more or less on their stats. If you get them right, you can win up to 25 times your cash. It's quick and it's easy to make your picks with fast and safe deposits and withdrawals. Prize Picks is the place to play. Prize Picks has awesome weekly promotions, and they're the only daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game even if one of your players goes down. Watch your entry update in real time and continue the fun by making picks on the second half and fourth quarter stats. And right now, when you go to prizepicks.com/primetime, use code PRIMETIME for a 100% deposit match. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more details.
All right, here we go. It's time for the Shopify fact of the game. Tonight, Jacksonville cornerback Darius Williams can become the only Jag in franchise history with an interception in 4 straight games. He also has at least 1 pass disruption in every game this season and leads the league with 9 total. That's the Shopify fact of the game. Want to sell smarter? Get Shopify. Shopify's commerce platform helps you sell more with the best converting checkout on the internet. Get a $1 per month trial at shopify.com/football. And Darius Williams will have his hands full tonight, Shopify, because he's probably the corner that's going to get ignored, at least in some of these situations.
And don't forget, he's got 2 forced fumbles. He ought to make that shopping list also.
Shopify. 1st and 10 for the Jaguars, who have a 7-0 lead. 5:16 remaining in quarter number 1. They start at their own 41 after the missed field goal. Leaning in for the shotgun snap is Trevor Lawrence. Off the play fake. Steps back to throw. Over the middle, Christian Kirk diving down to get it at the 40-yard line. The ball pops out at the end of the play. Loose on the turf. Christian Kirk, from his legs being pinned underneath, stretching out to try to grab the football, but he can't get there. You remember the game Hungry Hungry Hippos? He had his arm out like the hippo in the board game, but somebody was holding him back, and he couldn't get the ball to yank it back in, and it belongs to the New Orleans Saints, Carl Granderson. Speaking of big men, or he was hippo-like, he swallowed it up.
He was the longer hippo. Now, the question is going to be whether or not that's a fumble.
Field is fumble, recovered by the defense. First down.
They're going to take a look at that to see whether or not he was down.
Paulson Adebo is the one who punched it out, and then Christian Kirk trying to stretch for that football. Somebody had a hand on him, and I think that's definitely a fumble.
The ball is out. Adebo did a great job holding on to the receiver and not letting him crawl to the ball, and give Granderson all the credit in the world. This Granderson is in his 5th year out of Wyoming, and he works about as hard as any defensive player in football. That's great hustle.
Takeaway now in 11 straight games for the Saints, tied with Kansas City and Indy for the longest active streak. Kamara on first down ran into his own blocker. That was the tight end Foster Moreau as he tried to get to the right side, and he doesn't get anything. Stacked up right at the line of scrimmage at the 41-yard line. It'll bring up 2nd and 10.
Yeah, Adam Gotsis, their defensive tackle, blew that play up by knocking the tight end back into the backfield. And I think the GM of the Jaguars, Trent Baalke, is known for long, powerful defensive linemen. Remember, he was in San Francisco for years when he went to 3 NFC championship games, and that was the body type they had in San Francisco on the D-line.
2nd and 10 from the 41. Off the play fake. Carr to throw. Over the middle. Catch is made at the 45 by Olave, but tackled immediately. Really good play by Monteric Brown, who wouldn't allow Olave to get to that outside edge and turn it upfield.
Yeah, Olave was running a little pivot route. He started in, pivoted back out, and just a really good, solid tackle. And I think one of my frustrations with watching tape of New Orleans is everything's either a short check down or under route, or it's a deep pass. There's very little in the middle, intermediate part of the field.
3rd down and 6. Taysom Hill motioning left to right and back to the left slot again. Carr looking that direction. Backside pressure comes, steps up in the pocket, throws too tall. Looking for Rashid Shaheed over the middle at the 45 of the Jaguars. The pass incomplete. Cisco out there in the coverage, but Carr missing high, and it's 4th down.
15-yard dig route by Shaheed, one of the more explosive young players in the league. And Cisco came from a safety position, drove on the deep in route, and to your point, Kevin, ball was high. And I don't know if Dirk is still hurt, if the shoulder's bothering him with some accuracy, but he has missed some throws this season that he typically wouldn't miss.
So after the turnover, a 3-and-out, Jamal Agnew back deep for the Jaguars awaiting the punt, telling everybody to get out of the way. And a big collision. The ball scooped up by the Saints at the 17-yard line. Agnew came up trying to clear the path for everybody, collides with his own man. The ball skitters free, and the Saints recover at the Jaguars' 17-yard line. Agnew was begging everyone to get out of the way, and as Agnew tried to clear everybody out of the way, a huge collision with Lonnie Johnson Jr.
Left by the receiving team, recovered by the kicking team. First down, New Orleans.
So back-to-back turnovers as Johnson recovers it with the collision with the blocker, and Agnew is still down on the turf at the 15-yard line.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal job by Isaac Yiadom. Went to Boston College, been in the league, a good special teams player. He's the guy that jacked the blocker into the punt returner. What a play. And
Johnson recovers the fumble, and it belongs to the Saints at the 17-yard line. Timeout on the field while they tend to Jamal Agnew, a 7-0 lead for Jacksonville. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Before Shopify, were you wondering, where are my sales at? Now you're selling with Shopify, the global commerce platform supercharging your selling. You have no problem selling online, in person, on social media, and beyond. Gary, easy on the cha-ching.
Oh, sorry, but my Shopify sales are through the roof.
Start selling with Shopify today and discover how millions of businesses around the world use Shopify to ignite their selling. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/football. Shopify.com/football.
Scott for Scott's here. The best time to feed your lawn is in the fall, which is right now. The soil is warm, the air is cool, and your lawn can't wait for a feed-in. And neither should you. So pick up a bag of Scott's Surf Builder Winter Guard and put it down now to strengthen those roots for winter and give your lawn a deeper green next spring. Do it. Today. Right this second. Well, not if you're driving. If that's the case, go pick up a bag first, then go put it down. Now.
Pick up a bag of Scott's Turf Builder Winter Guard today. It's guaranteed.
Feed your lawn. Feed it.
Need to hire? What you need is a scouting partner like Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. The moment you post a sponsored job, you'll get instantly matched with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your job description. And you'll only pay for applications that meet your job's must-have requirements. Flag those that don't, and they'll be replaced for free with another candidate on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. Visit the BetMGM GameSense website at mgmresorts.com/GameSense for information on setting limits, guidance on odds and probability, and resources for problem gambling support. Plus, you can learn strategies and get tips on how to gamble more responsibly, discover the symptoms of problem gambling, and find out whom to call if you need help anytime, anywhere. Stay safe and have fun with BetMGM and GameSense. Please gamble responsibly.
Jamal Agnew up and runs to the sideline under his own power. Good to see that. Kevin Kugler and Mike Mayock here in the Grainger broadcast booth in New Orleans. Give your team an edge with Grainger. You'll find supplies and solutions for every industry, plus fast delivery and 24/7 support. When you call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. 7-0 Jaguars. Saints with a football 1st and 10 at the Jacksonville 17-yard line. And on first down, they give us to Jamal Williams, and he takes it for 4 to the 13-yard line. But Mike Mayock, this has been the Achilles heel for the New Orleans Saints all year. In the red zone, scoring just on 37% of their red zone drives.
Yeah, it's been painful to watch. And if you watched their game last week, they lost 20-13 The prescription for that loss was their field goal kicker missed a 29-yarder and a 52-yarder, and they went 0 for 3 in the red zone. They already have a missed field goal, and now they've got to take advantage of the red zone.
2nd and 6 at the Jaguar 13. Carr from the shotgun will throw along the left hash, sets up a screen to Kamara with blockers in front. Kamara at the 10, cuts back to the left and down at the 6-yard line. It's 1st and goal for New Orleans. A patient run after catch for Alvin Kamara before Devin Lloyd could bring him down.
Yeah, I love that you use the word patient. And as explosive a runner as Kamara is, he's also patient. Great runners are patient. He let the blocks develop in front of him. He got a really good block from Max Garcia, cut back against the grain, made a guy miss, and all of a sudden, you got 1st and goal now from the 6-yard line.
2 receivers to the right of the line. Single wide left is Olave. Kamara on 1st down. Up the middle to the 5, nothing more. Several Jaguars jumping on him. Devin Lloyd, the first to get their 2nd straight time we've called Lloyd's name, and it'll bring up 2nd and goal.
No push whatsoever. Straight ahead. They're going to bring in a 6th offensive lineman now. Tight end Foster Moreau comes out. So they're going to give the illusion right now on 2nd down they want to run the football. This is a classic play-action set here.
Penning is that extra lineman. He's up on the right side next to Cam Irving. Kamara the single back. Motion from Shaheed from left to right. Carr, straight drop, wants to throw. Hops around in the pocket. Nobody open. Flushes to the right. Directing traffic. Throwing to the back of the end zone. Shaheed leaping up. Pulls it down with one hand, but out of bounds. A leaping grab with one hand along the back line of the end zone, but he just couldn't get both feet in bounds, and it's 3rd and goal.
And Carr expanded to his right, threw the ball on the back line to Shaheed, cutting left to right, an amazing one-handed catch, but he only gets 1 foot down. He couldn't get another body part in.
So now 3rd and goal. Again, the red zone's been the problem for the Saints this year. They're 1 for 3 tonight on 3rd. 3rd and goal from the 5. Carr at quarterback. Clapping for the snap. Play clock winding down, gets the shotgun snap. Jaguars bring pressure, throws to the left side, deflected away from Michael Thomas by Monteric Brown. He tried to throw to the left side of the end zone. It's knocked away, and you hear the crowd reaction to the Saints continuing to struggle in the red zone as the field goal unit comes on.
Achilles heel. They got what they wanted, a one-on-one matchup with Michael Thomas against Monteric Brown. Brown's only about 5'11". He's got to get that ball up higher, but give Brown credit. He made a really good, aggressive, and physical play on Michael Thomas.
23-yard try for Groupie is good, so out of 2 turnovers, the Saints have a total of 3 points. And a reminder that for every field goal made tonight and throughout the remainder of the season, Barbasol will make a donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol Shaving Cream, an American original for over 100 years. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. 1:26 to go in the first. Jaguars with a 7-3 lead. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1.
If you're like most people, you've had your fair share of financial questions. Questions like, can I afford my son's travel hockey team? What if my daughter doesn't get that soccer scholarship? Will I be able to enjoy golf in retirement? At Empower, we know these questions can be stressful. We're here to help answer your what ifs and empower what's next. Join 18 million Americans and take control of your financial future. Start today at empower.com. Sponsored by Empower Personal Wealth.
Not sure if you've heard, but when the temperatures go low, Kohl's goes lower. No, seriously. They've got their lowest prices of the season right now. I just went and found my whole family cozy fleece for just $14.99. Boots for under $40. And an entire cookware set for under $70. Plus, I earned Kohl's cash. So hurry and get the cold weather stuff you need for the hottest prices. Select styles. Offers end October 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
At CDW, we get you can't lock up your devices. Your workforce needs the freedom to roam.
Final boarding call, flight 555 to New York.
And wherever they go, productivity is key. But with Microsoft Surface devices pre-configured and deployed by CDW experts, you'll get multi-layered security and seamless experiences to help productivity really take off. IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/service.
For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry. Plus, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, Grainger can help you stay on top of your game. Not sure exactly what you need? Huddle up with Grainger's product specialists. They'll tackle your toughest questions to help you move your team forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
As the world keeps changing, so does COVID-19. That's why this season's COVID-19 shots have been updated. They're designed to help protect against recent variants. Learn more and schedule at vaccines.gov, sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech. With Mike Mayock, I'm Kevin Kugler. A 7-3 lead for Jacksonville. Jamal Agnew, who was evaluated for a concussion after that hit where the ball ended up going back to the Saints on the punt. That evaluation has been cleared. He has been cleared and is the deep man for the Jaguars on this Saints kickoff, and he will do no work as it bounces in the end zone and will go through the end zone for the touchback. 7-3 lead for Jacksonville, and the Jaguars might have to feel like they have really escaped this first quarter without a whole lot of damage done, despite two critical turnovers, one inside the 20.
Look, if I'm New Orleans, I'm deflated. I got the ball twice on turnovers, generated 3 points, and it's still the first quarter, and I'm down 7-3.
First and 10 for Jacksonville at their own 25-yard line. Two receivers left to the line. Single wide to the right is Tim Jones. Tight end is Ingram in the slot right. Motion across from Christian Kirk, and the give to Etienne up the middle, and Etienne gets 5 before Werner makes the tackle. At the 30-yard line, a hole over the left side, and Travis Etienne starts off this drive with a 5-yard gain.
Outside of the fumble, and again, the fumble was on the first play of the drive, and they hit Kirk on a good crossing route. But outside of the fumble, offensively, they've been on high-level play tonight. Run game, pass game, very efficient.
2nd and 5 at the 30. Moving from our left to our right, the Jacksonville Jaguars up 7-3. Lawrence in the shotgun along the left hash, leaning in on his right foot, awaiting that shotgun snap. It comes in at the numbers. The handoff is to Bigsby, and Tank Bigsby, the rookie from Auburn, plows up the middle for 2 to the 32-yard line. It'll leave a 3rd and 3 for Jacksonville with the final play of the quarter coming up.
Third down's an area where Jacksonville has got to be better. 36% conversion rate, which is only 24th in the league. Red zone, third down. Jacksonville's got to be better in those two areas if they want to be a legitimate AFC contender.
This is 3rd and 3. They're 1 for 1 tonight on third down. Etienne, the running back, to the left this time of Trevor Lawrence. Stomping his right foot, he gets the shotgun snap. Saints rush just 3. The throw to the right sideline, caught by Christian Kirk, who sidles out of bounds very easily at the 41-yard line with 1 second to go. The clock will run out, and the quarter runs out as the Jaguars convert on 3rd down and 3. 7-3 Jacksonville after 1 in New Orleans. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Darius, look who just figured out how to find my Medicare plan options. Just typed in my zip code and boom.
This is not just a search tool.
Look at you go, Mom.
This is Walgreens making it easy to find a Medicare plan with low-cost copays. During open enrollment, use Walgreens Find RX coverage to help you find the right Medicare plan for you. This is being independent. Together. Walgreens.
Discover, this is Danny.
Hi, it's Jen Coolidge. I just want to thank you for making me feel so special. I earned cash back on debit for my dinner party groceries.
That's great. But with Discover Cashback Debit, we give everyone cash back on everyday purchases. Anything else I can help you with?
Are you hungry? 'Cause everyone left after the asparagus sorbet.
Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a checking account with cash back. It pays to Discover. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
Rich Eisen here, and if you're enjoying this game and want to be in the game every day, there's something the guys here on my show studio have been enjoying. Prize Picks Daily Fantasy Sports, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. If you're eager to test your knowledge and skills, Play the game enjoyed by millions and join the Prize Picks community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Don't sit on the sidelines this season. Join the guys in my studio today and see how your picks stack up with them and your fellow fans. And the guys just told me that Prize Picks matched their first deposit up to $100. Do the same for yourself when you visit prizepicks.com/primetime and use code primetime. That's code primetime at prizepicks.com/primetime. Prize Picks, daily fantasy made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Welcome back to the Superdome in New Orleans, along with Mike Mayock. I'm Kevin Kugler. Our score, Jaguars 7, Saints 3. The start of the second quarter is sponsored by Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Ready to test your skills? Join the Prize Picks community. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Missed opportunities could be the headline of quarter number 1 for the New Orleans Saints. 2 turnovers, 1 in the red zone, a net of 3 total points from those 2 Jacksonville turnovers. The Jaguars with an opening drive that marched down the field, good enough to lead 7-3.
And this offense for Jacksonville has been really good. I mean, Trevor Lawrence is 7 for 8 against one of the better pass defenses in all the NFL. I mean, the Saints have only allowed about a 56% completion rate. He started out 7 for 8, and that last 3rd and 3, Christian Kirk was wide open for a 9-yard first down.
From the 41-yard line as the two teams switch sides of the field, now moving from our right to our left as we see it, are the Jaguars. Saints going from left to right, 1st and 10 at the 41 of Jacksonville. Along the right hash is Trevor Lawrence, motion behind, and he'll hand it to the motion man Kirk, who will turn and throw it back to Lawrence. Lawrence looking down the left sideline, a dart to Agnew at midfield, who comes back to get it. And out of all of that, Jamal Agnew, who gave up yardage to go get the ball down at the 49, picks up 8.
And that's why you kind of always like, if you're going to do a gadget play, I always like the ball back in the quarterback's hand if you're going to make a decision on throwing the football like that. And a really good job by Trevor Lawrence driving it down the field for a good game.
And driving it down the field is something you wanted to see from him tonight with that knee injury.
Correct.
On 2nd down, the give up the middle to Etienne, and Etienne muscles forward to the 48 of New Orleans. That's enough for a Jacksonville first down. So right at the bottom of the fleur-de-lis at midfield is where the ball will be placed for Jacksonville to work from the Saints' 48-yard line, and Tank Bixby comes in to give Etienne a breather. 3rd-round pick out of Auburn this year for Jacksonville. A few years back, the SEC Freshman of the Year in that weird 2020 college football season. Evan Ingram in motion from left to right. 3 receivers now to the right of the line. From the shotgun, Lawrence will throw. Pressure comes. Lawrence has to run, and Lawrence is going to run with room to the 40. Up the left sideline to the 30. Down the sideline to the 25, and Trevor Lawrence motors out of bounds at the Saints' 22-yard line. A 26-yard run for Lawrence, and a flag is down.
He maximized that run. He could have run out of bounds earlier, folks. He maximized it as far as he could go.
Holding. Defense, number 4. 5-yard penalty will be out at the end of the play. First down.
And the first penalty, a hold against the Saints.
They called it on Derek Carr. They said number 4.
Yeah. Derek's on the sideline going, wait a minute.
Now, the reason that Lawrence had to scramble there was Bigsby, the rookie 3rd-round pick, couldn't pick up the blitz that time. DeMario Davis ran him over, and that's why Lawrence had to get out of the pocket.
How about the fact that Trevor Lawrence had something on that play that no Saint has had this year, a 20-yard run. And Trevor Lawrence has a bum knee. 1st and 10 at the 17-yard line. The Saints were just here on this side of the field, had to settle for a field goal. The pitch to the left side, running with speed at the 10, inside the 5, and across the goal line is Etienne for a Jacksonville touchdown. He just kept gaining speed down that left sideline, scoots in for 6, and it's 13-3 Jaguars.
It's called a misdirection toss. The misdirection is they faked a jet sweep to the right and then tossed it back to Etienne to the left. And because he's got world-class speed, he was able to outrun everybody, including Tyrann Mathieu, to the corner of the end zone.
And on for the extra point is Brandon McManus. The kick by McManus is good. Travis Etienne, the first Jaguar to have 2 rushing touchdowns or more in 3 straight games. His second comes in the second quarter. And it's 14-3 Jacksonville. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
SiriusXM NBA Radio is your home all year long for 24/7 coverage of the National Basketball Association.
Out to the range. Open 3. Gone! OKD!
We're bringing you exclusive access to the biggest basketball stars in the world.
Joined now by the 2-time MVP, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
To win a championship moving forward, it never becomes easy. It always becomes harder.
Enjoy interactive live NBA commentary all day long.
No matter how much talent you have, if you don't play as a team, you can't win.
Let those guys in the front office run the team, dude.
And of course, all the nightly rim-rocking, heart-pounding, buzzer-beating play-by-play action your ears can handle.
Hand block, Curry takes another 3. It's up and good!
Basketball is our life on NBA Radio, Channel 86. And listen whenever you want with the SXM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans.
SiriusXM has the NFL covered from every angle. Hear all-pro analysis on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88.
This team is not built to succeed.
Join the passionate debate on Mad Dog Sports Radio Channel 82.
You gotta be kidding me!
And get expert fantasy football advice on Fantasy Sports Radio Channel 87.
Joe in Florida, let's fix your fantasy lineup.
It's an all-out blitz of football talk on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
To truly go inside the game of pro football, you need to see things from the player's perspective.
Let's go!
Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, catch the Player's Point.
Let's go, let's bring the energy!
Join NFL tight end Cullen Thompson and Miami Dolphins fullback Alec Ingold as they break down the biggest stories in the NFL.
It's an encouraging way to look at football.
The Player's Point. Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, only on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Thursday Night Football.
Listen to groundbreaking interviews and thrilling play-by-play all season long. Touchdown! On SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Let's check the drive summary sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Jacksonville, 7 plays, 75 yards, took 3:17 off the clock, and it's really been feast or famine for Jacksonville, Mike Mayock, as the kickoff goes through the end zone for the touchback. 2 touchdown drives, 2 turnovers, but 14-3 the lead with 13:09 to play first half.
And notable on that last drive was the quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, scrambling for a 26-yard gain. And then just on a little misdirection play, the tailback, Etienne, going 17 yards for a touchdown. They're 2 big plays that typically the New Orleans defense would not allow.
From the 25-yard line on first down, 3 receivers to the right of the line. Kendry Miller, the running back, in the backfield. The fake to him. Carr rolls to the right, a little sprint out, and throws on the run, caught by Shaheed. And Rashid Shaheed out of bounds near the 30-yard line. Pickup of 5. Darius Williams shoves him out on the near sideline.
Yeah, the story of the game so far is Jacksonville's offense has been unstoppable except when it fumbled on its own. And New Orleans has been poor in the red zone, not consistent on offense, and been uncharacteristically giving on defense.
2nd down and 5 from the 30. Kamara in at running back. Carr gets the shotgun snap. He's going to throw to the right side. Catch is made at the 47 and out of bounds at the 48. Goes Foster Moreau, a pickup of 18. And the tight end with his first catch of the night, Rayshon Jenkins, on coverage.
And a good read by Derek Carr. It was a high-low read to his right side. The low read, the running back in the flat was covered, so he drove it about 14 yards down the field to Foster Moreau, who was open against the safety. Good throw, good catch.
Just Foster Moreau's 8th catch since coming over from the Raiders this year. 1st and 10 at the 48. Moreau in motion from right to left. The give is to Williams over the left side. Steps through 1 tackle and nudges the football into Jacksonville territory at the 48-yard line, a pickup of 4 before Devin Lloyd could get down there and make the stop.
Jacksonville's got two really active linebackers. You know how to pronounce the Yale kid better than I do. What is it, Oluokun? Oluokun is phenomenal, and I think this kid Lloyd from Utah is developing into one of the better young linebackers in football.
2nd and 6 at the 48. Carl go under center this time, not in the shotgun. Motion from Lynn Bowden to the right side, and the give up the middle is to Jamal Williams. He'll bounce it to the right and is down at the 45 of the Jaguars. Lloyd again on the tackle after the 3-yard gain, and here we go. 3rd down has been a challenge for this Saints squad. 20th in the NFL this season at 38%, and they've got a 3rd down and 3 coming up.
Difficult as a play caller when you're not sure if you can protect your quarterback. Remember that the 3rd down from the last series for Derek Carr, they brought 6 and they couldn't block him.
1 for 4 on 3rd down tonight. From the shotgun on the right hash, Derek Carr will creep up towards the line. 2 receivers to the left, 2 wide to the right. Kamara shifting now to the right of his quarterback. In the shotgun, Carr, pressure up the middle, throws down the left sideline, and the ball knocked away. Well covered out there was Michael Thomas by Darius Williams. One-on-one coverage, and Thomas had no chance with Williams right in his path.
Yeah, takeoff route, Williams in the lower hip. They were trying to get the ball up the field against press coverage. Michael Thomas went up high, but Darius Williams did a great job.
And the Saints down 14-3 are going to go for it, Mike. 4th and 2, a long 2, just inside the 45 of Jacksonville. 3 receivers bunched left. Carr to throw. Pressure up the middle. Throws. The ball deflected and incomplete. Devin Lloyd leaping up in the path of that football, but there is a flag down, and I think it's going to go against the Saints. If it does, it's a turnover on downs on the incompletion, and Jacksonville will have it near midfield.
Pass interference. Offense number 13. All penalties decline. Change of possession. 1st down, Jacksonville.
Michael Thomas with the offensive pass interference and a turnover on downs, and the Jaguars will have it at their own 45 when we return. 10:43 to play in the first half. Jacksonville 14. New Orleans 3. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Scott for Scott's here. The best time to feed your lawn is in the fall, which is right now. The soil is warm, the air is cool, and your lawn can't wait for a feed-in. And neither should you. So pick up a bag of Scott's Surf Builder Winter Guard and put it down now to strengthen those roots for winter and give your lawn a deeper green next spring. Do it. Today. Right this second. Well, not if you're driving. If that's the case, go pick up a bag first, then go put it down. Now.
Pick up a bag of Scott's Turf Builder Winter Guard today. It's guaranteed.
Feed your lawn. Feed it.
Time to check the schedule of games coming up on Westwood One, sponsored by Hulu Plus Live TV. Sunday night, the Dolphins are at the Eagles. Monday night, the Niners at the Vikings. And next Thursday, Tampa Bay is in Buffalo. Hulu has live sports. Watch football games all season long with over 90 live channels. Get Hulu Plus Live TV today. Live TV plan required. Restrictions apply. Access content from each service separately and select ESPN Plus content via Hulu. Learn more at hulu.com. A 14-3 lead for Jacksonville, and the Jaguars, Mike Mayock, with their best starting field position of the night at the 45-yard line.
Yeah, hand it to them on a 4th and 2 by New Orleans. A, they had an offensive pass interference on Michael Thomas on a mesh route, and B, Derek Carr couldn't layer the pass over the undercover. It's been a tough night for New Orleans offense.
From the 45 on first down, Etienne with the carry, trying the left side, and there is nothing there. Tano Passigno was there, Malcolm Roach was there, Marshawn Lattimore came up to help out. No gain on the play, and it's 2nd and 10. New Orleans with 2 takeaways tonight, yet only 3 points to show for it. The Jaguars have dominated, just stopping the Saints on a 4th and 2 conversion try. And now back to work, 2nd and 10 at their own 45. Moving from our right to left, 2 receivers to either side of the line. Now they're switching up. Ingram will go to the right, Kirk to the left. Lawrence in the shotgun along the left hash. Leaning in, gets the shotgun snap, looking, ball batted at the line. He was trying to swing it to his running back out of the backfield in Etienne, but Cam Jordan, who's been slowed by a back injury, strong enough to reach up and bat that one down like a volleyball player at the net, and it's 3rd and 10.
Yeah, Cam Jordan is 34 years old, 13th year out of Cal, a former first-round pick, and still playing at a high level. I think between him, Demario Davis, and Tyrann Mathieu, they've got 3 high-level players whose skills are declining a bit, but still can play very well.
3rd and 10. Jaguars 2 for 2 on 3rd tonight. This is the longest to-go distance tonight for Jacksonville on 3rd. Lawrence to throw, pressure coming, sends it to the left side, and that's incomplete. Ingram was the intended target, who was cutting across at the 45, but that pressure looked like it made Trevor throw the ball a little earlier than he wanted to.
Yeah, I thought it was actually partially blocked also a little bit.
So their best starting field position turns into a 3 and out.
Yeah, I think the first-round pick, Brzee, got a piece of it there. Pronounce that one for me, Kev.
The first-round pick?
Yeah.
Brzee. Because
I want to call him Brees, and that's wrong.
No. Don't get that wrong in this city.
No.
Fair catch called for on the punt and made at the 13-yard line, and that's where the Saints are going to start. 1st down and 10. So here comes Derek Carr back out onto the field. 9:47 to go in this second quarter, trailing 14-3. Stream the NFL on Westwood One for free, sponsored by AutoZone. All season long, you can listen to our broadcasts of the NFL live on WestwoodOneSports.com, on the NFL app by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports, or on our affiliate stations' digital platforms. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging. That's right. Get your battery tested and charged for free. Make AutoZone your end zone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Saints will run more personnel out onto the field. Taysom Hill coming out there along with Lynn Bowden, Michael Thomas, Foster Moreau, Kamara into the backfield. 1st and 10 at the 13-yard line. As they break the huddle and line it up, down 14-3. Kamara the single back, Carr under center. He'll send Hill in motion from left to right. Carr, 3-step drop, now backpedals even more, dumps it to Kamara over the middle at the 15-yard line. Kamara with a blocker at the 20. Kamara up the right sideline to the 30 and out of bounds near the 35. A little pass that turned into a big gain of 21. Josh Allen finally caught up with Alvin Kamara.
Little check down over the middle to Kamara. He broke to his right, picked up a block from Michael Thomas that got him to the edge, and then speed did the rest.
1st down and 10 at the 34-yard line. Saints trailing 14-3. Important drive here for New Orleans. Kamara, the single back. Shaheed in motion. The give is to Kamara, and it's blown up in the backfield. Penetration kills run plays. Now a flag late at the end of the play. Angelo Blackson burying Kamara for a loss, and then he just kept going long past the whistle, and flags fly.
They're going to say he threw him down to the ground, and it's
after the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 90, a 15-yard penalty, 1st down.
That's kind of no excuses, just a dumb play. You got him for -3 yards, just handed him an unnecessary roughness, 15-yard gain in the 1st down. And if there's, you mentioned it a minute ago, Kev, you said this is an important drive for New Orleans, and you just handed them a 1st down and 15 yards.
An offense that has struggled to gain any traction.
Correct.
You give them traction out to the 47-yard line where it's 1st and 10. Miller, the rookie running back, in for Kamara for the moment. Motion across from Shaheed from left to right. Now goes back to the left side. Gets the handoff from Carr. A little jet sweep from Shaheed. And Shaheed lunging across the midfield stripe into Jacksonville territory as he's knocked out of bounds at the 49 by Devin Lloyd to pick up a 4.
He's an interesting guy. When you watch the tape, and people don't know much about the kid. I don't know much. I mean, he was a college free agent out of Weber State. Made the team as a free agent. He comes out this year. And explosive play after explosive play. You know, he's 5'9.5", and he jumps off the tape. He's got juice.
2nd and 6. He's 3rd in the league this year, averaging almost 19 yards per catch.
Yep.
He can run. Off the play fake, Carr on 2nd and 6. Check down Kamara to the 45-yard line, and he's tackled right there. He was trying to get back to that right edge, but Darius Williams would have none of that. Sweeping the leg, Johnny, at the 46-yard line, and it'll leave a 3rd and 3.
Who's Johnny?
Karate Kid.
Oh, okay.
Sweep the leg, Johnny. Or Darius in this case.
All right. Oh, you kung fu aficionados.
A misspent youth, Mike. Come on. I didn't have friends. 3rd and 3 at the 46. Shotgun snap to Carr. 4-man rush. Carl sit in the pocket. Throws incomplete. Looking for a flag is Chris Olave. He thought the contact came early from Trey Herndon, but no flag on the field, and it's 4th down, and this time from almost the exact same spot on the field, the Saints will send the punt team out.
Yeah, Herndon came right over the back of Olave. Good aggressive defensive play. The lead arm was in front, the body behind. The fans want interference. I think that's a good no call, and New Orleans has set up the punt.
Lou Headley will punt it away. Trying to angle it to the far sideline. Agnew waving for the fair catch, and he makes it with no contact from anyone this time inside the 20 near the 18-yard line. So Headley's punt pins the Jaguars inside their own 20 with 7:17 to play in half number 1. Jacksonville 14, New Orleans 3. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. This is your dentist. Do me a favor and feel the front of your teeth. How grimy are they? Ugh. It's time for a Crest Pro Health reality checkup. That grime is the buildup of plaque bacteria that can cause cavities in just months. You need to switch to Crest Pro Health. While most toothpaste stop working in minutes, Crest Pro Health's antibacterial fluoride protects for up to 12 hours to stop cavities before they start. So pick some up on the way home. Smile. Crest has you covered.
It's time for the Fall Haul at Northern Tool and Equipment. Get your hands on tough tools at prices that are tough to ignore. Got plans? Cancel them. Trucks in the shop? Borrow someone else's. Don't like saving money? Right. So head to the Fall Haul at Northern Tool. Stock up at the season's biggest event and get huge savings on brands like Milwaukee, Honda, and Ingersoll Rand. Shop at northerntool.com. We're made for this.
Wake up not knowing what you want? Now you can have a little of everything. With Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles, you can mix and match your very own perfect pairing of our delicious morning favorites. Choose from the sausage biscuit, egg or cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, or medium hot coffee. The choice is all yours, not somebody else's. Get breakfast just the way you want it with Wendy's breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Boom, boom, boom. Nissan has a car for every driver who wants more. More action. More fun. More guts. More head turns. More adventure. More electric. At Nissan, more is all we do.
Catch it all this season with NFL Plus. NFL Plus brings you live games on mobile, NFL Red Zone, NFL Network, game replays, and more, all in one place. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com. Terms and conditions apply. With Mike Mayock, I'm Kevin Kugler. New Orleans tonight, 5 drives, 4 of them into Jacksonville territory. They have 3 points to show for it. And the Jaguars with their worst starting field position at the 18-yard line, leading 14-3.
Yeah, they had over 400 yards a week ago and lost the game 20-13. They couldn't score on the plus side of the field.
ETN, the running back, to the right of Trevor Lawrence. Evan Ingram in motion, bringing 3 receivers to the left of the line. First down and 10 from the 18. Now ETN motions out of the backfield. The swing to the running back with blockers in front at the 20-yard line. At the 25, he's tripped up like the turf got him near the 25. Pete Warner will get credit for the tackle, but ETN picks up 7 on first down.
That turf monster, he always gets you. Always gets you.
He had a little bit more in that play if the turf monster hadn't grabbed him at the 25. Maybe a yard or 2 more. That sideline was closing quickly.
I'm with the players. I wish all 32 surfaces were grass. I really do.
Second down and 3 at the 25. Lawrence in the shotgun along the left hash, and a delayed handoff to Bigsby trying to get to the right side, and he is swarmed by Saints. Demario Davis was the first one there, and for a guy who's been battling a knee injury, he's already been pretty active tonight.
Yeah, I mean, they promoted Jalen Smith, the linebacker from the practice squad, just in case he wasn't going to make it, and he's been the most active defender on the field, and I guess that's not a surprise.
I don't think we've seen Jalen Smith in any reasonable form so far tonight for the Saints.
No.
Third down and 3 at the 25. Jaguars leading 14-3, coming up on 6 minutes to play first half. 3 receivers to the left of the line, single wide to the right. Lawrence along the right hash, in the shotgun, gets the snap. Saints rush 4, throws to the left sideline, long throw, and a diving attempt by Agnew at the 40-yard line. He can't pull it in. Remember, Lawrence was on the right hash, and he had to throw it all the way back across the field to the left sideline and just could not connect.
It was a far hash throw, and he threw it early. He threw before the break was made by Agnew. The ball was a little bit too far. It was well thrown in the right place, but just a little bit too far for Agnew.
Back-to-back 3 and outs for the Jaguars offense. Rashid Shaheed is the deep man standing at the Saints' 29, awaiting the punt. Logan Cook gets his leg into this one, pulling the return man Shaheed to the near sideline. He is contacted as he tries to field that punt. The ball loose on the field. It doesn't really matter who recovers this at the 24-yard line because there was the interference with the ability to catch that punt. Shaheed was bumped into by a Jaguar running up the field. Hadn't called for the fair catch, but it did call for the fair catch late and then got bumped into by Antonio Johnson, the rookie from A&M.
I think Jacksonville is keeping New Orleans in this game. Turnovers, penalties.
Interference with the opportunity to catch the kick. Kicking team number 26. A 15-yard penalty. First down.
So great field position for the Saints here. We are in the Grainger broadcast booth at the Superdome. Huddle up with Grainger to get more done. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call clickgrainger.com or stop by one of over 250 branch locations. 14-3 Jaguars, but the Saints will start at the Jacksonville 46-yard line. Again, this is their 6th drive, the 5th in Jacksonville territory.
And the last drive they had the unnecessary roughness penalty on Blackson. This one on the punt return. Sooner or later, New Orleans has to make them pay.
2 receivers to the left of the line. Single wide to the right is Olave. Carr in the shotgun. Kamara to his left. He will throw. Dumps it over the middle to Kamara. Bounces to the 45 and down at the 43-yard line. Again, just a quick little check down. Only that's 3 yards.
And I mentioned earlier, watching their tape, it was frustrating to me because almost everything's a check down or a crossing route. And when it's not that, it's a predetermined deep shot, which again doesn't take a lot of time for protection. So because they've struggled with pass protection, you're getting either really short routes or predetermined deep routes.
Carr 9 for 18 for 79 yards. The most consecutive completions tonight, 2. Under center on 2nd and 6. Kamara the carry up the middle. Nothing there. To the 42-yard line, which is where they started, and it's 3rd down. Oluokun in there to make the stop, and that'll bring up another 3rd down for New Orleans. And the Saints, with 3rd and medium or 3rd and long, are just 1 for 6 on 3rd tonight.
You can tell Pete Carmichael, the offensive coordinator, it is hard to call plays when you don't trust your offensive line pass protection.
Carr in the shotgun on 3rd down and 6. He's got 3 receivers, Shaheed, Olave, and Thomas to the right of the line. He's got a tight end standing in the slot left. That's Jimmy Graham. On 3rd and 6, Carr with pressure coming, sits, throws over the middle to Kamara, but it's short of the first down at the 39. Devin Lloyd, an immediate tackle at the 3-yard line, and you're starting to see the frustration now on the face and in the body of Derek Carr.
Starting to hear it from the fans, too. That's got to be the 4th or 5th check down to Kamara in this game. Now they've got another 4th and 3 situation.
And they'll go for this again from the Jaguars 39. Remember, they went for it on 4th earlier, and a high pass was incomplete. He went to the left his last time. See where he goes on this one. 4th down and 3 at the 39 of Jacksonville. Play clock still at 15. 3 receivers left, single wide right is Graham. Carr to throw, sets, backside pressure comes, gets rid of it. It is caught up the right sideline. Kamara with a first down inside the 30, breaks a tackle inside the 25, and is out of bounds on that right sideline near the 22. Rayshon Jenkins finally nudged him out. A pickup of 17, and the Saints keep the drive alive.
And even on this short route from the backside, he got killed. Derek Carr I'm talking about. Pass protection was poor. Kamara won on a choice route to the outside this time instead of back to the inside. Give Kamara credit, give Carr credit, but they're struggling to protect their quarterback.
Jamal Williams, the running back now. It was Josh Allen who provided that heat a moment ago. Williams, the carry over the left side. His first game back since the hamstring injury in week 2, and he gets a yard to the 21. Angelo Blackson with the tackle.
Yeah, Cam Irving is having trouble cutting off Blackson on backside. Blackson ran right through him. Again, I mean, Cam Irving's a former first-round pick, but he just got signed to the practice squad 10 days ago. He just barely knows this New Orleans offense and got promoted tonight.
And he hasn't played the tackle position in any form since 2019 or right tackle since 2016. 2nd down and 8. Saints trailing 14-3. Jaguars showing pressure. Here it comes. It's picked up. Carr throws. Incomplete. He had Olave at the 10 who was coming back towards the football, and they just couldn't connect. They pick up the pressure, and the Saints come up empty, and it's 3rd and long.
Derek checked into a protection. It was the right protection. They picked them all up, and he had Olave on an in-breaking route.
Olave, 7 targets, only 2 catches for 17 yards tonight.
And I think that was a catchable ball.
3rd and 8 at the 20 of Jacksonville. Will the Jaguars bring pressure again? They're showing it right now, and here it comes. Carr, under heat, rolls to the right, directing traffic. He's going to run, trying to stretch the football out, and he will be well short of the first down. He needed to have plastic man arms to get that ball with the stretch to the first down. He's out of bounds at the 17. The first down marker is at the 12. And the field goal unit coming on, much to the chagrin of Saints fans here in the Superdome.
Oluokun, the linebacker, came on the blitz, and Kamara couldn't handle him. That forced Carr out of the pocket to the right side.
We've reached the 2-minute warning, sponsored by First Alert. Help protect your home and family by installing First Alert smoke and carbon monoxide alarms on every level and in every bedroom of your home. Protect your moments with safety you can trust by visiting firstalert.com. 14-3 Jacksonville. Saints will try a field goal when we return. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Your home, your family, your moments. First Alert is reminding you to be prepared and install smoke and carbon monoxide alarms on every level in every bedroom of your home. Don't forget to add First Alert fire extinguishers on every level, plus the kitchen, and know how to use them. Protect your moments and your home with safety you can trust by visiting firstalert.com and Lowe's stores today.
Lowe's knows pros want savings now. That's why, as an MVP's Pro Rewards member, you get volume savings on orders of $1,500 or more at the Pro Desk. And there's more. We've lowered our prices on select top products like electrical wire and drywall, so you can get the job necessities for less. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. In-store only. Exclusions, restrictions, and more terms apply. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
When Shopify says you can sell anywhere, oh, they mean it. Woo, hold up. Just got a new sale. Whoa, Shopify doesn't mind if you're at sea level or on top of the world.
Whether you're selling carabiners or crop tops, start selling with Shopify today and join the platform simplifying commerce for millions of businesses worldwide. This is Possibility, powered by Shopify. Sign up for a free trial at shopify.com/football. Shopify.com/football.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football.
This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game?
Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM.
A reminder to stay with us for the Thursday Night Football Halftime Report on Westwood One, sponsored by Wendy's. Scott Graham will preview Sunday night's big Eagles-Dolphins game with Westwood One's Mike Golick. That's coming up on the Wendy's Halftime Report. Spend your season on Frosty time with the rich, creamy pumpkin spice Frosty from Wendy's. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Vanilla Frosty is temporarily unavailable. 35-yard field goal try for Blake Groupie to try to get the Saints on the board with 2 minutes remaining in this opening half. The kick by Groupie is on the way, and it is good. And the Saints put 3 more on the board and trail now 14-6, but still a minute 57 to go and 3 timeouts for the Jaguars. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. So the Saints are going to get the football to start the second half. Remember, they won the toss, elected to defer. We saw the Jaguars first, and they marched it down the field and scored a touchdown to start this ball game. But when you look at what this Jaguars team has now, minute 57 and all 3 timeouts, an eternity to work with for Doug Peterson and Trevor Lawrence.
They started out on fire the last couple of drives. The Saint defense have asserted themselves much more like a Saints defense will play. But, Kev, watching this Saints offense is hard. I mean, we talked about Kamara and the checkdowns. He's got 7 catches.
Everybody else on that Saints roster, 4 catches combined.
Right, the running back has 7 with 8 targets.
Kickoff will go through the end zone. Jamal Agnew with both arms outstretched. We'll watch it sail through for the touchback. So to the 25-yard line goes this Jacksonville offense. And they'll go to work with a minute 57 and 3 timeouts. So there's an urgency but not a frantic or frenetic pace needed for Jacksonville in any way, shape, or form.
No, it's select your own tempo. It's get out of bounds if you can. Save the timeouts if you can. But there's an eternity of time, and just be smart about it.
From the 25-yard line, they'll break the huddle. Agnew, Calvin Ridley, who's been quiet tonight, and Christian Kirk to the right of the line. Etienne in the backfield to the left of Lawrence, and now Ridley in motion from right to left. Along the left hash, the shotgun snap comes in. The Saints rush 4. Lawrence throws to the right side. Christian Kirk with the catch, and out of bounds right near the line to gain at the 35, and it looks like with a left foot mark from the side official, it is a first down.
Good point about Calvin Ridley. That time he had Marcus May, the safety, and man-to-man beat him on a crossing route. I think they've got to get to him eventually.
He came into tonight with 26 catches, 363 yards, and has had big games in his career against the Saints. Of course, saw him a lot when he was with Atlanta.
He had 2 100-yard-plus games, including one against Buffalo a couple of weeks ago.
First down and 10 at the 35. 1:52 to go in this first half. Lawrence to throw. A quick dart thrown to the left side to Evan Ingram, who makes a beeline to the sideline and goes out of bounds on a diagonal after an 11-yard pickup at the 46. And it's first down and 10 with a minute 47 to play first half.
I think the guy they miss a little bit is Zay Jones. I think that's a guy that Trevor Lawrence really trusts. Made a big touchdown catch against Buffalo and then re-injured his knee, and we haven't seen him since.
Out tonight with that knee injury. 8 catches, a couple of touchdowns to those 8 catches this year. First and 10 at the 46. 3 receivers right of the line. Ingram in the slot left. Lawrence standing comfortably in the shotgun along the left hash, and a flag is down, and movement's going to cost the Jaguars 5.
False start. Offense number 17. A 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
That's Evan Ingram, who was in that slot to the left side. He looked uncomfortable from the start of that play. I was watching him, Mike, and he looked a little confused, looked a little flustered, and then he started to go early.
Yeah, there's still no excuse for that, though. I mean, you're a slot, you're looking in at the football. My dad, the high school coach, would have a heart attack if a slot or a wideout went on offsides. You can see the football, no matter how confused you are.
Ingram in motion from left to right. He's in the slot right now. 1st and 15 at the 41. Lawrence to the right sideline. Open out there at midfield is Agnew, and he goes out of bounds at the 49-yard line of New Orleans. So a very efficient drive so far for the Jaguars, and still a minute 43 left in the half. Tune in to watch all the excitement of the NFL Sunday on Fox. Check your local listings for games and times in your area. Catch the NFL on Fox.
Yeah, they've been able to get out of bounds, Kev, on a couple of the catches. Plenty of time.
2nd down and a long 4 just inside the 49. Lawrence to the right, rolls, looking, throws deflected and incomplete. Brian Brzee was chasing Lawrence to that far sideline. He just swatted it down as he tried to throw it across his body.
You know who made the play, though? Literally, Cam Jordan dropped off in coverage and covered the running back. ETN man-to-man in the flat. That's who they were trying to get the football to. It's kind of bizarre to see a 13-year, 300-pound veteran in the flat covering a running back.
You're probably not going to succeed with great efficiency if you do that every single play.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
3rd and 4. As Lawrence will line up in the gun, 3 to the left, single wide to the right. Gets the shotgun snap on 3rd and 4, throws over to the left side. Leaping grab is made at the 46-yard line by Agnew, but he's 1.5 yards short of the first down, and now the Saints will use their first timeout to stop the clock with 1:33 to go in the first half, and the former dual-threat quarterback from Brown Deer High School, Zach Bond, making the stop to ensure that the Jaguars didn't get the first down.
Yeah, but what's Doug going to do? Doug's been known on 4th down to go for it on the plus side of the 50.
See what he decides to do here. A reminder, you can once again listen to every Westwood One NFL broadcast this season for free via the NFL app. Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, the Germany game starring Mike Mayock, Thanksgiving Day, Black Friday, Christmas Day, plus the entire postseason from now until Super Bowl 58 in February. The NFL is on Westwood One, and it's on the NFL app too. Download for free today. With it being 2 to go for the first down, Jacksonville's going to bring the punt team on.
I kind of thought Doug was going to go for it, given the way his defense has played tonight.
Going to force the Saints to drive a longer field with 1:33 and 2 timeouts.
Yep.
So the Saints defense gets the stop. Oh, it's a fake. He throws to the left side. The catch is made by Tim Jones, and it's a first down. Logan Cook from Mississippi State started to go into his punting motion. Everyone backed up, and then Cook throws a strike to Tim Jones, picks up 13, and a Jacksonville first down to the 33. What was that you were saying about Doug Peterson going for it on the plus side of the 50?
Hey, you got a left-handed punter. He threw the ball beautifully in the flat, wide open. To Jones, that's a great call. Really good job.
From the 33-yard line of New Orleans, first down. Shotgun snap, Lawrence over the middle. Ingram the catch at the 30. It goes forward to the 26, and that'll be a timeout called by Jacksonville. Their first timeout used on the play over the middle to Evan Ingram at the 26 with 46 seconds remaining in the first half.
One other thought, and that is Heath Farwell, 10-year veteran in the NFL, is a special teams coach for Jacksonville. And the way that works is he's got to be able to tell Doug during the week, we've got something that we think that can work given a certain situation, Doug, and I'll let you know when that happens. So he gives the alert, but the final call is Doug Peterson. And give Doug credit for saying, yeah, we're going to be aggressive and take it.
Well, if you can put a touchdown on the board here and go in 21-6, the way your defense has played tonight and the way the Saints have kind of shot themselves in the foot from time to time,
100%.
Feel pretty good if you're Jacksonville. ETN will motion into the backfield to the left of Lawrence. 2nd down and 3 from the 26 of New Orleans. Lawrence to throw to the right side. Catch is made by Christian Kirk. He had to give up yardage to come back and get that ball, and he's going to end up 1 yard short of the first down, out of bounds at the 25. Just gets 1 before Paulson Adebo can run him out with 41 seconds left in the half.
Yeah, 3rd down, a little over 1, called 1.5 yards. They've got 2 timeouts left. Again, the whole playbook is open to them. I think you want to be aggressive and try and get a shot or two at the end zone here before you get forced to kick a field goal.
3rd down, as Mike said, a long 1, a short 2. Agnew motioning to the left side, 3 receivers that direction. Lawrence looking left all the way, throws to the left sideline, and the ball is intercepted.
Wow.
Picked off in front of Agnew by Marshawn Lattimore. His 2nd interception of the year, a diving pick at the 7-yard line as he cut off Jamal Agnew and cut off the Jaguars' chances to add points before halftime.
Lattimore did a great job on a deep out route. Agnew did not come back to the football hard enough. Lattimore did. The former first-round pick out of Ohio State drove on the ball and out-wrestled the wideout for the football. Give him credit on the turn, the drive, and understanding that the angle he had to take had to beat the wideout back to the football. Agnew did not come back to the ball at all.
So remember, the Saints get the football to start the second half, but they start this drive with 2 timeouts, 34 seconds from their own 7.
The previous play of interception is under review.
So every turnover is reviewed, and they're going to take an extra look at this with the help of the folks in New York. This Close Shave Instant Replay review is sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better by Barbasol. Getting our first look at it in the booth, and the question's going to be, did that ball move as he got down to the turf, and did he secure it?
That's really close. It did hit the ground. The question is whether the hand is underneath and secured, and I'm not sure it's going to be. I think they're going to go the other way with this,
which would be an absolute crushing blow. In fact, the offense of the Jaguars has already started to make its way back onto the field, which would be then likely the field goal team that would come onto the field, because it would be 4th down after that incomplete pass, if it is indeed incomplete. Brandon McManus and Logan Cook are making their way out onto the field for Jacksonville, and the field goal team is coming out for the Saints as well. So
after reviewing the play, the ruling is the ball hit the ground. Therefore, an incomplete pass, 4th down.
So
That's
that overturn is huge. Yep. Yeah, because it likely adds 3 to the score for the Jaguars. Nothing's a gimme in this league, but Brandon McManus has been at this for a long time and is lining up for what should be a relatively easy attempt of about 44 yards.
Hey, look, if you're Jacksonville and you're -2 in the turnover differential department and you can go in at halftime up 17-6, that's huge.
Considering they came in +7 in turnover margin on the year. Officially 43-yard try for Brandon McManus. He's 12 of 14 this year. His long is 56. Originally signed way back in 2013 by the Colts, but of course most of his career was with the Denver Broncos.
Big, strong leg.
43-yard try on the right hash. Logan Cook, the holder. The snap is good. The hold is good. The kick by McManus is also good. And that overturn gives the Jaguars a chance for 3, and they do not miss that opportunity. 17-6. Jacksonville's lead is now 11 with 32 seconds to go in this first half. And so the Saints at 3-3 on the year, trailing by 11 at home with 32 seconds to play in the half. They do have 2 timeouts left. Probably going to have the football from the 25-yard line if the kickoff goes into the end zone. And we'll see just how aggressive Dennis Allen and the Saints want to be.
Yeah, they have not been able to run the ball effectively. Derek Carr's thrown it 21 times for 100 yards, so effectively under 5 yards an attempt. It's more of what we've seen this entire season from this Saints offense.
And the kickoff is indeed a deep kickoff, and it is going to go through the end zone for the touchback And so the Saints, with 32 seconds and 2 timeouts to work with, will take over at their own 25. A reminder, you can watch NFL Network and Westwood One announcers Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner Sundays at 9 a.m. Eastern on NFL Game Day morning, only on NFL Network.
By the way, Rich Eisen from NFL Network just chastised me on my phone for not responding to your Karate Kid reference, saying the only thing that I respond to is Caddyshack and Stripes.
And I would have been all over those for you, too. I'll work a fletch in for you. 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line. Carr steps up, pressure comes. Ball is out. Scooped up as it was knocked out by the offensive lineman, Cam Irving. Fumble on the sack by Carr, and Irving had delusions of grandeur as he tried to take it down the field. But they have to take it back to where the ball came out at the 17-yard line. It's a strip sack and a loss of 8.
I mean, if you're Cam Irving, 10 days ago you signed to the practice squad. Tonight you got to carry.
And that is going to take us to halftime. And you hear the Saints fans. They are not saying boo earns. 17-6, Jaguars at the half over the Saints. And a disappointing first half, Mike, if you're a New Orleans Saints fan. That offense stuck in the mud for most of the first half.
Yeah, and you had multiple opportunities because of the turnovers and inability to run the football. You can't protect your quarterback. You can't push the ball down the field. And your leading receiver is Alvin Kamara out of the backfield. Says it all.
7 carries, 8 yards for Kamara. 7 catches, 60 yards for the New Orleans running back. That's the end of the first half with the score. Jaguars 17, Saints 6. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us from our studios with the Wendy's Halftime Report. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood.
Thanks for the coffee. No problem. With my cash rewards card from Navy Federal Credit Union, I get up to 1.75% cash back.
Isn't it 1.5%?
Now it's up to 1.75%.
That's bigger
and better! I bought these scones with my cash back! I love scones! Me too! Scones for everyone!
When you sign up for direct deposit, you can earn up to 1.75% cash back with the Cash Rewards Card. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
There's lots to love from Apple right now at Verizon. Get the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium and more to love from Apple on us with select phone trade-in and select unlimited plans. There's no better place to get what you love from Apple than at Verizon. And there's no better time than right now. All that with the network you can really rely on. It's your Verizon. $999.99 device payment or full retail purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. Less up to $1,000 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Promo credit ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions apply. One offer per eligible Verizon line. Additional terms apply.
Welcome to the Thursday Night Football Halftime Report on Westwood One. Sponsored by Wendy's. Spend your season on Frosty time with the rich, creamy pumpkin spice Frosty from Wendy's. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Vanilla Frosty is temporarily unavailable. Once again, here's your host, Scott Graham.
From our Westwood One studios, we've reached halftime in New Orleans, and the Jacksonville Jaguars sitting on top of a 17-6 lead here on Thursday Night Football. Got a couple of big games on the schedule. The biggest of the week is going to be right here on Westwood One. Sunday Night Football, the Miami Dolphins go to Philly to take on the Eagles. It's a battle of 5-1 teams, and the Eagles trying to figure out a way to slow down the incredible offense of the Miami Dolphins. Ryan Radke's going to be on the call with that one, along with Mike Golick, who joins us here at halftime to take a look. Mike, how are you?
Scott, I am doing wonderful. Always enjoy time with you.
I'll tell you what, we've got ourselves a heck of a game here. You've got yourself a heck of a game here on Sunday night. We're talking about an offense of historic proportions, and we're also talking about another team that people feel might very well be a Super Bowl repeat this year, coming off a game that left them with more questions, I think, than they want to see at the end of Week 6.
Yeah, you're right about that. And, you know, I'm not a big stats guy, but there are some just matchups here. You know, Miami being number one against a number one rushing team and Philadelphia being number 2 against the run. As far as quarterback hits, Philly is tied with San Francisco for second. You know who's first? Miami. Jalen Hurts, second most total yards as a quarterback. Tua is first. A.J. Brown, second most receiving yards. Tyreek Hill is first. So you have some incredible matchup of some of the top in the industry at this. But getting down onto the field, to me, the matchup really looks like that Philly defense. We have Jalen Carter, who is back again practicing this week against with that defense against this offense that we're so used to saying, oh, Tyreek Hill's so fast, you just throw a bomb. But there's so much more than that with Mostert running the ball and then slant routes or hitches that turn into 40-yard gains. I mean, they are just speed waiting to happen. The tackling for Philly defense, or really for any defense that faces Miami, has to be so sure.
How brilliant is the scheme that they have concocted around this speed in Miami? Because it looks like, from what you're talking about, if one thing is not working, you can kind of push another button, and they're just coming at you from a different level with speed.
Well, where else do we see this? And it helps when there's depth in talent, San Francisco, right? And we saw that muted a little bit when you saw Christian McCaffrey leave the game, Deebo Samuel leave the game, that hurt them a little bit. It made Brock Purdy look a little more normal, though that is just a one-game sampling. So that's the same thing here. With the two wide receivers and Mostert at running back I just talked about, you have multiple players who can attack you on multiple levels. That's the thing. Where do you pick your poison? Do you play back so Tyreek Hill doesn't beat you deep? Then they go underneath. They'll hit you with crossing routes. The big thing they like to do is get the receiver the ball in stride. And Tua does a nice job with his accuracy with that, because there's a completion, Scott, as you know, but a completion could be a low ball that you catch and have to hit the ground, a ball behind you where you can't do anything with it after. Tua hits him in stride, or gets the ball out quick on the hitch, or a swing pass to the back, gets them the ball in space, and then lets those guys do their thing.
All right, so last week we saw what happened to the Eagles offensively, right? And people would look and say, okay, well, is that a roadmap of some kind? Well, not everybody's got the Jets defense. Not everybody has that level of athleticism and that level of aggression, but is there a portion of that? Is there something that the Jets did that made it so that Jalen Hurts had by far his worst game of the season and maybe one of the worst of his career?
There are defenses that can get away with being more aggressive because you trust people maybe some more on the back end. And so you get away with trying more things because of the confidence you have in the guy next to you or the guy behind you or two levels behind you. So that helps. When you can be proactive and not reactive, I think that's a huge thing. You want to dictate the terms, and the best defenses dictate the terms. And that's what the Jets did. That's what the Browns did to San Francisco. They dictated the terms. They said, we're going to be a yard in your backfield so your running back can't run north and south. He's got to go east and west. We're going to dictate to you. And that's what happens. And Philly couldn't. They normally can dictate with their offense. And losing a Lane Johnson certainly doesn't help on the offensive line.
I would imagine that the building that you're going to be in on Sunday night, Lincoln Financial Field, is going to be a zoo.
Oh, Philadelphia fans, they got the Phillies are already rooting for. Now the Eagles to try and keep going and beat one of the best teams. It is going to be electric, and I cannot wait.
Well, we are looking forward to it, and I'll get an opportunity to talk to you as we make the handoff on Sunday night. Mike, thanks so much.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it.
Mike Golick will be on the call along with Ryan Radke. Miami Dolphins and the Philadelphia Eagles Sunday night. Our coverage begins at 7:30 Eastern Time. Our halftime score, Jacksonville 17, New Orleans 6. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
This is NASCAR champion Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick, Martin Truex Jr., Brad Keselowski. What is SiriusXM NASCAR Radio? It's a place to talk about your favorite sport.
I renew my subscription. It never comes off this channel. The whole day is awesome.
It's a place to hear from the biggest names in NASCAR.
Joey Logano, what are you doing?
I got the SiriusXM set up at my house so I can jump on more often.
Joey, I want to first thank you for doing this. This is awesome for the fans.
It's a trusted source for breaking news.
Major stories today, my friends. Let's get down to business.
I'm in the hauler with the breaking news story.
It's every NASCAR race heard live, including in-car radios.
Logano gets into the back. He shoves him up the racetrack.
Stay out. Trust me.
Custer's going to go for the lead here. They get door to door with each other.
Yeah!
And it's classic races that honor the history of the sport.
Dale Earnhardt is going to win the Daytona 500.
So what is SiriusXM NASCAR Radio? It's your 24/7 home for all things NASCAR.
The way you guys cover these races is unbelievable.
Channel 90, streaming right now on the SXM app.
Don't miss a new episode this week of Forward Progress, a conversation on race and sports in America with Jason Jackson and Kirk Morrison.
Name, image, and likeness. These hearings on Capitol Hill are in place to create legislation governing college sports. The NCAA is basically somewhere between eager and desperate for federal intervention on a variety of matters, and that's how you feel when you get your behind and kicked in court.
Check out Forward Progress. New episodes each Wednesday on the SXM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans. Just search Forward Progress.
To truly go inside the game of pro football, you need to see things from the player's perspective.
Let's go.
Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, catch the Player's Point.
Let's go. Let's bring the energy.
Join NFL tight end Cullen Thompson and Miami Dolphins fullback Alec Ingold as they break down the biggest stories in the NFL.
It's an encouraging way to look at football.
The Player's Point. Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, only on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
And we welcome you back to the Superdome in New Orleans. Alongside my partner Mike Mayock, I'm Kevin Kugler. A 17-6 lead for the Jacksonville Jaguars as we check the halftime stats. Sponsored by Indeed. Do you need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit. 226 yards for Jacksonville in the first half, 139 for New Orleans. Big stat. Third down. Saints are 1 for 8 on third down tonight. 2 turnovers tonight for Jacksonville. 3 total points off those turnovers for the New Orleans Saints. Christian Kirk, the leading receiver for the Jags, 5 catches, 46 yards. Ingram, 4 catches, 42 yards. Agnew, 4 catches, 36 yards. Trevor Lawrence, 15 of 21, 146 yards. Lawrence, the leading rusher. If I'd have given you odds on that for the first half, I don't know if anyone would have taken that. 2 carries for 35 yards for the man who banged his knee up 4 days ago and didn't, as Mike Mayock reported, take a snap during practice this week. Meanwhile, Carr, 11 of 21, 100 yards. Williams, the leading rusher for the Saints, 4 carries, 14 yards. This has been the Thursday Night Football Halftime Report on Westwood One, sponsored by Wendy's. Spend your season on Frosty Time with a rich, creamy pumpkin spice Frosty from Wendy's. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Vanilla Frosty is temporarily unavailable. Second half coming up, 17-6 Jaguars. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
KFC's new hot and spicy wings get fired up this fantasy season with 8 pieces of spicy marinated, hand-breaded wings for just $4.99. They're a can't-miss call for whatever the fantasy gods throw your way. In the midst of a managerial hot streak, keep it rolling with KFC's new hot and spicy wings. Did you just assemble the worst lineup in fantasy history? Who cares? You can get 8 hand-breaded, spicy marinated wings for just $4.99. Grab KFC's new hot and spicy wings now. It's finger-licking good.
If you're like most people, you've had your fair share of financial questions. Questions like, can I afford my son's travel hockey team? What if my daughter doesn't get that soccer scholarship? Will I be able to enjoy golf in retirement? At Empower, we know these questions can be stressful. We're here to help answer your what-ifs and empower what's next. Join 18 million Americans and take control of your financial future. Start today at Empower.com. Sponsored by Empower Personal Wealth.
Back with Mike Mayock, I'm Kevin Kugler, closing in on the start of the second half with the Jaguars up 17-6. Time for Mike's keys to the second half. And Mike, what do you see for each of these teams as we move towards the second half with the Jags up 17-6?
Top of the game, we talked about New Orleans having to get better in the red zone and third down. Red zone, they're 0 for 2. Third down, they're 1 for 8. Can't get much worse than that. They've got to be way better, protect their quarterback. Their wideouts have a grand total of 3 catches collectively. For Jacksonville, clean up the turnovers. A couple of turnovers, get better on third down. You're 2 for 6, but where Jacksonville won the football game so far is they're 2 for 2 in the red zone.
Jaguars will kick this one off to start the second half. Saints won the toss and elected to defer. Rashid Shaheed is the deep man for New Orleans as the Saints will try to come back in this one. Down 17-6, booed off the field going into the halftime locker room.
Eerily similar to their loss last week, 20-13 loss to Houston. They were down 17-7 at one point. They tried to crawl back in. The defense only allowed a field goal in the second half. and the offense could not score a point. Missed field goals, 0 for 3 in the red zone, and it's almost a carbon copy of that game tonight.
Constant opportunities missed. Could be the story of the season so far for the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah. I mean, they got to protect Derek Carr, and Derek's got to do a better job of pushing the ball down the field.
See what happens here as this second half gets underway. Good to have you with us tonight from steamy New Orleans. A perfect day outside today and inside in the Superdome. Fans getting a little restless. They want to see something from their Saints in this second half. Jaguars, of course, would love to win their fourth straight and get out of here with a 5-2 record. Kickoff on the way through the end zone for the touchback. And out to the 25-yard line come the Saints. But first, we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood 1, your home for Thursday Night Football.
You gotta love sports. Listen to Shine on Sports with me, Adam Shine, every weekday from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Saints break the huddle at the 25-yard line. Jamal Williams will start the second half at running back. Two receivers left of the line. Now Olave in motion from left to right. They go heavy up front with a couple of tight ends, and on first down, off the play fake, Carr will throw to the right sideline, and it is caught by Olave, who goes out of bounds near the 40. Darius Williams on the coverage. They'll spot it at the 39 and pick up a 14.
And, Kev, exactly what we just talked about. Derek Carr pushing the football down the field, trusting his wideouts. Chris Olave is a first-round pick. He's a talented kid. You got to get the football to him. Shaheed is explosive. Get the football to him.
Kamara in the backfield now as a single back from the 39-yard line. He'll get the carry, trying the left side, and not much there. Josh Allen springing off a block to make the initial contact, and no gain on the play. Maybe a yard as he fell forward, but still not much there.
Look, very, very little movement in the run game for Kamara today. At halftime, he had 7 carries for 8 yards, so there's no push from that revamped, retooled offensive line.
Again, Ryan Ramczyk out with a concussion. James Hurst out with an ankle. Landon Young, a backup, out with a hip injury. It's a mess up front. 2nd and 9 from the 40-yard line. Kamara in the backfield. Motion along the right side from Keith Kirkwood. Play fake. Carr sets it up. Wants the screen to Foster Moreau. He finds him. Had to jump that pass in there with pressure all around as Devin Lloyd brings Moreau down at the 45-yard line, and it'll bring up third down.
It's called a peekaboo screen. Foster Moreau just blocks his guy and then turns inside. Derek Carr throws the football to him as soon as he turns, and he picks up 4 or 5 yards.
So a 3rd and 4 at the 45. Again, 1 for 8 in the first half on third down with the Saints. On 3rd and 4, Jaguars rush 5. Carr throws. Catch is made. Did he get the first down? Shaheed trying to lean forward, and he didn't. He ran across from right to left at the 48. Couldn't turn it upfield with Trey Herndon on his hip, and it's 4th and 1. And the offense is going to stay on the field, Mike Mayock, with a 4th and 1 coming up on their side of midfield.
Underneath checks, crossing routes, that's all they've been able to do. Struggled driving the football. Let's see if they try and draw them off sides initially.
4th down and a yard from the 48. Carr under center, turns, gives to Kamara, has a hole on a first down to the 45, breaks the tackle at the 40, and all the way down to the Jaguar 35-yard line. Monteric Brown finally caught him. They needed 1, and Kamara, with his most effective run of the night, gets 17.
Yeah, Andres Pete turned out Josh Allen, the defensive end. He pushed him out, sealed the inside, and had a nice hole for the first time tonight. And if you give Kamara just a breath of air, he'll maximize it.
6th trip tonight into Jacksonville territory. The Saints have 6 total points. 1st and 10 at the 35-yard line. Olave motioning from left to right. Shotgun snap to Carr. Jaguars rush 4. He'll swing it to the edge for Olave, who makes the catch and goes out of bounds on a diagonal to the right sideline near the 29. A 6-yard gain on the play, and it'll bring up 2nd and 4.
How many throws do you think so far today have gone beyond 10 yards from the line of scrimmage?
Maybe 3.
2 or 3,
yeah,
right? All
not
day.
many more than that.
Yep.
The first one of this drive is one of the few I can remember.
What happens to an offense when you can't push it down the field is it's almost like playing in a 120-yard red zone because everything compresses.
Taysom Hill's second snap at quarterback on second down. Hill will run off the zone read and plows forward through contact to the 23. That was just power at the end of the run. Folorunso Barakasi at 320 pounds got bowled over by Taysom Hill.
Taysom Hill is a friggin' load. And I'll tell you, I don't care what you call him. You can call him a quarterback, a tight end, a running back, a slot receiver. I call him a football player. He's tough. He understands the game. He plays special teams. He can throw. He can catch. He can block. And he just showed he can drop a shoulder and run people over.
From the 23 of Jacksonville, first down and 10. Saints trailing 17-6. Motion from Shaheed from right to left. Carr wants to set it up the screen, and it almost threw a pick. He threw it down at the feet of his intended target, but Andre Cisco got in front of the dump-off and almost intercepted it before it got to Kamara.
Yeah, safety blitz, but also the defensive lineman read the screen also. Cisco was underneath it. Aluakun.
Thank you. You're welcome. I think John Kuhn, the former fullback.
Aluakun. Gotcha.
Second and 10, 23-yard line. Shotgun snap, Carr. In the pocket, has time, throws over the middle, incomplete. He was looking for Foster Moreau, and the coverage strong from Devin Lloyd, but a flag down in the backfield, maybe against the Saints, and may push him back.
Saints have had more offensive holding calls than any other team in the league this year.
Holding, offense number 75, 10-yard penalty. Second down.
That's Andrus Pete, and I'm kind of surprised, to be honest with you, Mike, that we haven't heard more offensive line penalties tonight with the revamped line the Saints have had.
In all honesty, they haven't done a horrible job.
No.
They're not giving Derek Carr a lot of time to throw, and they're not pushing people off the line of scrimmage, but they're also not making egregious mistakes.
First offensive penalty of the night against the Saints, and it backs them up 2nd and 20 to the 33-yard line.
And they're the most penalized team in the league, so one offensive penalty is pretty darn good.
Well, especially when you've got guys on your bookends who don't see a lot of time out there. Max Garcia at guard, that's a little bit unfamiliar right now, so they've done a pretty good job of holding it together. But the offense is just trying to put points on the board, and this penalty won't help.
Yeah.
2nd and 20 at the 33 of Jacksonville. Empty backfield. Carr barking out the signals, barking directions. Pressure comes. Carr throws. Nobody there on the left sideline at the 28-yard line. Kamara was the intended target. He kept going down the sideline. Carr thought he was coming back, and a little bit of miscommunication. Carr frustrated.
That's a disconnect between the receiver and the quarterback. Watching the game last week against Houston, I counted a minimum of 6 to 8 receiver quarterback disconnects, and that's highly frustrating. That's a missed assignment.
And you rarely see it by game 7. 3rd and 20 at the 33. 4-man rush as Carr will throw. Floats to the right, chased by Josh Allen. Checks it down short. Catch made by Moreau at the 25, and Moreau down at the 24 of Jacksonville. They needed 10 more yards to get the first down. Jenkins and Herndon made sure he couldn't get any further. And the Bluebirds fly back out as Blake Grupe makes his way onto the field for a field goal try.
Some pressure from Carr's left side forced him to expand right, but again, the checkdowns are not going to get touchdowns.
42-yard field goal try for Grupe. Under 10 to play in this third quarter. On the right hash. And the snap is down. The kick is on the way by Grupe. Tailing left, but it just sneaks in inside that left upright. The field goal is good, and with 9:49 to go in the third, the Jaguars' lead is down to 8 with that field goal. Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close shave, America. Close shave, Barbasol. 17-9, Jacksonville by 8. 9:49 to go in the third. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
If you want to win your fantasy football league, you need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio.
Oh my goodness, what a play!
From lineup decisions to daily fantasy to dynasty leagues, SiriusXM Channel 87 helps you win your league with expert advice from the guru John Hansen.
Every player, you take a look at the pros and the cons for every player and every factor.
Jeff Ratcliffe.
The best reactions in fantasy football are the most reasonable reactions. They're not the most aggressive reactions.
Michael Fabiano.
Quarterback who can get into that top 5 who hasn't been there yet. I think Lawrence is probably near the top of the list.
Howard Bender.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
Jeff Mans.
Making the most moves doesn't result in the most wins.
And so much more.
You've done wonders for me through the years.
Winning strategies from the best analysts in the business are on Fantasy Sports Radio, SiriusXM 87, and on the SXM app.
College football fans, lock in your Saturdays on Mad Dog Sports Radio. This Saturday at noon Eastern, it's a powerhouse matchup between Ohio State and Penn State. Then at 7:30, Florida State takes on Duke. And after each game, we're live, giving you a chance to react to all the action. Put a bow on the weekend with top analyst Gary Danielson, Mondays at 4:30 with Christopher Mad Dog Russo. College football is on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the SiriusXM app.
NBA Radio is your home for hoops as we get you ready for the new season.
We've got Kevin Durant that he's sitting down with us.
I always feel like we should be winning every game, and like championship is always the goal, but we'll see what happens. Obviously, if we don't win a title, we'll get pounced on, but individually as players, we look to get better and do our jobs the best we can do.
Listen to NBA Radio's season preview shows every night. And if you miss any of our interviews or team shows, check them out on the SiriusXM app. Just search NBA Radio.
Later on, we'll select the defender of the game, sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving the armed forces, the DoD, veterans, and their families. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. With Mike Mayock, I'm Kevin Kugler. 9:49 to go in the third. 17-9 Jaguars. Saints with a field goal on their opening possession of the second half. And the kickoff through the end zone for the touchback out to the 25-yard line. And, Mike, it's a strange game right now because it feels as if the Jaguars have dominated this game from start to finish. And then you look at the scoreboard, and the Saints are in a one-possession game. It doesn't feel like they should be, yet here we are in the third quarter, and the Saints just 8 points down.
I feel like Dennis Allen, the head coach, and Pete Carmichael, the offensive coordinator, are trying to manage a bad situation with that offensive line. And as long as Jacksonville doesn't run away and hide, they're going to try and turn it into an ugly football game that they win in the fourth quarter.
Here's Etienne on first down with a flag down. This play stops before it starts. Officials blowing it dead on the sweep by Etienne and likely will back the Jaguars up 5. Get the official word from Land Clark, our referee.
False start. Offense, 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Second false start of the night for the Jaguars, and it's 1st and 15. And this Saints defense, give them credit. They have been tested tonight, and then after that opening drive, really have settled in.
Yeah, they've gotten better the last several weeks, actually, as the game went on.
1st and 15, back at the 20. Empty backfield now. 3 receivers left, 2 wide right. Lawrence right in between the hashes, sets up quickly, swings it out to the left side, and the catch made by Calvin Ridley. First time we've really mentioned Ridley's name outside of asking where he is as he picks up 5 to the 25-yard line.
And they had to manufacture a touch with a bubble just to get him the football. Pete Warner and Granderson, 2 of the really good young players of this Saints defense, flying to the football to make a tackle there.
Warner, the second-round pick in 2021 out of Ohio State. Granderson, undrafted signee out of Wyoming.
He had some significant off-the-field issues, which kind of pushed him off some draft boards.
Tim Jones in motion from right to left on 2nd down and 10 from the 25. Lawrence to throw, left side it is Jones, who motioned to that left side, makes the catch at the 29. It's a 4-yard gain. Marshawn Lattimore makes sure he can't advance it further. And now 3rd down and 6 at the 29 for Jacksonville.
So Jacksonville just completed 2 passes, yet it's 3rd and 6. Shows you that New Orleans is flying to the football, and Jacksonville hasn't pushed the ball down the field either.
Yeah, we're not calling a lot of deep shots from either side tonight.
I don't remember one deep ball for either team. It's been either short or a few intermediates.
3rd down and 6. Jags started 2 for 2 on 3rd. They've missed on their last 4. This will be a handoff to Etienne trying to sweep the right side, and Etienne struggles forward and is stopped just short of the 1st down. He needed the 35. They'll mark it at the 34.5-yard line. Jordan and Werner on the tackle. It's 4th down and a yard, but that's going to prompt Doug Peterson to send the punt team out, and the Saints defense gets the stop they wanted.
Yeah, Lante Taylor, the nickel, was unblocked. He had a chance to make that play for no gain. That tackle was broken, but again, give Werner credit for flying to the football, making a key stop, and forcing a punt.
3rd 3 and out tonight, forced by the Saints defense. Logan Cook to punt it away. Rashid Shaheed with his heels on the 20-yard line to our right.
It's dangerous.
Long punt, driving Shaheed back and out of bounds. Excellent punt by Logan Cook. How do you remove a dangerous return man? You kick it out of bounds inside the 15. He fields it and out at the 13, which is where the Saints will start. 1st down and 10 when we return after the 53-yard punt. 7:39 to play in the 3rd. Jaguars with a 17-9 lead. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can help find the fix for free.
Get in the zone. This whole report for free?
That's right. Printed and on your phone for free.
Get in the zone. But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix Finder, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Not sure if you've heard, but when the temperatures go low, Kohl's goes lower. No, seriously. They've got their lowest prices of the season right now. I just went and found my whole family cozy fleece for just $14.99. Boots for under $40. And an entire cookware set for under $70. Plus iron Kohl's cash. So hurry and get the cold weather stuff you need for the hottest prices. Select styles. Offers end October 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Scott for Scott's here. The best time to feed your lawn is in the fall, which is right now. The soil is warm, the air is cool, and your lawn can't wait for a feed-in. And neither should you. So pick up a bag of Scott's Turf Builder Winter Guard and put it down now to strengthen those roots for winter and give your lawn a deeper green next spring. Do it. Today. Right this second. Well, not if you're driving. If that's the case, go pick up a bag first, then go put it down. Now.
Pick up a bag of Scott's Turf Builder Winter Guard today. It's guaranteed.
Feed your lawn. Feed it.
You're all set with your Medicare prescriptions, Mrs. Brown.
This is not just low-cost copays at Walgreens.
I can actually help you set up 90-day refills if you want.
This is having a partner you can trust. Get low-cost copays, 90-day refills, and delivery from your neighborhood Walgreens. This is being independent. Together. Walgreens.
Restrictions apply. For details, see walgreens.com/pharmacy.
Kevin Kugler and Mike Mayock here in the Grainger broadcast booth at the Superdome in New Orleans. Tackle your to-do list with Grainger. From locker rooms to plant floors, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. 17-9, Jacksonville. Saints with the football, second possession of the second half. They start this possession from their own 13-yard line. Jamal Williams, the running back. He's the single back behind Derek Carr, who's under center. And the give up the middle to Williams, and nowhere to go. No gain on the play. Tyler Lacey, the rookie from Oklahoma State that the Jaguars took in the 4th round of this year's draft, there to make the stop.
Yeah, Trent Baalke, the Jaguars GM, loves. We talked about those long, physical, powerful defensive linemen. And if you look at Trayvon Walker and the kid they just drafted, Lacey, they're very similar type guys. They're all plus or minus 300 pounds, 6'4", 6'5", and they can run.
2nd and 10 from the 13. Carr in an empty backfield, throws to the right side wide of his intended target. Michael Thomas lunging for the football at the 19-yard line with Devin Lloyd matching his lunge, trying to bat the ball away. Pass is incomplete, and it's 3rd and 10.
Yeah, that was a tough fit, even on a short route to the outside. I mean, that's 3 or 4 yard out, and there was a linebacker underneath and a corner in the flat playing a cloud corner, or the corner had short zone. There were 2 people within 5 yards of that throw in a tight window.
3rd down and 10 at the 13. 2 receivers to the right, single wide left. Carr backpedals out of the shotgun. Pressure coming as he throws over the middle. Pass deflected and intercepted. Ends up in the hands of Oluokun. Oluokun over to the left side of the 15. Down the sideline to the 10. Inside the 5. Diving for the pylon. Touchdown. Foyesade Oluokun with his first interception of the year, and it's a pick 6. And the Jaguars take a 23-9 lead.
Carr looked to his left, came back late to his right, and I believe it was Darius Williams with the strip with the intended receiver. Ball went straight up in the air, and the Yale graduate finished in the corner of the end zone for a touchdown. Really good play on the strip by Darius Williams.
He led the NFL last year with 184 tackles, now add a pick 6 to his record as he was able to manipulate his way up that left sideline. The dive puts 6 on the board, and the extra point coming up from Brandon McManus as the touchdown has indeed been confirmed. And that could be a backbreaker for the New Orleans Saints with 6:47 to go in the 3rd. McManus on for the point after, and it is good. 6:47 to go in the 3rd. 24-9. Jacksonville leading New Orleans. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
How's your small business's starting lineup looking? Thinking you need fresh talent? Think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. The moment you post a sponsored job, you'll get instantly matched with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your job description. And you can then conveniently schedule and conduct virtual interviews with applicants right from Indeed's hiring platform. Make the hiring process work for you. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Before Shopify, were you wondering, where are my sales at? Now you're selling with Shopify, the global commerce platform supercharging your selling. You have no problem selling online, in person, on social media, and beyond. Gary, easy on the cha-ching.
Oh, sorry, but my Shopify sales are through the roof.
Start selling with Shopify today and discover how millions of businesses around the world use Shopify to ignite their selling. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/football. Shopify.com/football.
Wake up not knowing what you want? Now you can have a little of everything. With Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles, you can mix and match your very own perfect pairing of our delicious morning favorites. Choose from the sausage biscuit, egg or cheese biscuit, small Caesar potatoes, or medium hot coffee. The choice is all yours, not somebody else's. Get breakfast just the way you want it with Wendy's breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, Grainger can help you stay on top of your game. Not sure exactly what you need? Huddle up with Grainger's product specialists. They'll tackle your toughest questions to help you move your team forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
As the world keeps changing, so does COVID-19. That's why this season's COVID-19 shots have been updated. They're designed to help protect against recent variants. Learn more and schedule at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech. Well, if this doesn't tell the tale, Mike Mayock, New Orleans has had 2 takeaways tonight, 3 total points off those takeaways. 1 Jacksonville takeaway turns immediately into 7 points off turnovers, and what was a 1-possession game now feels a little more bleak for the home team, down 24-9.
I mean, New Orleans is 1 for 11 on 3rd down, including the pick 6. Another 3rd down play they couldn't convert.
And again, this is no surprise. They came in just 38% on 3rd down this year. Kickoff through the end zone for another touchback, and Derek Carr and the Saints offense got to try to figure something out if they can. 6:47 to go in the 3rd. There's still plenty of time, but this offense has not exactly been quick strike.
Now, it's going to be interesting to see if Pete Carmichael, now the offensive coordinator, has any kind of change of philosophy. We talked about it. It's been a 1-possession game. You try to keep it close, win ugly. Now you're down 2 touchdowns. Do you trust this offensive line and push the ball down the field?
Carr on 1st down to the outside. Catch made by Thomas Thomas twisting and fighting his way for a couple of extra yards to the 33. Give him 8. Tackle by Monteric Brown. It's the first catch of the night for Michael Thomas.
They've tried to get him on a couple of back shoulder throws, but plays been made both in the end zone by Brown and Williams.
Second down. Screen for Kamara. Kamara to the 40, a first down, and he is dropped by Angelo Blackson just as he pushes the ball across the 40-yard line, but it is a first down for the New Orleans Saints. And again, so far, we're not seeing any signs of that extra aggressiveness for New Orleans.
We are seeing no huddle, though. They're trying to speed it up and get more snaps in.
First and 10 at the 40. Carr to the right side. Catch is made by Shaheed. Turns the corner with speed at midfield. And he'll go out of bounds with another first down. This at the Jaguars 47. A 12-yard gain on the play for Rashid Shaheed.
3 completions, a couple of first downs. And playing with increased tempo.
A little bit of urgency now from the Saints team for sure. From the 47 of Jacksonville, down 24-9. 5:33 and counting to play in the third quarter.
23's the mic.
23's the mic. That's Oluokun, who had the pick 6 moments ago.
33's the mic.
Now he changed it to 33 because he's anticipating pressure, which he gets.
Here it comes, but he dumps it off to Taysom Hill, and Hill knocked out of bounds at the 40 by Darius Williams. Good job of picking up that pressure by the Saints, giving Carr enough time to get rid of that football for a positive 7.
Yeah, he changed the mic from 23 to 33. He understood the overload pressure coming, and he threw it right at the pressure underneath for Hill.
First catch for Hill tonight. 2nd and 3. Carr looks, throws, right sideline. Catch made by Olave as he drags the feet and goes out of bounds at the 33 of Jacksonville. Very efficient drive for the Saints. They pick up 7 and another first down.
And Jacksonville so far content to play mostly zone in this drive and allow the underneath throws. As they get closer to the red zone, that'll compress.
And again, the red zone's been a huge problem for New Orleans this year. First down. Again, screen set up for Kamara, waiting for his blockers to get downfield, and then really got there to the 31-yard line where Oluokun makes the tackle after just a 2-yard gain on that screen.
Jacksonville sitting in a too-high look, both safeties back deep, feeling like they can get pressure predominantly with a 4-man rush. They will come with pressure on occasion.
Carr 6 for 6 on the drive, 6 plays on the drive, all passes. 2nd down and 8 from the 31. Carr gets the shotgun snap, steps up in the pocket, pressure comes, he moves forward. It will not be a sack as he gets positive yardage to the 29 where Tyler Lacey tracks him down, but will leave a 3rd down and 6 for New Orleans.
3rd down has been kind of a death knell tonight for this team.
1 for 11 on 3rd. This is 3rd and a long 6. Kamara in the backfield. Carr gets the shotgun snap, dumps it over the middle to Kamara, makes the catch down to the 25, sets up a 4th and 2. If you're New Orleans, do you even think about bringing on the field goal team, or you go for it here?
I think you got to go for it here. You have no idea how many possessions are left in this game.
4th down and 2. They're 2 for 3 on 4th down tonight.
Now, they haven't run the ball except for the scramble on this entire drive. You haven't been able to run the ball all night. It'll be interesting to see what they do here.
Carr in the shotgun, 4th down and 2. Toss play, Kamara, blockers in front, gets the edge, 1st down and more, inside the 20, and twisted out of bounds on the left sideline at the 15 by Trey Herndon. A toss play for 10, and a Saints 1st down.
And Foster Moreau and Andres Pete, the left tackle and the tight end, effectively sealed the edge and allowed a downhill run by Kamara with nobody chasing him from the inside out. Really good job by Moreau and Pete.
So a new set of downs in the red zone now. 28th in the NFL at 37%. The 10th play of the drive puts them firmly in the red zone again.
Were they 0 for 2 tonight, red zone?
They are indeed. From the 15, Kamara. Jump cut to the right, inside the 10 on the carry, and down at the 9. 6 yards on 1st down as he's brought down by Rayshawn Jenkins. Clock running to 10 to go 3rd quarter. Jaguars 24, Saints 9, but the Saints pounding on the door, trying to get a touchdown on the board. Andre Cisco is down in the Jacksonville backfield, and that'll put the brakes on this drive with 2:02 to go in the third. Remember, there's been a little more pace to this drive than we've seen tonight for the Saints, and that has been an effective pace for New Orleans so far. And Doug Peterson out to check in on his young safety, Andre Cisco, the 23-year-old from Syracuse. Timeout on the field while they tend to Cisco with 2:02 to go in the third. Saints driving, trailing 24-9. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
If you're like most people, you've had your fair share of financial questions. Questions like, can I afford my son's travel hockey team? What if my daughter doesn't get that soccer scholarship? Will I be able to enjoy golf in retirement? At Empower, we know these questions can be stressful. We're here to help answer your what ifs and empower what's next. Join 18 million Americans and take control of your financial future. Start today at empower.com. Sponsored by Empower Personal Wealth.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, Quiet-Tech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware, choose Brake Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart Plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
Thanks for the coffee. No problem. With my cash rewards card from Navy Federal Credit Union, I get up to 1.75% cash back.
Isn't it 1.5%?
Now it's up to 1.75%.
That's bigger!
And better! I bought these scones with my cash back!
I love scones!
Me too! Scones for everyone!
When you sign up for direct deposit, you can earn up to 1.75% cash back with the Cash Rewards Card. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
Every Westwood One football broadcast this season is once again available on all Alexa-enabled devices. Just say Open Westwood One Sports and you'll be taken straight to the action. That's Open Westwood One Sports to listen on Alexa. Andre Cisco walking off under his own power. And now to work go the Saints inside the 10. 2nd down and 4. Taysom Hill in at quarterback.
We talked about this earlier in the game. Bring him in when you're struggling in the red zone.
On 2nd and 4, runs the zone read. He'll keep it. Sweeps the right side, and the Jaguars were ready for that one. Yep. Got a yard to the 8-yard line. Devin Lloyd and Angelo Blackson leading the charge for the Jags.
Jags checked into their Taysom Hill check, which every team has. When Taysom Hill goes to quarterback, there's a check that brings the linebackers and safeties in, anticipating a run.
He'll stay in at quarterback, will Taysom Hill on this 3rd down and 3. Only 7 touchdowns on 21 red zone drives this year for New Orleans. Can they continue the drive on 3rd and 3? Then get a first down at the 5. They're at the 8. Taysom Hill, the quarterback, gets the shotgun snap, design run, gets to the edge, trying to sweep the left side. He's got the first down as he falls across the 5 and falls out of bounds with Andrew Wingard wrapped around his ankles. It'll be a 1st and goal from the 5 for New Orleans with 1:06 to play in the 3rd.
Did you see who was in the backfield with him? Defensive tackle Kalen Saunders led the way on the quarterback sweep. Keep in mind the tackle was made by Wingard, who was in for the injured safety and doesn't run quite as well.
First 3rd down conversion since the opening drive for the Saints. 1st and goal at the 5. Shotgun to Carr, back in at quarterback. Looking, throws, left side deflected, and incomplete, and a flag comes flying in. He was trying to fit it into Foster Moreau at the goal line. Moreau being helped to his feet by Michael Thomas. The flags are down. Rayshon Jenkins arguing with the officials. That argument will certainly fall on deaf ears. And it's likely going to be 1st and goal for the Saints again.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 2. That penalty will be enforced half the distance to the goal with an automatic first down.
Wow, that was not a DPI, right? It was an unnecessary roughness. They tried to fit it into Moreau, who was in between Josh Allen dropping in the flat and also the safety, Rayshon Jenkins. And they got Jenkins for coming in and having an unnecessary hit on Moreau. Looking at it right now, I thought it was shoulder pad on shoulder pad and a bad call.
First down and goal from the 2. The give to Kamara. Tries the right side, and he is stonewalled. No movement at all. They brought in extra linemen and got no movement. Oluokun leading a host of Jacksonville Jaguars to the football, and Kamara.
Yeah, Gotsis and Fatakasi did a great job up front, getting underneath the offensive linemen and pushing the line of scrimmage backwards. And those linebackers are going to fill it, and they did.
Saints don't have to snap it again in this third quarter. 10 seconds to go in the third. They break the huddle. They do not have to snap it on second and goal. Carr under center, does snap it anyway, gives it to Kamara over the left side. Stood up at the 1. Andrew Wingard came in and got him high. Underneath was Oluokun. And Kamara is stood up at the 1 as we reach the end of the third quarter. And the fourth quarter is going to start with a gigantic 3rd and goal for the New Orleans Saints, who trail 24-9 through 3. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Pro football player Travis Kelce is pressed for time during the football season. So he does 2 things at once. Whether it's grilling while mowing,
2 things at once!
or getting this season's updated COVID-19 shot at the same visit as his flu shot.
2 things at once.
You can be like Travis and ask your pharmacist about getting this season's COVID-19 shot at the same visit as your flu shot, if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Learn more and schedule at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At CDW, we get you can't lock up your devices. Your workforce needs the freedom to roam.
Final boarding call, flight 555 to New York.
And wherever they go, productivity is key. But with Microsoft Surface devices pre-configured and deployed by CDW experts, you'll get multi-layered security and seamless experiences to help productivity really take off. IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/surface.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. So minivans, sedans, JDMs, roll out. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. And with eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Wake up not knowing what you want? Now you can have a little of everything. With Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles, you can mix and match your very own perfect pairing of our delicious morning favorites. Choose from the sausage biscuit, egg or cheese biscuit, small Caesar potatoes, or medium hot coffee. The choice is all yours, not somebody else's. Get breakfast just the way you want it with Wendy's breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
You can catch the Rich Eisen Show every day from noon to 3 p.m. Eastern on many of these stations, and be sure to look out for 2 new podcasts for Rich Eisen Podcasts. All the NFL hot takes you can handle on Overreaction Monday, and each Tuesday, download What the Football with Susie Schuster and former Raiders CEO Amy Trask. Hi, Amy. Get them wherever you get your podcasts. Fourth quarter about to begin, 24-9 Jacksonville with Mike Mayock. I'm Kevin Kugler at a critical, gigantic 3rd and goal from the 1 for New Orleans.
And if you look at how bad they've been in the red zone, they've been even worse this season in goal-to-goal situations. The closer they got to the goal line, the worse they've got, and the biggest reason is they can't run the football. And we've seen that on the last 2 snaps.
They'll move to the other side of the field, moving from our left to our right now, going towards the right-hand end zone. A 14-play, 74-yard drive for now.
You've got 2 plays to go 1 yard, and you have to score a touchdown.
Kamara in the backfield. He's the single back. Carr under center. Shaheed in motion. Toss play. Kamara sweeps left side, trying to get there. He will not get there. Knocked out of bounds by Devin Lloyd, who chased the speedy Alvin Kamara down on the far sideline and knocked him out at the 1. It's 4th and goal.
Josh Allen was able to sustain the edge just enough to force a bounce outside, and that allowed the really quick Devin Lloyd linebacker to fill from inside out and make a great tackle.
Oh, a little confusion here. Cam Irving started to come off the field, gets sent back out on 4th down. Play clock down to 10 as he gets to the huddle. Taysom Hill in there at quarterback. Oh, they've reset the play clock. A break for the Saints. Hill at quarterback, 4th and goal from the 1 in the backfield. Saunders lining up to the left side of Hill, blocking for Hill. Runs left side, touchdown New Orleans. They brought in Colin Sanders, the 324-pound defensive tackle, to plow the road for Taysom Hill, and the Saints cash in on 4th and goal, jumping back into this game, down 24-15.
We'll talk about power. A 6th offensive lineman, a 320-pound defensive tackle, and a tight end playing quarterback. You think that's power football? That was by far the best control of the line of scrimmage the Saints have had all night long.
Old-time Veer football coaches are loving what they saw on that play. Lots of power, very little thought of the forward pass. And the extra point, so critical, off the left upright, and it caroms through. A doink for 1 for New Orleans, and the most important doink of the night, because it makes it a 1-score game. And as that hit the upright, for Saints fans, that was definitely a Pepto-Bismol upsetting moment. Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of the reach of children. I mean, you talk about upsetting. If that caroms the other way, and it's still a 2-possession game. But it's not. It's a 1-possession game, and with 14:21 to go, the Saints with an 8, 24-16. So now Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars will go back to work. Don't miss all the NFL excitement on NBC Sunday night when Jalen Hurts and the 5-1 Eagles host Tua Tagovailoa and the 5-1 Dolphins. Of course, you can also hear Sunday Night Football each week right here beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations on the NFL app or online at WestwoodOneSports.com.
That's going to be a fun game, Kev.
Kickoff through the end zone for a touchback, and out to the 25 come the Jaguars. So Jacksonville's offense has been held in check of late by this Saints defense. Only 240 total yards of offense tonight for Jacksonville, and after a robust start to this game, it's on march the field 75 yards for an opening drive touchdown.
And it's exactly what New Orleans defense did last week in their loss to Houston. They allowed 1 single field goal in the second half and gave their offense an opportunity to win a game.
From the 25 on 1st down. Agnew motioning to the left side slot. Now it comes back the other way. The give is to Etienne. Etienne tucks the football, runs left side at the 30 and across the 35 as he goes out of bounds on the near sideline with a 1st down. Just across the 35-yard line, Tyrann Mathieu chased him down on that sideline. An 11-yard gain and a Jaguar 1st down.
Hey, good job by their tight end, Evan Ingram, kicking out corner Marshawn Lattimore on a counter play, and Granderson had to chase him down from behind.
A minute gone in this 4th quarter. Jacksonville with a 24-16 lead. Trevor Lawrence has played the entirety of the game despite that left knee being in a brace. After injuring it late on Sunday, play action for Lawrence. He'll set in the pocket, now turns and has to run to the left side. Lawrence makes a move on the edge, working against Granderson. He started toward the sideline and then a little jump cut back into the field to play, and he'll pick up 4 yards. That knee doesn't look like it's bothering him at all.
Even before that, how about the spin out from the pocket? He felt pressure from his backside. He spun all the way out, sprinted to the edge, cut back inside Granderson, and picked up 2 extra yards.
3 carries, 39 yards tonight for Trevor Lawrence. 2nd and 6 at the 40. Ingram in motion, sending 3 receivers to the right. The give is to Etienne, who's buried in the backfield. A little stumble out of his break, never got any momentum, and then Malcolm Roach, the first of 3 Saints to get there and drop him for a loss back at the 38-yard line.
Yeah, Malcolm Roach at the point of attack, one with a quick inside move. Pete Werner comes downhill. He's a good football player. Pete Werner is going to be one of the better linebackers in the league going forward.
First tackle for loss tonight for the Saints defense. Comes at a pretty good time, though, if you're a Saints fan. 3rd and 8, and this crowd finally able to affect this game a little bit with noise. And a cheer, not a boo. 3rd and 8 at the 38. Lawrence in the pocket. Going to try to run forward, and he's yanked down by the left leg. Dropped by Zach Bond. Lawrence and the Jaguars offense turned away, and with 12 minutes to go, they'll punt it away.
Zach Bond is their linebacker that typically comes in base packages against 2 tight ends or more, and he was a really good pass rusher coming out of Wisconsin. Does a good job coming from the backside, almost ripped the ball out, and also a good job internally by the New Orleans people not allowing any gaping holes.
Logan Cook to punt it away. Shaheed drifting over to the far sideline. That'll bounce at the 10 and be downed at the 7.
Good kick.
Cook has done a nice job directional kicking away from the speedy Shaheed tonight.
And he's 1 for 1 throwing.
Not bad night, especially for a punter. Timeout on the field. I know punters are people too. 11:29 to go in the 4th. 24-16 Jacksonville leads, but the Saints have the ball when we return. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
SiriusXM NBA Radio is your home all year long for 24/7 coverage of the National Basketball Association.
Out to the range. Open 3. Gone! OKD!
We're bringing you exclusive access to the biggest basketball stars in the world.
Joined now by the 2-time MVP, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
To win a championship moving forward, it never becomes easier. It always becomes harder.
Enjoy interactive live NBA commentary all day long.
No matter how much talent you have, if you don't play as a team, you can't win.
Let those guys in the front office run the team, dude.
And of course, all the nightly rim-rocking, heart-pounding, buzzer-beating play-by-play action your ears can handle.
Handoff, Curry takes another 3. It's up and good!
Basketball is our life on NBA Radio, Channel 86. And listen whenever you want with the SXM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans.
The Busted Open podcast is now available on YouTube. This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show on the planet. You can now watch and listen to the award-winning Busted Open podcast every single day on YouTube. Our best interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and some of our best content from the past. All available right now when you go to youtube.com/@BustedOpenPodcast. Subscribe right now.
Comedy Central Radio brings you the biggest names in comedy. All day long, you'll hear the best stand-up comedy from Comedy Central's massive library.
Do you ever ask an adult what they did over the weekend and they say they didn't do anything? Their faces light up.
Every weeknight, you'll hear 2.5 hours of comedy for your drive home.
The other day, I got jealous of a dog's thigh gap. I'm not proud of that.
We've got holiday specials and guest comedian takeovers.
I've got something to say.
Comedy Central Radio, SiriusXM 95. Or on the SiriusXM app.
Catch it all this season with NFL Plus. NFL Plus brings you live games on mobile, NFL Red Zone, NFL Network, game replays, and more, all in one place. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com. Terms and conditions apply. Saints defense is keeping them in this game, giving them a shot. In the second half, Jacksonville's had 7 plays, a total of 23 yards, and 1 first down. New Orleans defense gets the ball back for their offense at their own 7-yard line.
Yeah, 3 and out and a 4 and out. And outside of Derek Carr throwing a pick 6, it's a clean second half.
So on the 7-yard line on first down, Carr will hand to Kamara, tries the left side, runs into the arms of Oluokun, who had 15 tackles a week ago, has a pick 6 tonight, and he's been all over the field once again.
He's fun to watch on tape. I mean, I've talked about him too much tonight, but he trusts his eyes and he flies to the ball. and he's relentless.
Second down and 10. Shotgun snap to Carr from the goal line. Throws right side. Olave comes back to get it. And Olave down at the 12-yard line. Trey Herndon on the coverage makes the stop. And another 3rd and long coming up for the Saints. They're at the 12. They need the 17 for a first. In with pace to the line.
A lot of too high looks by Jacksonville and no seam routes all night long.
On 3rd and 5, Carr pumps, looking deep down the right sideline, and he overshot everybody. Olave was the intended receiver, missed him by at least 6 yards.
There's a disconnect again. Olave slowed down, almost stopped, was not anticipating the ball to come to him. Derek Carr, I think, is heated right now because he was trying to throw a go route. There's just no symmetry whatsoever in this offense. They're playing a too high safety look, and there's been no seam routes, nothing challenging the safeties vertically down the middle of the field.
Oh, Carr is livid. You don't see Derek Carr livid very often. He ripped the chin strap off and is barking, pointing for that go route as he leaves the field. Punt team is on, and the punt, a low line drive, bounces at the 45, takes a great Saints roll inside the 30 and trickles down to the 25. Lou Headley, former Australian rules football player, with a rugby-style kick there, rolling right and kicking on a line using the field turf bounce down at the 26-yard line. And the Jaguars start over with 10:27 to go. Kevin Kugler and Mike Mayock here in the Grainger broadcast booth at the Superdome in New Orleans. For the ones who get it done, there's Grainger, offering over 1 million industrial-grade products, fast delivery, and free technical support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. 24-16 Jaguars after the 62-yard punt. They'll start at their own 26-yard line. Lawrence in the gun. On first down, he stops his right foot, gets the shotgun snap. They give to Etienne. Now a reverse. The handoff to Agnew, who tries to cut it past Granderson, who was all over the play. A loss of 1 as they run the reverse to Agnew, who gets it from Etienne, and Granderson not fooled in the least.
Hallmark of a well-coached defense. I think Joe Woods has done a great job with this defense. You know, Dennis Allen's involved, but Joe handles it on a day-to-day basis. Stayed home on the backside. Granderson's becoming one of the emergent pass rushers in the league, but showing discipline as well.
Second down and 11 at the 25. Ingram in motion from left to right. 2 receivers to either side of the line. Lawrence in the shotgun, 4-man Saints rush. Lawrence throws deep down the right sideline, looking for Ridley, and Ridley makes an over-the-shoulder, one-handed catch on the sideline, but he's out of bounds. Didn't get both feet, sideline looking for Ridley, and Ridley makes an over-the-shoulder, one-handed catch on the sideline, but he's out of bounds. Didn't get both feet in. Lawrence dropped it in, and Ridley, who is having his left arm yanked down by Paulson Adebo, makes the catch with the right hand, but cannot stay in.
It's a great catch. The irony is that it's the first foot that hits, the left foot that's out of bounds. He actually gets a knee and the other foot down. 3rd and long.
Jags are 2 for 8 on 3rd down, and they've failed on their last 6 attempts.
So you're saying they were pretty good the first 2 times?
First 2 times,
That's
2 for 2.
Yeah.
3rd and 11 at the 25. Lawrence to throw over the middle, a wobbler, and it's incomplete. He wanted Agnew, and there's a flag. There's 2, there's 3, laundry all over the field. Saints are arguing that the pass was uncatchable, but it's going to be a penalty against New Orleans and a Jacksonville first down.
Looked like Paulson Adebo on the deep in route.
Pass interference. Defense number 29. First down at the spot of the foul.
It's exactly who it is. Adebo called for the pass interference, and it's first down at the 44.
Yeah, Agnew with an outside release takes it in, and I thought he made a pretty good break on the ball, but they're going to call it if you're that physical on the receiver.
From the 44 on first down, they give to Etienne. Pushes the pile forward for 3 to the 47. Colin Saunders riding along for those 3 yards. 9:22 to go in the 4th. Jaguars 24, Saints 16.
Way too early in the game for Jacksonville to get too conservative. It's a 1-possession, 8-point game, right?
2nd down and 7.
Keep running your offense.
Lawrence from the gun. ETN to carry again over the right side. A little bit of a crease, and ETN stopped a yard short of the first down as he ran out of the left side back position of the shotgun and took it to the right. Marcus May with the tackle at the 47 of New Orleans, 1 yard away from the first.
That was an old school sweep. Both guards pulled. Shatley and Sheriff both got blocks. Good run, tough run in behind them.
Saints defense really good on 3rd or 3 and less. Best in the NFL, 37% conversion rate. This is 3rd and 1 at the 47. Lawrence turns, gives to ETN, tries to get around the right side, bumped and then stumbles close to the first down. Debo with the contact that got him spinning a little bit along with Pete Werner, and he is going to be just short of the first by about a half a football based on the initial spot. What do you do here?
Really close. And Debo did a great job with penetration and just getting a hand on the ball carrier.
Offense will stay on the field.
Yeah, I mean, it's 4th and inches.
From the 46 of New Orleans. If you don't get it, Saints have excellent field position.
I don't think I want my quarterback sneaking it. As a matter of fact, they're going to go at a gun. 4th and about 6 inches.
From the shotgun. Lawrence riding, giving to ETN, trying to push up the middle. He didn't get there.
Nope.
He did not get there.
He lost a half a yard.
Lawrence rode that zone read as long as he could, and ETN took it. Nathan Shepard and Demario Davis closing the door. Jacksonville's gamble fails, and New Orleans takes over on downs with 7:29 to go. Timeout on the field. The Saints with a lot of life. They need 53 yards for a potential game-tying touchdown and 2-point try. Don't go anywhere. 24-16 Jags. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Is your battery dead? At AutoZone, you can get the right Duralast battery to get you back on the road. Duralast batteries are designed to deliver OE performance and strong starts, even in extreme weather conditions. When you have a battery problem, get the right Duralast battery for your vehicle at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
It's time for the fall haul at Northern Tool and Equipment. Get your hands on tough tools at prices that are tough to ignore. Got plans? Cancel them. Trucks in the shop? Borrow someone else's. Don't like saving money? Right. So head to the fall haul at Northern Tool. Stock up at the season's biggest event and get huge savings on brands like Milwaukee, Honda, and Ingersoll Rand. Shop at northerntool.com. We're made for this.
When Shopify says you can sell anywhere, oh, they mean it. Woo, hold up. Just got a new sale. Whoa, Shopify doesn't mind if you're at sea level or on top of the world.
Whether you're selling carabiners or crop tops, start selling with Shopify today and join the platform simplifying commerce for millions of businesses worldwide. This is Possibility, powered by Shopify. Sign up for a free trial at shopify.com/football. Shopify.com/football.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood 1, your home for Thursday Night Football.
Football fans, this is Tom Brady. Join me and Jim Gray every Monday night at 6:30 Eastern for Let's Go on NFL Radio Channel 88. And listen whenever you want with the SXM app.
Stream the NFL on Westwood 1 for free, sponsored by AutoZone. All season long, you can listen to our broadcasts of the NFL live on WestwoodOneSports.com, on the NFL app, by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports, or on our affiliate stations' digital platforms. AutoZone is free battery testing and charging. That's right. Get your battery tested and charged for free. Make AutoZone your end zone. Get in the zone. AutoZone, restrictions apply. Saints trying to get into the end zone. Down 8 with 7:29 to go, starting at their own 47 after the failed 4th and 1 attempt for Jacksonville. Derek Carr in the shotgun on first down. 3 receivers bunched to the right side. Carr throws to the single on the left side. That's Michael Thomas with the catch. Slips through a tackle at the 40 and dives forward to the 36.
He had Brown in coverage, and that's the guy I said top of the show. They have to go after him. He struggled last week when Tyson Campbell went down. I think you got to attack that kid.
First down and 10 at the 36 of Jacksonville. Carr with backside pressure, throws right side for Taysom Hill, a leaping grab inside the 20 and down at the 17 of Jacksonville. A 19-yard pickup, and the Saints move the chains again.
Good throw, good catch. Taysom Hill in between a safety who had the short flat and a corner behind him. Good layered throw by Carr.
First and 10 at the 17. Shotgun snap to Carr. Sets and throws, looking for the end zone. Jump ball for Michael Thomas. Got his feet in. Touchdown!
Wow.
From 17 yards out, the first touchdown for Michael Thomas in over a year. And the Saints are within 24-22.
Where has this been? And they used Michael Thomas to attack Monteric Brown, which we've been talking about all night. 2 of the 3 catches in that were to Thomas against Brown, and they've got their 2-point personnel in the game.
His last touchdown was on September 11th of 2022 at Atlanta. He finds the end zone again. He was one of 2 players in the league who had 30 catches or more without a touchdown entering tonight. The only one left is his teammate, or was rather the Jacksonville tight end, Evan Ingram. 2-point try. Trying to tie this game. Carr in the shotgun. Looking, throws, all alone. Kamara with the catch. And we're tied at 24 with 6:38 to play in New Orleans.
Really good call and a simple concept. All it was a rub route. He used number 7, Taysom Hill, rubbed right off of him from the backfield, and there was no defender within 5 yards of Kamara because of the rub.
So the touchdown to Thomas, the 2-point try to Kamara, and a once lifeless and boo-filled Superdome is now celebrating again as the Saints have come all the way back to tie it at 24. A 3-play, 53-yard drive that took 51 seconds. And everybody dancing in the dome as the Saints have outscored the Jags 15-0 in the 4th.
Where's that been? All of a sudden we got a little excitement in this dome. A 17-yard completion to Thomas. Then we had a 19-yard completion to Taysom Hill, and then another 17 to Thomas and a 2-point conversion.
Saints will kick it away. And the kickoff's going to go through the end zone once more. A touchback to the 25-yard line for Jacksonville. And now this beleaguered Jacksonville offense comes back on the field. And who would have thought the word beleaguered would be used with this offense after the opening drive to the game? But this Saints defense has clamped down on Jacksonville's offense.
And you know what's hard sometimes, Kev, is when you come out with a lot of energy and success, and then you get a little complacent because you kind of feel like you've got the game in hand. You never put them away, trying to kickstart your offense when it's been dormant now for the entire second half.
From the 25-yard line, empty backfield, Trevor Lawrence in the shotgun along the right hash. Swings it out quickly to Ingram. Ingram over the left side, picks up about 3 down at the 28. Demario Davis there to make the stop.
You see Granderson coming in from behind on that?
Ooh, full head of steam.
I mean, he's rushing the quarterback, sticks his foot in the ground, flips his hips, and makes a tackle 3 yards downfield.
Second down and 7. 6:13 to go, and an all of a sudden tie football game. 2 receivers to the right. Ingram now motioning that direction. That's 3 receivers right of the line. Lawrence in the shotgun, stomps his right foot once, twice, gets the shotgun snap of the belt. Backpedals, pumps, looks, going to have to run to the 30. Lawrence to the 35 on a diagonal to the 40, and Lawrence motoring out of bounds at midfield. Trevor Lawrence has run the ball so much better than anyone anticipated after the knee injury last week. He picks up 23 yards officially to the Saints 49.
He's easily been the most efficient runner in the game.
Second 20-yard run of the night for Lawrence. And again, there was no way I thought you'd utter that sentence tonight.
No. He's a gamer. I mean, he's limping a little bit back to the huddle, but man, you can't tell while he's playing.
From the 49 of New Orleans in a tie game, 24 apiece, it's first down. The give on the end around to Ridley with blockers outside, but Ridley can't turn the corner. Well, credit Marcus May. He slipped through those potential blockers and just blew that play up. No gain on the play, and it's 2nd and 10.
You know, it's a one-on-one opportunity with Evan Ingram in front to block, and he can't get the block done on Marcus May. Marcus May beats him on the block, makes the tackle for no gain. And those are the little things that win or lose football games.
4:58 and counting to play in the 4th. Jacksonville at the Saints 49 with a 2nd down and 10. 2 receivers to the right. Single on the slot left is Ridley. Shotgun snap comes chest high to Lawrence. He'll throw to the right side, and it's incomplete. Targeting Calvin Ridley, who was crossing towards that right sideline. 3rd down and 10 at the 49-yard line of New Orleans.
All the energy in the building right now generated towards the home team and probably coming from behind to tie this game. Jacksonville's really struggled with it. Outside of Trevor Lawrence running the football this half, there's been little to no offense.
This crowd is deafening. 3rd and 10 at the 49.
Christian Kirk working on Taylor.
Shotgun snap to Lawrence. Backpedals off his back foot. Heaves it down the right sideline. A jump ball deflected away. That was a prayer tossed up by Lawrence to the 10 where Paulson Adebo batted it away from Calvin Ridley. Saints defense does it again, Mike Mayock, and the Jaguars will punt.
Good job by Adebo. Remember, he was just called for defensive pass interference on the last possession. It's a one-on-one, 40 yards down the field, jump ball. Does a great job, A, with coverage, B, getting his head around, and a piece of the football.
Shaheed, the deep man, awaiting another Logan Cook punt. Cook's done a nice job keeping it out of Shaheed's hands tonight. This one a low, wobbly punt, but just where he wanted it. A fair catch made by Shaheed at the 10. That's where New Orleans will start. Tied at 24 with 4:30 to play in the 4th. Don't miss all the NFL action next Thursday night on Amazon Prime Video when the Buffalo Bills host the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Of course, you can also hear Thursday Night Football each week right here beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations, on the NFL app, or online at westwood1sports.com. Tom McCarthy and Devin McCourty will be in our Westwood One booth for that one. Now the Saints fans and the Saints players all flapping their arms. No, they're not birds. They're trying to tell everybody to quiet down. The offense is at work. First down and 10 from the 10. Shotgun snap to Carr. Pressure comes, hit as he throws over the middle, and it's dropped. Chris Olave was across Mike from left to right. Carr stood in with that pressure, and Olave just couldn't pull it in.
Carr got smoked, and he hung in there. He and Olave have had at least 2 or 3 disconnects tonight. Whether the ball has been thrown behind him and he can't catch it, not running a correct route. That's the second time tonight the ball was behind him. A poor throw, but catchable.
2nd down and 10. Jaguars rush 4. Carr to the air, finds Hill at the 15, and Hill dives forward for an extra yard to the 16, setting up a 3rd and manageable. 3rd and 4 with 4:12 to play in regulation in a tie game at 24.
They've been much more efficient, no huddle, up-tempo.
Right back to the line on 3rd and 4. 2 receivers left, single wide to the right. Carr pressure up the middle, gets away, now runs to the right. Carr looking downfield, throws on the run, incomplete. Shaheed was the intended target. If Carr runs, I think he's got space to get the first down to the 20, but instead he tried to feather it into Shaheed, and he couldn't connect.
He's also down
on the sideline. Still down on the sidelines.
And remember, he hurt the shoulder earlier in the year. I think it was the Green Bay game where he missed the second half. They were up 17-0 and lost 18-17 when he couldn't play. He's still down, and that throw to me, I've seen a lot of Derek Carr in my life because I worked with him for a while, and that throw to me looked like something was way off. He's usually pretty good on the run, throwing the ball down the field, and he had a receiver.
He may have pulled a groin muscle. The way he reacted, kind of putting his hand on the left side of his groin as he ran to the sidelines. limping a little bit as he's now up, and the athletic training staff will continue to monitor him as the Saints punt team will come on.
His ball location tonight and most of this year has not been as good as it has been during his entire career. I just feel like there's something off with him right now. The shoulder, I don't know what it is.
So Headley to punt it away. Line drive punt, Agnew on the run at the 45. Agnew to midfield, over to the far sideline and out of bounds at the Saints' 45-yard line. Jamal Agnew with a full head of steam caught that low, short punt and an easy 10 yards on the return, setting up Jacksonville from the 45-yard line with a first down and 10, officially out at the 46. So when you look at Brandon McManus and one of the longer legs in the league, a long of 56 this year, a career-long 61 a couple of years back, Jacksonville is essentially 10 to 15 yards out of McManus' field goal range right now.
Yeah, the exchange of punts there definitely favored Jacksonville.
And the best starting field position of the night for the Jags as their offense comes back on the field. Now, good news if you're a Saints fan, no athletic trainers are around Carr on the sidelines right now. He's just watching as we step aside for a quick timeout. 3:45 to go in the fourth, tied at 24. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Need to hire? What you need is a scouting partner like Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. The moment you post a sponsored job, you'll get instantly matched with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your job description. And you'll only pay for applications that meet your job's must-have requirements. Flag those that don't, and they'll be replaced for free with another candidate on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Pro football player Travis Kelce is pressed for time during the football season, so he does two things at once. Whether it's grilling while mowing,
two things at once,
or getting this season's updated COVID-19 shot at the same visit as his flu shot.
Two things at once.
You can be like Travis and ask your pharmacist about getting this season's COVID-19 shot at the same visit as your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Learn more and schedule at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you're like most people, you've had your fair share of financial questions. Questions like, can I afford my son's travel hockey team? What if my daughter doesn't get that soccer scholarship? Will I be able to enjoy golf in retirement? At Empower, we know these questions can be stressful. We're here to help answer your what ifs and empower what's next. Join 18 million Americans and take control of your financial future. Start today at empower.com. Sponsored by Empower Personal Wealth.
Scott for Scott's here. The best time to feed your lawn is in the fall, which is right now. The soil is warm, the air is cool, and your lawn can't wait for a feed-in. And neither should you. So pick up a bag of Scott's Surf Builder Winter Guard and put it down now to strengthen those roots for winter and give your lawn a deeper green next spring. Do it. Today. Right this second. Well, not if you're driving. If that's the case, go pick up a bag first, then go put it down. Now.
Pick up a bag of Scott's Turf Builder Winter Guard today. It's guaranteed.
Feed your lawn. Feed it.
On first down and 10 at the 46, a quick toss to Etienne out of the backfield, who takes it up the left side and gets a couple to the 44 of the Saints. 24-24 our score. 3.5 to play in this one, and a second down and 8 coming up for Jacksonville. Officials are going to stop play for a moment to discuss something. Now the clock will run, and now it will stop again. A little confusion right now. Did he get out of bounds? Did he not get out of bounds? That might be what the conversation's about.
The clock was inadvertently stopped. Please reset the play clock to 25 seconds.
Second down and 8 at the 44. Jaguars 24, Saints 24. Another clock issue. Officials gathering once more.
The game was stopped to confirm the time. Second down.
Does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care?
Okay.
3:27. I guess everybody would care. They'll start the clock now. 2nd and 8. Ball to 44 of New Orleans in a tie game. Shotgun snap to Lawrence. In the pocket, throws on a cross. It's Kirk from left to right. Goes up the right sideline to the 30. Kirk inside the 20. Chase to the 10. Breaks the tackle at the 5. And Christian Kirk all the way 44 yards for a Jacksonville touchdown. And the Jaguars grab a 30-24 lead.
And the ball was only in the air a few yards. It's called a jerk route. It's when you fake a pivot route and come back in the same direction you started. He won by 3 yards of separation against man coverage and then ran away from everybody because everybody else was covering their own guys. Christian Kirk all the way across the field and up the sideline. That's 7 catches tonight for him? And I think 7 targets.
Second longest pass of the season for the Jaguars as the extra point is good. And with 3:08 to go, a 31-24 lead for Jacksonville and a timeout on the field. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Get Hulu Plus Live TV for $49.99 per month for your first 3 months. No long-term contract, no hidden fees, and no clunky cable box. Over 90 live channels plus Hulu's entire streaming library with access to Disney Plus and ESPN Plus all in one plan. After the discount period, regular monthly fees apply. Offer ends October 11th. New and eligible returning Hulu subscribers only. Additional terms and restrictions apply. Access content from each service separately. Learn more at hulu.com/live-TV.
A 2-play, 46-yard drive that took 37 seconds. Jaguars have a 31-24 lead. I guess the good news if you're a Saints fan is that it took 37 seconds. And you still have plenty of time, plus 3 timeouts to work with, but now trailing by 7, again, 31-24.
More than enough time. I mean, what a savvy veteran Christian Kirk is. Great route, created separation, and finished in the end zone.
Kickoff deep and through the end zone for the touchback.
Now, I said he had 7 catches. I checked. It's 6 catches for 90 yards and a touchdown. And the cool thing is it's also 6 targets. So they're 100% going to Christian Kirk tonight.
Oh, he was such a pickup for them last year. 84 catches, over 1,100 yards in that playoff season for Jacksonville. Off to another good start this season and a great night tonight. Now back to work, Derek Carr, who's back on the field for the Saints. Remember, limped off a little bit after that last scramble. Didn't have much time to rest. 1st and 10 from the 25. Shotgun snap. Carr throws over the middle. Open is Taysom Hill at the 40-yard line. And Hill with a first down as he falls forward to the 43 in the arms of Andrew Wingard. An 18-yard pickup for New Orleans.
Good route. Couple catches tonight. A touchdown run. Several key blocks. Plays team. Special teams. Love that kid.
1st down and 10 from the 43. Shotgun snap again. 4-man Jaguar rush. Check down to Kamara at the 45. Up the right sideline to midfield and into Jacksonville territory. Near a first down at the 47. Oluokun with the tackle. Looks like he's about a half-yard shy. It'll be 2nd down. 2.5 to play with the Jaguars leading by 7.
Kamara's 11th catch of the evening.
2nd down and a yard. 12th catch for Kamara. A little screen to the left side at the 45, and he's down to the 41 of Jacksonville. Will they get another snap off with 2:10 to play in the 4th?
I don't think they need to.
They're up to the line just in case, but now they're going to substitute Jamal Williams in, and that will thwart any attempts to snap it before the 2-minute warning, which is where we are right now. 2 minutes to play in the 4th quarter. Jacksonville with a 31-24 lead. But the Saints trying to rally yet again. They rallied early in the 4th. It outscored Jacksonville 15-0 in the 4th before that potential game-winning drive engineered by Trevor Lawrence. Derek Carr trying to engineer one right back at the much younger quarterback.
What's interesting to me is ever since New Orleans got down 15 in the middle of the 3rd quarter, they've gone no huddle. And the change in urgency and tempo. And when we were with Derek Carr with the Raiders, Derek really reacted well to no huddle. He kind of liked it. He liked hearing John Gruden's voice in his ear up on the line, gave him more time to look at the defense, and he played well with no huddle. And I feel like the offense has responded to that.
Now, this Saints team is There's a couple of weird anomalies statistically with this team. One of them is that they are one of 7 teams who have not scored in the final 2 minutes of regulation in any game this year. And for a team that's played a 1-point game, a 3-point game, a 1-point game, and a 7-point game, they've had opportunities to do so, just have not been able to do so.
Let's be blunt. They have not been a very good football team on offense this year, and they've not been efficient in the scoring zone when it matters.
From the 41 on 1st down and 10, 3 receivers to the right, Thomas the single to the left. On the left hash, Carr gets the shotgun snap, takes the snap, throws right side, Shaheed at the 35, and he'll dance out of bounds inside the 35 at the Jaguar 33. An 8-yard pickup, stops the clock with 1:55 to play. Plenty of time, and the Saints have all 3 timeouts.
Smart play was an overload blitz to Derek Carr's left. They picked it up but got the ball out quickly to his right, and nobody really wants to press Shaheed because of his speed, so they gave him some room.
On 2nd down, Kamara, big hole up the middle. Kamara inside the 20 and all the way down to the 18. Boy, a burst up the gut for 15 as Wingard makes the stop, and the Saints in the red zone.
Just a quick handoff inside. Huge hole as the Jaguars came up the field to rush the quarterback.
1st and 10 at the 18. Pressure on Carr as he steps away from pressure. Rolls right, throws this one away. Smart play by Derek Carr. Nobody open. Didn't force it, Mike. Just threw it out of bounds. Lived to fight another down at 2nd down and 10. Allen on the pursuit.
Yeah, Trayvon Walker won very quickly. Allen from the other side pursuing. Play was aborted effectively within a second of the snap.
5th trip to the red zone. The Saints 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals in their previous 4 trips. Field goal won't do them any good. They need a touchdown, down 7 with 1:28 to go. 2nd and 10 at the Jacksonville 18-yard line. Olave motioning from left to right. Shotgun snap, Carr looking right, throws it right. Catch made by Olave. Quick little slant down to the 10. A pickup of 8. Devin Lloyd on the stop, and it's 3rd and 2.
Yeah, that was advantage New Orleans with Olave running a quick slant and a linebacker, Lloyd, trying to stay with him.
3rd down and 2 at the Jacksonville 10. Saints down a touchdown. Carr gets the shotgun snap. Kamara the carry up the middle. 1st down. Burrowing forward to the 7, where it's 1st and goal New Orleans under a minute to play in regulation.
Jacksonville not using any timeouts.
Clock continuing to run. Saints holding theirs as well. They need a touchdown and an extra point to tie. Remember, an extra point's doinked off the upright already tonight. Good. 1st and goal from the 6. Carr sets, throwing for the end zone. Too tall for Michael Thomas, who is hand-fighting out there with Monteric Brown. 2nd and goal. Clock stops on the incompletion with 36 seconds to go.
Thomas got the better of Brown on that earlier series in the second half with 2 catches for 34 yards and a touchdown. They came back to the same exact route, trying to get him on a fade route in the corner of the end zone.
10th play of this drive. The Saints at the 6. Hill to the left of the line. 3 receivers right. Kamara to the left of Carr, who's on the left hash in the shotgun. Carr sending Kamara out, motioning to the left. Carr looking. Sets the throw. Backside pressure comes. Carr gets away. Throws for the end zone. Too tall. He saw Taysom Hill, who was open at the front right portion of the end zone. Carr got hit hard as he threw that football. Had to be helped to his feet. Incomplete pass. Stops the clock with 30 seconds to play.
Yeah, Carr got drilled. He's still bent over. Josh Allen, 7 sacks on the season, beats Andres Peak very quickly around the edge. Forced Dirk up into the pocket. He took a big shot, and here's a couple. He got a big play here.
2 downs to go 6 yards and try to tie this game. And a timeout will be used. The play clock down to 4. No sense in messing around if you're New Orleans. Such a critical play, and Dennis Allen wants to buy his offense a little more time to get situated with what they want to do, and maybe give Derek Carr a second to catch his breath and stretch out a little bit on the sideline.
I'm also a little curious as to Jacksonville not utilizing any of their 3 timeouts in the event that New Orleans does score and tie the game. Wouldn't you like some time left to try and mount a field goal drive.
Seems almost like they're saying we're content to go to overtime. If you can score, we'll take overtime.
Just to me, I feel like you should have slowed the pace of it down a little bit and tried to keep some time in case you got scored on.
30 seconds to go, and it's 3rd and goal at the 6. Saints will send 2 receivers to the right of the line. Keith Kirkwood and Michael Thomas. 2 receivers to the left. Carr in the shotgun. Gets the shotgun snap. Drops to throw. Throws it. Back of the end zone. Wide open and dropped by Foster Moreau. Moreau was the loneliest man in New Orleans in the back left corner of the end zone, and it caromed off his right and left hand and out of bounds. Oh my goodness.
He was the inside receiver running to the back pylon. Olave took both defenders with him. Wide open, it hit him in both hands. Folks, that's just a drop.
And now it comes down to this play. 4th and goal from the 6. They're 4 for 5 on 4th tonight. Shotgun snap to Carr. Looks, throws for Olave. It's deflected away and incomplete. Monteric Brown rising to the challenge, bats it away from Chris Olave in the end zone, and the Jaguars take over with 21 seconds to play and a 31-24 lead on the road in New Orleans.
Really good coverage, but I didn't like the location of the throw. The corner, Brown had inside leverage. If the ball had to go one of 2 places, it either had to go real high or it had to go back shoulder. It couldn't go low and inside because now the defender, it's like being boxing out in basketball. Defender had inside leverage. There was no way for the receiver Olave to get to the football.
And now the Jaguars take over. Only 2 timeouts left for the Saints. They cannot stop it enough to get the football back.
No, and the red zone bug bit him again.
12-play, 69-yard drive, but failure in the red zone costs the New Orleans Saints. Lawrence takes a knee. Dennis Allen will use one of his 2 remaining timeouts.
Well, what's that make him in the red zone? 2 for 5 today?
2 for 5
So
in the
for
red
them,
zone.
that's good.
Right.
They were 37%,
They were 37% coming in.
But 2 for 5 in this league isn't going to get it done. And your defense is playing at a level where you ought to be winning more football games than you are.
And Foster Moreau, you talk about a play you're going to look back on for a long time.
Yep.
That ball hit him right in the hands, all alone in the back left corner of the end zone.
And Foster's not a flashy person, but he's usually a very consistent, both in the pass and run game. Him dropping that ball is highly irregular.
Well, the New Orleans native out of Jesuit High School,
LSU.
back home LSU product.
I drafted him in 19.
It's especially going to sting for Foster coming back home.
Super kid, really good hands. He just dropped the ball that was Derek Carr dropped right in his basket.
Another knee taken by the Jaguars and another timeout called by the Saints. So it'll bring up 3rd down, but as Dennis Allen knows, he's out of timeouts. Had to use that timeout in the red zone to get things organized a little bit on that 3rd down play. And that timeout would be very handy right now for the Saints as Lawrence takes a final knee, and that's going to do it. The Jacksonville Jaguars have won 4 straight. A 31-24 win tonight on the road over the New Orleans Saints. Jacksonville now 5-2. New Orleans falls to 3-4. And week 7 starts with some early offense and some late drama.
Yeah, give Jacksonville some credit. They play 2 games in London, back-to-back weeks. They've got to come home and play a home game and then go on the road for a Thursday night game, and they win all 4 of them. Go from 1-2 to 5-2.
Well, a couple of things that stand out when you look at the final numbers, Mike.
Yeah.
New Orleans 3 of 18 on 3rd down, 2 of 5 in the red zone.
And we talked about that at the very top of the show. And their defense, despite a little bit of a shaky start, came back and played well in the second half.
And Foster Moreau was beside himself after that 3rd down play, had to be consoled on the bench. and I'm sure a consolation process that will continue for the days to come for the Saint tight end. He had a sure touchdown and couldn't pull it in the back left corner of the end zone. Final score, Jaguars 31, Saints 24. What a night tonight for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And boy, you give a little bit of credit for the Saints. They battled back in this one, but at the end, Trevor Lawrence able to get it done with Christian Kirk scoring the game-winning touchdown. And Lawrence got it done not only through the air, but on the ground. A career-high 63 yards rushing in a game in which we weren't sure before the game he was even going to play because of the knee injury late on Sunday.
8 carries for 59 yards, tucked it and ran more than effectively. Threw the ball 20 for 29 for 204, no turnovers. For a kid that on Monday they didn't even think was going to be able to play Thursday night, to come out and get a win on the road is huge for the Jaguars.
Yeah, I said 63 yards. I didn't take into account his backing up 3 times with a knee.
Come on, big fella.
That ruins your rushing average. I'm not sure who that should go against, but a quarterback should never have to wear that one. He had a previous 53 yards rushing against Las Vegas November 6th of 2022. That was his high. But tonight, 59 yards, a new career high for Trevor Lawrence. Evan Ingram is our guest on the field, Jacksonville tight end. And Evan, congratulations. It is never easy to win on the road in the National Football League. You came into this one tonight unsure as to what Trevor Lawrence was going to bring, and your quarterback ends up with a career high in rushing yards. What a strange night, but you get a big win. What do you make from what you saw tonight from your squad? What do you take from this game?
You cut out on me. So you're turning it down a little bit?
Nope.
You cut out on me for a second, but last thing I heard, you said Trevor rushing.
Yep.
Trevor is a freaking baller, man. Trevor is a freaking dog. All week, he had to battle through a short week and sucked for what happened last week and to play on a short week. He looked me in the eyes and he was like, bro, I'm not trying to miss no time. So he's a killer, man. Came out here and battled, was running his butt off and looked pretty good. Definitely, this is going to be a good win for us tonight, and for us to get some rest and get him back healthy, fully healthy, is going to be good for us.
Hey, Evan, this is Mike Mayock, and I've enjoyed watching you play since Ole Miss.
What's up, Mike?
And going back several weeks, you guys are 1-2 heading to London, right?
Yep.
4 weeks later, 2 wins in London. You get a win at home, and then you got to go on the road on a short week. What's the difference with this team today than the one that started the season 1-2?
Man, it's just our leadership, Coach Doug. Just a standard we set for ourselves. We didn't start the way we were supposed to. And that Houston game, man, we got punched in the mouth, and we all decided to respond. So we took the trip across the pond, got the bond together, got to go to work every single day, stayed under one roof, and got the bond as a team. And a lot of adversity has been placed up against us since that whole trip started. But we just kept responding, man. Our defense plays great. We're playing complementary football, and we're playing for each other. And we're just getting started.
Hey, Evan, last question. Why is Coach Doug so good?
He's one of us, man. He's one of us. He understands. He's been in our shoes, and he doesn't take it easy on us. He says the exact right things. He demands greatness from us every single day, and we have so much respect for him. We come to work for him every day, and we answer the bell every time. So just a great players coach. He's been in our shoes. He's been in this league, and we're going to keep riding with him.
Evan, congratulations on the win. Now you get a break. Enjoy it.
What? It's about to be a great weekend. Good talking to y'all boys, man. Y'all be safe.
Thank you,
Thanks, Evan. See you, man.
Evan Ingram, 5 catches, 45 yards tonight. The second leading receiver for the Jaguars. They win at 31-24. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us with the post-game report. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by Ev.
Wake up not knowing what you want? Now you can have a little of everything with Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles, you can mix and match your very own perfect pairing of our delicious morning favorites. Choose from the sausage biscuit, egg or cheese biscuit, small Caesar potatoes, or medium hot coffee. The choice is all yours, not somebody else's. Get breakfast just the way you want it with Wendy's breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles today. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
This November, Sunday Morning Football debuts in Frankfurt, Germany on NFL Network.
They don't get no better than this.
With back-to-back weeks, must-see matchups.
Let's go!
First, the Dolphins take on the Chiefs.
For the end zone caught!
Then, the Colts face the Patriots.
And he's got it!
So set your alarms.
Game time!
Then rise, shine, and watch 2 Sundays full of football. The NFL Frankfurt Games, November 5th and 12th, only on NFL Network and streaming on NFL Plus.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, apixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines, such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios following Thursday Night Football tonight in New Orleans, the Saints and the Jacksonville Jaguars. This was a game that didn't start as though it was going to have fireworks at the end. It looked as though it was going to be defensive dominated. Didn't turn out that way, although that is certainly in a lot of ways the way it began. Jacksonville came out to begin the ball game, and in trying to win their of the season and to continue the win streak they're on, they got the football first. Their first drive was a thing of beauty. 10 plays and 75 yards. Clearly no worries about Trevor Lawrence's leg, his knee, and also no worries about their running back, who's made himself pretty comfortable in the end zone these days.
ETN stands to the right of Lawrence in the gun. 3 receivers left of the line. Tight end on the right side of the line. Shotgun snap. The give is to ETN, plowing up the middle and pushing the pile into the end zone for the touchdown. His 6th rushing touchdown of the year. And for the first time this season, the Saints have allowed an opening drive touchdown. It's 6-0 Jacksonville.
Extra point for McManus was good, so an early lead for the Jags. New Orleans responded late in the first quarter with a shortened drive of their own when they got a short field, but it doesn't really matter these days for the New Orleans Saints because red zone has been a major problem for this team this year. They couldn't punch it into the end zone. Blake Grupe hit a 23-yard field goal, and it was a 7-3 ball game. When the Jags got it back again, they put together yet another 75-yard drive. This one, though, only took a little bit more than 3 minutes off the clock, and once again, it was ETN who paid it off.
1st and 10 at the 17-yard line. The Saints were just here on this side of the field, had to settle for a field goal. The pitch to the left side, running with speed at the 10, inside the 5, and across the goal line is ETN for a Jacksonville touchdown. He just kept gaining speed down that left sideline, scoots in for 6, and it's 13-3 Jaguars.
3 straight games with 2 rushing touchdowns for Travis Etienne. The extra point was good. It was a 14-3 ball game. Late in the first half, Grupe hit another field goal, this one from 35 yards out to make it a 14-6 game, and that might have well been the score going into halftime. But when Jacksonville's drive stalled, they pulled out a fake punt, converted a first down. And then, ultimately, it looked like they had lost out. was a ball downfield was intercepted, or was it? Replay showed that it was not intercepted. It overturned the call. Jacksonville had time for Brandon McManus to hit a 43-yard field goal before halftime at a 17-6 lead going into the locker room. The Saints came out with a little bit of a renewed purpose in terms of what they were doing offensively in the second half, although the red zone problems didn't go away right away. Their first drive, an 11-play, 52-yard march, resulted in a Blake Grupe 42-yard field goal to get within one score at 17-9. They got the football back again, and in trying to get the ball downfield and get the offense moving, some of the things that really bitten this team a lot this year stepped up and bit them again.
3rd down and 10 at the 13. 2 receivers to the right, single wide left. Carr backpedals out of the shotgun. Pressure coming as he throws over the middle. Pass deflected and intercepted. Ends up in the hands of Oluokun. Oluokun over to the left side of the 15. Down the sideline to the 10. Inside the 5. Diving for the pylon. Touchdown. Foyesade Oluokun with his first interception of the year, and it's a pick 6. And the Jaguars take a 23-9 lead.
After the McManus extra point at 24-9 with 6:47 left to go in the third quarter, that might have been ball game, but that, amazingly, is when the New Orleans Saints started to find more of their offense. They put together a 16-play, 75-yard drive that spanned the end of the third, beginning of the fourth quarter, and took nearly 7.5 minutes off the clock. They had to convert on 4th downs. They had to try to run the ball in from close. It was a 23rd drive in which they had not had an offensive touchdown playing at home, and they were stuck with a 4th down play in which they took the quarterback out, brought the Swiss Army knife in with some help in the backfield from a defensive lineman to try to break through.
Hill at quarterback, 4th and goal from the 1 in the backfield. Saunders lining up to the left side of Hill, blocking for Hill, who runs left side, touchdown New Orleans. They brought in Colin Sanders, the 324-pound defensive tackle, to plow the road for Taysom Hill, and the Saints cash in on 4th and goal, jumping back into this game, down 24-15.
The Grupe extra point hit the left upright, but it bounced through, so we had ourselves a one-score game at 24-16, and all kinds of time left in this one. And the Saints apparently had a renewed offensive purpose in the fourth quarter. They got the ball back, just over 7 minutes left to go in the game, and once again, just on their side of the field after the Jags tried to go for it on 4th down and inches and were turned away. Well, after the defense held up, Derek Carr brought his team out onto the field and made very quick work of things, going to Michael Thomas for the first play, going to Taysom Hill for the second play on a nice catch down the right side, and the third play right back to Thomas.
1st and 10 at the 17. Shotgun snap to Carr. Sets and throws. Looking for the end zone. Jump ball for Michael Thomas. Got his feet in. Touchdown! Wow. From 17 yards out. The first touchdown for Michael Thomas in over a year. And the Saints are within 2, 24-22.
Spectacular play in the corner of the end zone to get the knee down before he tumbled out of bounds. Looked like the Michael Thomas of old. So now they were a 2-point conversion away from tying the game up with under 7 minutes left to play. That one actually came easily as Alvin Kamara flashed out of the backfield. Carr hit him. He waltzed into the end zone, and we had ourselves a 24-24 ball game. So where does it go from here? Well, there was going to have to be a big play as each team was turned away on their ensuing drive. Jacksonville got it back again, and they got it back in good field position in New Orleans territory. This time it only took 2 plays and one huge play from a Jacksonville wide receiver to put the Jags back on top.
They'll start the clock now. 2nd and 8. Ball to 44 of New Orleans in a tie game. Shotgun snap to Lawrence. In the pocket, throws on a cross. It's Kirk from left to right. Goes up the right sideline to the 30. Kirk inside the 20. Chase to the 10. Breaks the tackle at the 5. And Christian Kirk all the way 44 yards for a Jacksonville touchdown. And the Jaguars grab a 30-24 lead.
With 3:08 to go in the game, the extra point was good, so now New Orleans had to get down the field. Neither team was using its timeouts, and the Saints were indeed once again moving the football. It was a 12-play drive that got them knocking on the door inside the 5-yard line. They had opportunities, 4 of them, at the end zone. When the first two went wrong, it looked as though they had finally cashed in when Foster Moreau, the tight end, came wide open in the back left corner of the end zone. Derek Carr put the ball on his hands, and Moreau dropped it. Flat out dropped it off the left and right hand. That one went by the boards, and it left them with just one play on fourth down to try to make a play once again on the left side.
And now it comes down to this play. 4th and goal from the 6. They're 4 for 5 on 4th tonight. Shotgun snap to Carr. Looks, throws for Olave. It's deflected away and incomplete. Monteric Brown rising to the challenge. Bats it away from Chris Olave in the end zone. And the Jaguars take over with 21 seconds to play and a 31-24 lead on the road in New Orleans.
After that, it was victory formation for the Jags. They win it by a score of 31-24. They are now 5-2 on the year. On the other side, the New Orleans Saints, still with plenty of questions about what they're doing offensively right now, fall to 3-4. Up next, we'll head back to the field for some final thoughts. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
This is NASCAR champion Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick, Martin Truex Jr., Brad Keselowski. What is SiriusXM NASCAR Radio? It's a place to talk about your favorite sport.
You know, I renew my subscription. It never comes off this channel. The whole day is awesome.
It's a place to hear from the biggest names in NASCAR.
Joey Logano, what are you doing?
I got the SiriusXM set up at my house so I can jump on more often.
Joey, I want to first thank you for doing this. This is awesome for the fans.
It's a trusted source for breaking news.
Major stories today, my friends. Let's get down to business.
I'm in the hauler with the breaking news story. It's every NASCAR race heard live, including in-car radios.
Logano gets into the back. He shoves him up the racetrack. Stay out. Trust me.
Custer's going to go for the lead here. They get door to door with each other.
Yeah!
And it's classic races that honor the history of the sport.
Dale Earnhardt is going to win the Daytona 500.
What is SiriusXM NASCAR Radio? It's your 24/7 home for all things NASCAR.
The way you guys cover these races is unbelievable.
Channel 90 streaming right now on the SXM app.
On SiriusXM, the NFL experience goes far beyond game day. And your SiriusXM subscription gives you all the access you need to the NFL content you crave every game. With your hometown announcers on the SiriusXM app.
He caught it for a touchdown!
Hear live talk shows discussing all the different angles.
He's been injured, but he knows how to win.
Passionate debates on Mad Dog Sports Radio. Interviews with coaches and players on NFL Radio. And advice on your fantasy lineups on Fantasy Sports Radio. All the NFL content you need, all on the SiriusXM app.
Comedy Central Radio brings you the biggest names in comedy. All day long, you'll hear the best stand-up comedy from Comedy Central's massive library.
Do you ever ask an adult what they did over the weekend and they say they didn't do anything? Their faces light up.
Every weeknight, you'll hear 2.5 hours of comedy for your drive home.
The other day, I got jealous of a dog's thigh gap. I'm not proud of that.
We've got holiday specials and guest comedian takeovers.
I've got something to say.
Comedy Central Radio, SiriusXM 95. Or on the SiriusXM app.
Welcome back to the Thursday Night Football postgame show here on Westwood One. I'm Scott Graham. Our final score tonight, Jacksonville 31, New Orleans 24. With more on tonight's game, let's go back to New Orleans and rejoin the guys who called it, Kevin Kugler and Mike Mayock. Guys?
Scott, thanks so much. It was a game that saw the Saints have to come back. Come back they did to tie it at 24, but Jacksonville with that long play to Christian Kirk, good enough to get the win. They withstood one last Saints flourish, a dropped pass in the end zone on third down and an incomplete pass on 4th and goal ended the threat for the Saints, who ran 87 plays tonight and lost the game. They had a time of possession advantage, 36 minutes 10 seconds to 23 minutes 50 seconds, which goes to show that the time of possession statistic may not necessarily be that important a statistic in certain games. Tonight was one of those games. 87 plays on offense to 56 for the Jaguars, and they lose that game.
I think the theme continues. They run offensively an average of 68 snaps a game, which is 4th most in the league. So today it was on the higher end, obviously, of that's beyond that scale. But it's the same theme. A lot of yards, not many points, struggle in the red zone. 3 for 18 on third down, 2 for 5 in the red zone. You're not going to win close games in the NFL with those kind of numbers, no matter how many snaps you have.
Derek Carr tonight, 33 of 55, 301 yards, only 1 sack. The offensive line did a pretty good job protecting him. Now, to help them, he got rid of the football quickly a lot tonight. Kamara, 17 carries, 62 yards, 12 catches for 91 yards for Kamara. He was the leading rusher and the leading receiver for the Saints tonight, and the leading rusher and leading receiver for the game. Trevor Lawrence, the leading rusher for the Jaguars, 8 carries, 59 yards. He was 20 of 29 for 204 yards and a touchdown. Christian Kirk, 6 catches, 90 yards. So Kirk ends up 1 yard behind Kamara for the leading game receiver, but he doesn't care because he ends up with the game-winning touchdown.
So if you had Kamara with the most receptions tonight, and you had Lawrence as the leading rusher,
that's one heck of a parlay.
You probably won, what do they call them, prop bets?
Yeah, those are the 2 big prop bets that you win on that one for sure.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, but that's kind of how this game was and kind of how it was designed to be. Just a strange game all the way around. We had a pick 6 in the game. We had a dropped touchdown. We had couple of big penalties that gave some opportunities. We had 2 turnovers that turned into 3 total points in the first half. Jacksonville turning it over on back-to-back possessions, and the Saints' inability to cash in the red zone, which hurt them last week in their loss to the Texans, hurt them again in this game today. And when you look at the Saints team, there are 4 losses this season. They have a loss of 1 point to the Packers. They got blown out by Tampa Bay 26-9. They lose by 7 to the Texans. They lose by 7 to the Jaguars. Close losses, and you mentioned it comes down to little things, third downs, red zone. They're not good in either.
Look, if you're the defensive part of this team, in 7 games, you've held 5 teams to 20 or less points. You ought to have a better record than 3-4. The good news, if you're looking for a silver cloud, is they play in a poor division.
Yep.
And they got to keep grinding, keep working, and they'll get into the last month of the season with a chance to win a bad division.
Well, it's time to select our Navy Federal Credit Union Defender of the Game. We have a lot of choices. Some good defense was played tonight for a game that was 31-24.
Yeah, and I talked about this kid all night, the 6th-year player from Yale, Foyesade Aluakun, and he had 14 tackles, a pick 6, all over the field. When you put the tape on, this kid makes he just makes every play. He's everywhere. Tonight was no different. They couldn't run at him. They couldn't run around him. And I think he's becoming one of the best linebackers in all of football.
29 tackles and a pick 6 the last 2 games.
And he just that's his production. He led the league in tackles a year ago.
He's our Defender of the Game, sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving the armed forces, the DoD, veterans, and their families. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Saints, after this one, get a little extra time, as both of these teams do. Next weekend, they go to the Colts, and the Colts are without one of their big defensive linemen, and Anthony Richardson's out for the remainder of the season. It is not an overwhelming schedule over the next month for the Saints. At Indianapolis, Chicago comes calling. They go to Minnesota. Then they have a bye before they go to Atlanta to close out the month of November. They're 3-4 right now, but it would not surprise anyone if at the end of that they were 7-4 or 6-5.
Look, every team in the league, every division plays 2 other divisions. The divisions they play this year are the AFC South, which after Jacksonville is bad,
right,
and the NFC North, which after Detroit is bad. So, and you're in a bad division anyway. Your schedule is not going to be tough. Hang in there, grind, and you're going to have a chance to win enough games to be in the hunt.
Meanwhile, the Jaguars are at Pittsburgh, then they got their bye. San Francisco and Tennessee both come to Jacksonville before they close the month of November in Houston, and they start off December against a Bengals team that looks like they may have woken up a little bit, now 3-3.
Yeah, they play the AFC North.
Not as easy a path.
No. And you're talking about Baltimore and Pittsburgh and Cincinnati.
But now 3-3.
Yeah, they play the AFC North.
Not as easy a path.
No. And you're talking about Baltimore and Pittsburgh and Cincinnati and Cleveland. That's a different conversation than the one we just had with New Orleans.
Well, no doubt about that. But the Jaguars feel good going into this little extra time off. They're 5-2. The Saints at 3-4. Some questions to answer before they hit the field next Sunday in Indianapolis. Before we go, a reminder that the copyright of tonight's broadcast of Thursday Night Football on Westwood 1 is owned by the NFL on behalf of its member clubs. All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, retransmission, or any other use of this broadcast without the express written permission of the National Football League is strictly prohibited. Mike Mayock, always a pleasure. I so enjoy it.
My pleasure,
You'll
pal.
be headed to Germany in the next couple of weeks to call a couple of games for us over there, so have fun.
Yeah, how about Miami and KC to kick it off? Pretty cool.
That's not a bad way to do it, but, before we get to the excitement of that game in Germany, speaking of excitement, let's send it back to Scott Graham for more excitement in our Westwood
Because
One
he
studios.
is Mr. Excitement.
Mr. Excitement, Scott Graham.
Guys, I can't tell you how much it means to me to feel that kind of love coming all the way from New Orleans. We're going to wrap things up when we return. Our final score, Jacksonville 31, New Orleans 24. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Pro football player Travis Kelce is pressed for time during the football season, so he does two things at once. Whether it's grilling while mowing,
Two things at once!
or getting this season's updated COVID-19 shot at the same visit as his flu shot.
Two things at once.
You can be like Travis and ask your pharmacist about getting this season's COVID-19 shot at the same visit as your flu shot, if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Learn more and schedule at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey guys, it's Susie Schuster, and I am so excited for my new podcast coming out this fall. It is called What the Football with Susie Schuster and the Princess of Darkness, Amy Trask. If you're looking for a new podcast to listen to about jargon, heavy-legged waist benders, this is not for you. We're going to have big girl conversations where we are going super deep to bring you weekly guests that you won't find anywhere else. It is What the Football with Susie Schuster and Amy Trask, wherever you listen.
KFC's new hot and spicy wings get fired up this fantasy season with 8 pieces of spicy marinated hand-breaded wings for just $4.99. They're a can't-miss call for whatever the fantasy gods throw your way. In the midst of a managerial hot streak, keep it rolling with KFC's new hot and spicy wings. Did you just assemble the worst lineup in fantasy history? Who cares? You can get 8 hand-breaded spicy marinated wings for just $4.99. Grab KFC's new hot and spicy wings now. It's finger-looking good.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart Plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
The final score, Jacksonville 31, New Orleans 24. You've been listening to Westwood One's coverage of Thursday Night Football. Tonight's broadcast has been sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Wendy's, by Shopify, by AutoZone, by NFL.com, and by BetMGM, the official odds provider for Westwood One. Please gamble responsibly. I want to thank our crew for this evening. Studio coordinator Art Martinez, studio producer Larry Costigan, production assistants provided by Alden Hagedorn, Dan Silverman, and Matt Waldron. Our statistician Alan Trifley, spotter Joe Casal, engineer Mike Pirtle, production supervisors Aaron Cummins and Brian Finkelstein, coordinating producer Mike Eby, the executive producer of Westwood One Sports is Howard Deneroff. Join us again this Sunday night for more NFL action. It's going to be a classic in South Philadelphia as Tyreek Hill and the high-octane Miami Dolphins visit the Philadelphia Eagles. Ryan Radke and Mike Golick have all the excitement. Then on Monday night, San Francisco 49ers battle the Minnesota Vikings. Kevin Harlan and Hall of Famer Kurt Warner bring you all the action from Minneapolis. Pre-game coverage with NFL Network's Rich Eisen kicks off at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And finally, 1 week from tonight, the Tampa Bay Bucks face the Buffalo Bills. You can catch all those games right here on many of these same stations on the NFL app or stream live for free on our website, westwoodonesports.com. Once again, our final from New Orleans tonight, Jacksonville 31, the Saints 24. Now for Kevin Kugler and Mike Mayock, I'm Scott Graham. Thanks for joining us. You've been listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Thanks for listening to the National Football League on Sirius XM. Now, let's join the NFL Radio postgame show.